Hello and welcome. You're watching News 9 Live with me, Neha Khanna. Let's get you the big story that we are tracking here on News 9. The rescuers have adopted a rat hole mining technique to try and reach the trapped workers in the Uttarkashi tunnel. This after parts of the broken auger drilling machine were removed last evening. Engineers from the army are working round the clock, of course. It has been 17 days since the 41 workers were trapped in Uttarkashi, and there finally seems to be light at the end of the tunnel. The rescuers are said to be barely 5 meters away from the trapped workers. They have completed around 52.5 meters of horizontal drilling with barely 5 to 6 meters left. Rescue workers have also completed 43 meters of vertical boring. The relatives of the trapped workers have been asked to be ready with clothes and bags. Authorities from the home state of the workers have arrived in Dehradun. Officials say rains will not impact the rescue operations. As we said, the rescuers have adopted rat hole mining technique to try and reach the workers after parts of the broken auger drilling machine were removed last evening. Engineers from the Army's Madras sappers and experts from Coal India Limited, Trenchless Engineering Services Private Limited, Navyug Engineers Private Limited were among those involved in the rat hole mining technique. Besides the horizontal digging, vertical drilling to rescue the trapped workers is also underway. Over 500 meters of vertical boring has already been carried out. Now, with large metal pieces hindering the machine drilling, the rescuers are planning to drill through the remaining few meters using the practice, as we said, of rat hole mining. Now let's explain to you what rat hole mining actually means. Rat hole mining is a method of extracting coal from narrow horizontal seams. The term rat hole refers to narrow pits that are dug into the ground. Pits are just large enough for a person to descend and extract coal. Once the pits are dug, miners descend using ropes to reach the coal seams. Coal is then manually extracted using primitive tools such as pickaxes, shovels and baskets. Rat hole mining poses significant safety and environment hazards though. Mines are typically unregulated, lacking safety measures. And these are live shots that we are getting from the site of the tunnel collapse, where the rescuers, we are told, could in fact be out any minute now. Their families are waiting with bated breath. All the officials there are on standby. As you can see, a big posse of police and security personnel also present in large numbers. It has been over 2 weeks, 17 days to be precise, since these 41 workers have been trapped inside this Uttarkashi tunnel, which gave way 17 days ago. And it's been a very, very difficult and complex rescue mission. But we're all keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that we are at the fag end of this rescue operation. The teams that have been working there around the clock, the experts, the engineers from various public sector companies, in fact even private experts who have come in from other parts of the world. They've all been working round the clock for the last 17 days, hoping to get the trapped workers out of that collapsed tunnel at the earliest, but it has taken a lot of time. It has been a long drawn out process. The drilling process has taken time. It's been very complicated. The operations had to be suspended on multiple occasions because of various technical hitches. But now the good news that we are hearing is that it is not going to be much longer before those trapped workers are indeed rescued from the collapsed tunnel. 22 NDRF personnel have entered the tunnel. Ambulances are on standby. Of course, these 41 workers who've been trapped in that tunnel for 17 days now will need immediate medical attention. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, is at the spot, and we're all hoping and praying that the rescue mission will successfully conclude any minute now. As we said, families, relatives of the workers are on standby, as are all the rescue teams. Ambulances have been positioned there to ensure that those workers get the immediate medical attention that they need. They're going to be taken to hospitals for treatment and thorough medical examination. For now, of course, we're all keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that this rescue mission can be concluded successfully very, very, very soon. Those are the indications that we are getting from the ground. We're also hoping to be joined a bit later on the show by our colleague Navriti Mohan, who has been reporting from the site for several days now. Teams from multiple government agencies, whether it's the NDRF or the SDRF, and engineers from many public sector companies have been working round the clock for the last 17 days to get those rescued workers out. Extraordinary efforts have had to be made to carry out this drilling process, to remove the debris, to ensure that these workers remain safe inside the tunnel and can be brought out safely as well. Food, medicines have been sent to them on a regular basis through narrow pipes. As we said, it's been a very complex process that some might argue has taken longer than expected, but then finally there is light at the end of the tunnel, both literally and figuratively in this case, because the end of this rescue mission is now near. We are told that any moment now these workers will be out of that tunnel that they have been trapped in the last 17 days, which one can imagine would have been absolutely excruciating for these 41 workers, as well as for their anxious families who've been waiting with bated breath for news on their rescue, for updates on the rescue mission. They have, of course, been glued to their TV for the last 17 days. They've also been getting regular updates from the officials who are at the site. Now, a team of rat hole miners, remember, began the manual drilling operations yesterday in an attempt to reach these 41 workers who've been trapped within the debris of this collapsed Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand. The rescue operations have today entered the 17th day. A team of 24 seasoned rat hole mining experts are involved in the manual drilling process, and they have excavated a narrow passageway towards the trapped workers. The time-consuming task involves removing debris and creating a safe route for the rescue operation. And like we said, the good news is we are told the workers are not just 5 meters away from the rescue team. The rat hole mining process began yesterday, and clearly it has brought great results, because now the workers are 5 meters away from the rescue team. 22 NDRF personnel are in the tunnel to bring these trapped workers out. Now, manual drilling operations began at the tunnel yesterday. Initial drilling efforts were conducted using a large auger machine that was unfortunately stuck in the rubble on Friday, which prompted authorities to look for alternative methods, vertical drilling from above the tunnel, and that seems to have cracked the code, as it were. That seems to hold the key to the rescue of these 41 workers. Approximately 40% of the required 86-meter vertical drilling has been completed, and in fact we are now told that the drilling process is complete. It has been completed. The rat hole mining process started yesterday. The vertical drilling process started yesterday. We are told the process is now over, which means that we're going to now see those trapped workers being rescued and walking out of that tunnel any minute now. All eyes are on that one site, the tunnel from where we are hoping that these trapped workers will emerge any minute now. There are ambulances standing by to take them to hospitals, to get them the medical treatment that they will need on an urgent basis, having been trapped in that tunnel, having lived through excruciating conditions, an absolute nightmare for the last 17 days. As we said, food and medicines were being sent to them through a narrow pipe. The government also, in fact, made arrangements for multivitamins and antidepressants to be sent to the workers. A lot of the rescuers were in constant touch with these trapped workers. They were speaking to them on the phone. A lot of the family members also managed to speak to these workers on the phone in these last 17 days, with a lot of effort being made to not just complete the drilling process at the earliest to bring them out to safety, but to also keep their morale high. Because as you can imagine, it's been an absolute nightmare that these 41 workers have lived through in the last 17 days, and it would have been no less of a nightmare for their families, many of whom may have wondered, how long it would take, whether they would see their loved ones again. But clearly, the rescue teams have been working round the clock, relentlessly, reassuring the workers who've been trapped in the tunnel, reassuring their families, reassuring the country that this rescue mission will be successful and that these 41 workers will be brought out safely. And that moment seems to be upon us. What we are now given to understand is that the drilling process is almost over, and any minute now, hopefully, we are going to see these 41 workers emerge from the tunnel that they've been trapped in for the last 17 days. Hopefully, this nightmare is going to be over any minute now. What a nightmare for the workers. It's been a very difficult process for the rescue teams, who've also been working round the clock and relentlessly, and one cannot imagine the nightmare that the families and the close relatives of these 41 workers would have gone through in these last 17 days. But it seems like it's all now coming to an end. The rescue efforts are coming to fruition. We are hoping to see these workers emerge from that narrow, collapsed tunnel any minute now. As we said, the rescue operation, the drilling process had to be suspended on multiple occasions because of various technical complications that arose, even though experts from different parts of the world had been flown into this site. There were, in fact, personnel from multiple government agencies, from the NDRF to the SDRF, and teams of specialists, engineers, experts flown in from different parts of the country and the world to carry out the rescue mission, to supervise it round the clock. But this has been a very, very difficult process and a long drawn out one as well, given that it took more than 2 weeks. But we are finally here for that moment that the entire country has been waiting for.
आप लोगों की दुआ से अच्छी खबर है।
क्या जानकारी मिल पा रही है सर, कितना देर और लगेगी?
कहा जा रहा है 1-1.5 घंटे में निकाला जाएगा।
तो क्या पाइप वगैरह पहुंच गया है, ऐसा कुछ जानकारी?
ऐसी कुछ हमें कंक्रीट जानकारी दी नहीं गई है, न हमें आगे जान भी दिया जा रहा है। हम लोग भी यही हैं जैसे आप हैं वैसे।
आपके यहाँ से सर कितने मजदूर हैं?
हमारे यहाँ से 8 मजदूर हैं।
यूपी से
जी।
तो आगे का क्या कार्यक्रम है आपका, कैसे लेकर जाएंगे उनको?
अब आगे के कार्यक्रम इनके अनुसार तय होंगे। पहले तो जो मेडिकल प्रोसीजर होगा, उसके उपरांत हमें एयरलिफ्ट की व्यवस्था की है। वो मौसम की परिस्थिति के अनुसार हमें एयरफोर्स से कंफर्मेशन आ गई है और उस हिसाब से हम उनको लेके चले जाएंगे।
अच्छा, तो चिलियानी शहर से जो है सीधा लखनऊ एयरलिफ्ट करना?
हाँ, अब तो ये देखना पड़ेगा कि ये कहाँ पे उनका हेलीकॉप्टर का उतरना हो पाता है और कहाँ से कहाँ तक जाते हैं।
हेलो,
Khorsa.
Now, let me take you through the visuals. If I have to describe you, this is the mouth of the tunnel. This is the mouth of the tunnel where for last 2 weeks the operation was being carried out. This is the horizontal part. This is not the vertical part. Vertical tunnelizing is different. Now, what has happened is that from here onwards, there were hundreds of men who were working inside. This is a close shot of a huge tunnel mouth. Now, what is happening is that they will be inserting stretches in the pipe. Syed Atta Hasnain yesterday, when he came on our show, on our channel, said that the workers would be too weak to walk out, come on their own. So, they have devised a very novel strategy. There would be stretches with wheels, but the stretcher would be at this height, with small wheels. Now, there are two options. The first is that the worker lie on the stretcher on his own and then he will be taken outside. The second is, which is done during emergency, when a person is injured, you have an NDRF man lying on the stretcher, goes inside, takes out that worker, put him on his body with little bit of oxygen so that he can breathe, and he comes out. So a lot of people would say, why is this important? It is because one, he has been inside for 12-13 days. Second, he can feel claustrophobic. Third, he just might not have the strength. Suppose the stretcher breaks down. So the worker should have the strength to repair it. That the NDRF person will have. So the worker can lie still and NDRF worker can do the rest, which means getting out of the tunnel, again crawling back into the tunnel. So it's not going to be an easy operation, and this will have to be done manually. These stretchers are not connected to anything which is motorized. So people will need to pull it. It will be like a pull and push operation. That is one. This is the vertical tunneling that has stopped. The biggest challenge, this was a great success because tunneling per hour was excellent, far exceeded expectations, 50 meters they did. But then at the mouth of the tunnel, is laid with concrete and girders. So imagine if you have to make a vertical slit, you will hit the crust. Now the crust is made of concrete, wrought iron and reinforced iron. So that would have created a huge problem for two reasons. One, if you push that, it will create tremors the entire cavern, which is more than 2 kilometers long, though they were doing it 300 meters away from the workers. That's one. Second, it could have shaken the entire structure because it's all interconnected. So that is why there was a great push on the safest way, and that was the horizontal. That is why rat tunnel miners were deployed. Basically, it's the Madras regiment of the Indian Army which came. That's one. And secondly, they started doing manual mining with the plasma cutters. Now, issue is, how do they come out of the pipe? Everything is being readied. Let me just take you through some of the points which my colleague Nivriti has sent. Now, the point is that where will they go from here on? I am being told they will be taken to hospital. That's number one. Secondly, the hospital is slightly away from this place. Helicopters have been pressed into service. Then I have also been told that most of the workers, their family members have gathered there. So it's not as if that they're going to be put together, which means that to keep their morale high, Neha, they will be accompanied by the. It's like one of those things. When you are rescued, when you meet your family members, your hope to live, your hope to breathe, your hope to just stay alive and do better goes up. Isn't that?
Absolutely. In fact, the government was constantly telling the relatives of these trapped workers, Karthikeya, do not, engage in emotional talk. Keep their morale high, because they were constantly being told that, it's only a matter of time. And Pushkar Singh Dhami has tweeted.
Yes, बाबा बौखनाक जी की असीम कृपा, करोड़ों देशवासियों की प्रार्थना एवं रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगे सभी बचाव दलों के अथक परिश्रम के फलस्वरूप श्रमिकों को बाहर निकालने के लिए टनल में पाइप डालने का कार्य पूरा हो चुका है. This is an official acknowledgement by the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand that the work has been done. शीघ्र ही सभी श्रमिक भाइयों को बाहर निकाल लिया जाएगा. बाबा, there is a story here. I have to tell you this story. Baba Baukhnak. This is a story that how modernity and faith coexist. You've got prayer rooms inside hospitals.
Absolutely.
You've got faith rooms in airports. This particular temple was demolished. Now, you can call me superstitious, but Uttarakhand is the land of sacred spaces.
It is.
Post this, the accident took place. Then the entire team involved in that went and apologized to the priest. They came back. The temple was built again and puja was performed. These are the visuals. It's not a make-up story. These are the visuals, Neha. These are the visuals. They performed puja here. There's a makeshift temple also here, somewhere here, Neha. We'll play out the visuals. That temple idol was established here. That idol was established here, somewhere here. And then, I think in 48 hours, 72 hours, I think the good news has come. So it just tells you that faith is important for courage, courage under fire, values, to work hard. So, this interlinking of faith and modernity, faith and sciences is like social basis of the scientific revolution as written by Thomas Kuhn. When I read that story, it reminded me of that.
Absolutely. You can't take faith out of an Indian, and faith is what keeps you going under difficult circumstances. And Karthikeya, given what an excruciating process this has been for over 17 days, it would have taken not just, as you said, the most modern and state-of-the-art techniques, but a lot of faith on part of the trapped workers, on part of the rescue teams, on part of the families who've been waiting so anxiously for the safe return of their loved ones. Clearly, this has been a very, very difficult time for everyone involved, most certainly most challenging for those trapped workers. But I want to ask you this question, Karthikeya. You have focused on this story every single day since this incident happened. Over the weekend, one was reading distressing reports that said that the process was so complicated it could take several more weeks. And then suddenly something changed on Sunday. We've been talking about vertical drilling, we're talking about rat hole mining, we've tried to explain it to our viewers. You put it into perspective for us, Karthikeya. You've been talking to the experts, you've been talking to Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, who is a member of the NDMA, who has been holding daily press conferences, who's been appearing regularly on your show, giving our viewers updates on this entire rescue mission, on the complicated drilling process. What changed on Sunday?
Okay, there are three things here. A lot of things changed on Sunday. One, they had to completely rejig everything. They had to decide whether they want to go for vertical tunneling. See, there are three parts of it. One is the horizontal tunneling, Neha. The second was the vertical tunneling. And the third was from the back end. The back end was a huge task. It's like more than half a kilometer. I think that was the impossible task, but they were going ahead with explosion. So they were using explosives to clear the way. The most promising part was this one. because already they knew that this is full of girders, they knew the way, they knew the structure, they had a map, they had those oxygen pipelines, they had the communication pipeline, so the system was in place. System was in place in the sense that at least they could talk to people, they could provide them food, so they knew that this is something they could work upon. The emergency management was the vertical, that was the most desperate part. You see, Indian Himalayas are unlike Pir Panjal or Karakoram range. Himalayans are one, young, they are full of water aquifers, third they are moving mountains, fourth they are full of firelight, and fifth the soil shifts. That is why Joshimarg and Lansdowne subsidence took place. So in this case they were penetrating firelight, so it was easy. But then when you penetrate firelight, you also create a lot of reverberations, and they also knew that they would have hit this crust. Now that's the point I was trying to make. That vertical machine would have had to break through this. Imagine breaking through that armor. It would have disturbed the entire structure. That is why they went for the rat tunnel miners. Now rat tunnel miners, a lot of, I think a basic bigger example would be something like Vitkong tunnels, but it's slightly better than that. But imagine Vitkong tunnels are only for those who are Vitkongs. So rat miner tunnels are only for those who are the experts, because you use your hand to create tunnel, and only an expert can do that. This is the drone visual, Neha. This is the drone visual we are playing. I know the entire media is there, people are there, but you know this happens when the operation is big. But the question which we raised on Sunday, Saturday and Friday was, I think we need some sort of a regulatory agency for entire Himalayas. One. Secondly, the Char Dham project and other projects will need to undergo some sort of a scrutiny. How much road needs to be widened? How much tunnel should be built? Then third, there would be revision. There was no escape tunnel. Day before yesterday, I spoke to the gentleman who was part of the Jojila and Razdan project in Kashmir. You have escape tunnels. You don't have escape tunnels there. So why was no escape tunnel conceived? That's one. That's very important. Secondly, when you were undergoing for a project like this, people have to understand that they cannot serve political deadlines. You know, they have to serve the deadline of the stone, of the terrain. We are also joined by our correspondent Nivriti Mohan. Brilliant job done by you, Nivriti. Last 10 days. Neha is also with me in the studio. I'll take the first question. My question is, can you just give me a sense of timeline now, because that was prohibited by the government guidelines. Now the government itself has broken it. They're saying they're going to be out soon. So you give me the timeline.
So actually the drilling is almost complete, and the recent update that we had got from the authorities was that they have done more than 55 meters of drilling, but now the news that we are getting is that the drilling is complete, and I want to show you the view inside the tunnel. You can see there are security personnel, you can see Uttarakhand police there, you can see NDRF personnel, SDRF personnel are already standing here, and the number of ambulances you can see right now present at the site, which are preparing for, as soon as the workers will come out of the tunnel, they will be taken to these ambulances to the 41 bed facilities at the Chenyali Sor, that we had shown you that a special facility at Chenyali Sor has been prepared for these 41 workers. As soon as they are rescued, they will be taken to that hospital. Right now, if my cameraman is able to show you inside the tunnel, you can see that there are ambulances inside, and doctors have already gone inside. Doctors are already present there, and they have put around 7 to 8 beds. I'm not able to I don't know whether you can see it or not, but we are trying to show that inside the tunnel they have put some beds also, so that the primary medical checkup could be done there only, and whenever the workers are brought out, primary health checkup will be done inside the tunnel only, and after that these ambulances are ready here to take them, and you can see the team of medical practitioners also there. They should be the people who are deployed in these ambulances, and then doctors are also present here, NDRF, SDRF personnel whose work is to rescue them. And the way that they will be rescued is the pipes that have gone inside the tunnel, which have been inserted inside the tunnel. These are 800 mm pipes and 900 mm pipes, and they have prepared special trolleys so that the workers, if they are feeling weak, they can be dragged out on those trolleys. So those trolleys will be used to bring them out. After that, the primary medical checkup will be done inside the tunnel only, and then they will be brought out if immediate medical attention is required. There is a small hospital set up right outside the tunnel also, and then ambulances are here, as you can see. More than 20 ambulances right now I can see in front of my eyes, but there were 40 ambulances deployed here, more than 40 ambulances deployed here. According to the parking, 20 are here and the rest of them are waiting. As soon as this place is vacated, other ambulances will be also be brought in for the rescue of the trapped workers, and then they will be taken to, as I said, Chennai Hospital. The Chief Minister is already here, who just landed in half an hour back on the special helipad that has been prepared for this rescue operation in around near Brahmakhal, which is just 5 to 6 kilometers from this place. So he arrived half an hour back, and the good news is that drilling through the horizontal method has been completed, as we are getting the news, and all the preparations here are complete for the rescue of trapped workers inside. As soon as they come out, every facility is there, every preparation has been made so that they are safe, and it is ensured that they are healthy also. So if there is also one more arrangement that has been made, is that through these well-equipped ambulances, every facility is there in these ambulances as well. Through these well-equipped ambulances, they will be taken to Chennai Hospital, and if there is a need and somebody needs more medical attention which is not present in Chennai Hospital, then the workers who need more medical attention, they can be airlifted to AIIMS in Rishikesh, and for that also arrangement has been made. The specially made helipad in Brahmakhal, 6 kilometers from the site, is ready, and the workers who need more medical attention can be airlifted to Rishikesh AIIMS Hospital. And you can see the crowd here. You can see people out there, right outside the tunnel. People are there. There was a yagya done there. Havan was done there. You can see the yellow colored flags, and the local deity was prayed and Havan was done there. And you can see the local people are also here, present here, to see how this operation has been successful, and how the workers trapped inside, they come out and where they are taken, and many of them should be the relatives of the workers who are trapped inside. They have been waiting for their loved ones to come out for last 16-17 days now, Kartikeji, and you can see the crowd here. So everyone is excited after so much of
Nivriti, wait a minute, Nivriti, wait a minute, just give me a second. Neha, what Nivriti has been basically telling us is that that moment has come where everything has been assembled at the mouth of this place. She was telling us that the hospital they will be taking them to. She was telling us that Chief Minister have made the announcement. Nivriti, my question to you is very simple. You know, you remember when Syed Atta Hasnain was, मैंने आपसे पूछ लिया था कि वो स्ट्रेचर वाला सिस्टम है, तो वो स्ट्रेचर वाले सिस्टम से ही बाहर आएंगे या कोई दूसरा सिस्टम होगा? क्या हर व्यक्ति को एक एनडीआरएफ का आदमी पिक करने जाएगा ऑक्सीजन के साथ, या वो खुद लेटेंगे और वापस आएंगे? कैसे होगा? संक्षेप में बताइए, फिर नेहा से एक सवाल है।
जी बिल्कुल, ये तो देखना होगा कि अभी किस तरीके की परिस्थिति होती है, क्या जो लोग अंदर हैं उनकी हेल्थ किस तरीके की है, क्या वो स्थिति में है कि ट्रॉली को तो अंदर भेजा जाएगा। द ट्रॉलीज हैव बीन स्पेशली मेड विद व्हील्स, उसमें नीचे व्हील्स लगे हुए हैं, तो आपको क्या करना है, वो ट्रॉली को अंदर डालना है। वो जो इतना लंबा एक ट्रैक बन गया है आपका अराउंड 60 मीटर्स का, और उन पाइप्स के ज़रिए वो ट्रॉलीज़ अंदर जाएंगे और उन ट्रॉलीज़ पे रख कर ही लोगों को बाहर निकाला जा सकेगा। अब ये देखना होगा कि एनडीआरएफ के जवानों की तो अभी कुछ समय पहले एक ड्रिल भी हुई है, जिसमें किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू किया जाएगा उस पे उन्होंने एक ड्रिल किया है। सो there is a possibility that if the workers themselves are not able to handle the situation, then somebody may go inside and guide them how to do it. But अगर ऐसा नहीं हो पाता है, अगर लगता है कि वो खुद भी अंदर से आ सकते हैं जो फंसे हुए लोग हैं, और उनकी सेहत और उनका जो हालत है वो इस स्थिति में है कि वो खुद से उस पे लेट कर आ सकें, तो वो खुद भी लेट कर आ सकते हैं। बट जैसे ही उनको बाहर निकाला जाएगा, एनडीआरएफ के जवानों को उनके रेस्क्यू की तैयारी में थोड़ा सा वक्त लगेगा, आधा घंटा।
To hold your thought for a minute, I'd just like to tell our viewers, Nivriti, I'm really sorry. Let's span in a bit. You know, there were visuals coming in. General Singh is there. Neha, I think I saw General Singh in the shot. Okay, yes, the General Singh is there in the shot.
Yes.
And we can also see another gentleman with him.
Bhaskar Khulbe.
Bhaskar Khulbe is there. So, Prime Minister office is represented. The ministry is represented. The entire Jingbang is there, Neha.
Absolutely. In fact, what the Chief Minister's office has also said, Kartikeya, is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has once again spoken to Chief Minister Dhami to inquire about the situation as far as the rescue mission and the condition of the workers is concerned. The Prime Minister, as we know, has been keeping a very close eye on what's been going on there, and now you have a Union Minister General V.K. Singh present at the site. This is of course not his first visit. He's come to this site many times in the last 17 days, but this is the moment that we had all been waiting for, Kartikeya, with bated breath. Now it's only a matter of time before we see those workers emerging from the tunnel. The question is, as you asked Navriti, how much longer? The drilling process has been completed. That update has come from none other than Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami himself. Anxious relatives are at the site. Union Minister General V.K. Singh is at the site. Ambulances are on standby. The question now is, Kartikeya, and if you could just explain this to our viewers, what is the length of the tunnel that we are looking at? Because that is going to determine perhaps the timeline that you were discussing. How much longer before they finally come out of the tunnel?
You see, this tunnel is part of the Char Dham project. This tunnel is part of the Char Dham project, that's one. Secondly, what is happening is that this tunnel was supposed to be a connect to the other part, reducing timelines to the sacred areas. Now, before I go any further, let me just play out the bites of the workers.
दीपक कुमार।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, बाहर आने वाले हैं कुछ देर में, कैसा लग रहा है और किस तरह से स्वागत करेंगे?
अच्छा लग रहा है, निकल जाने के बाद तो अच्छे से स्वागत करेंगे उनको।
कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
हम लोग बिहार के रहने वाले हैं।
बिहार के रहने वाले हैं। तो अब जाने की क्या कुछ तैयारी है, कैसे जाएंगे?
वो तो आगे का प्रोसेस देखा जाएगा, पहले निकल जाए, उसके बाद डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
डॉक्टर के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद?
जी जी जी।
तो अच्छा, आपकी आखिरी बार उनसे कब बातचीत हुई तो और उन्होंने क्या बताया, कैसी तबीयत है?
कल परसों बात हुई थी, वो ठीक है, अंदर किसी तरह का कोई परेशानी नहीं था, बातचीत हुई थी, तबीयत सब ठीक था वो लोग को।
आपने उनको बताया कि बस आखिरी छोर पे पाइप?
बताया था कि बस लास्ट पहुंचने वाले हैं, थोड़ा और इंतजार करो। बोला ठीक है, कोई नहीं, हम लोग धैर्य बनाए हुए हैं, आप लोग भी सही से रहिए। बस यही बातचीत हुई थी लास्ट।
तो आप एम्बुलेंस में बैठ के जाएंगे क्या साहब?
जी जी
ठीक।
सीएम को दिखाना।
Okay, now I am also joined by Mr. Porwal. Mr. Porwal has been part of our show, Neha. Mr. Porwal ran the BRO. He was part of ambitious tunnel exercises, road exercises which BRO undertook. Mr. Porwal, you know, last time we were having a conversation and you said, you know, when it comes to missions like this, you know, timeline should be avoided. Can you please explain it to our viewers that what quickened this? You know, if I recall my conversation of last 24 hours, something has happened which we do not know. Something has happened in last 24 hours that everything seems to have fallen into place. Before that, nothing was falling into place. What has happened? Mr. Porwal.
Yes, actually that manual digging in a loose strata is very effective, and red hole mining, which used to be very popular in the Meghalaya, and some laborers are expert. So I think it is a great effort by the complete teamwork of all the teamwork, and I think we are able to reach to our colleagues, those who are stuck inside, and I think it is a victory of the collective teamwork and team efforts.
Okay, so how much time would you think that this exfiltration would take, if that's the word it be, you know?
It will take another half an hour, I think, and then another 5 to 10 minutes. Each labor, I think they will need 5 to 10 minutes to bring, because one by one they have to be brought outside. So the complete operation may take 2 to 3 hours by the time.
Mr. Porwal, in retrospect, people become very wise, and I'm not trying to be one. If this rat tunnel mining was so effective, why wasn't this tried? You know, we can be frank on this program, and I'm also joined by my colleague Neha Khanna. She would be also putting some questions to you.
And this is a question that does come to mind, sir. I mean, of course, hindsight is always 20/20, as Karthikeya said, but the fact that this process seemed to be such a complicated one, and it's now taken us 17 days to get to this point, but the success that we've had with rat hole mining seems to be stupendous. So many are wondering, why wasn't this tried earlier? What took us so long?
If you remember, on 14th, we discussed, and I said, since I was a chief engineer in Meghalaya, there I had constructed Sonapur cut and cover structures, and the strata was used also there. So at times we have to improvise, and in this present strata where the boulders are very loose, and rate mining would have been one of the ideal thing. That's why I described on the 14th day during my last interaction, we can try out the rate mining, and the laborers are expert. They do this coal mining in just 3 to 4 feet dia hole. So that can work. So I think idea is worked and it is good for all. Our colleagues are out now.
Okay. So Neha, you know, before we go any further, let me just give you a timeline. You know, the question which you had asked me. Let us play those visuals. You know, let us play those visuals here. Shalini, put them on here. Please put those visuals on here. And I'll tell you the timeline. You see, what has happened was that 41 laborers, they got trapped. Now, on November 12th, as the Silkyara-Dandal Gaon under construction under the Brahmakul-Yamunotri highway, it collapsed, and it happened around 5:30 am on the day of Diwali. So on the day of Diwali it happened, and then multiple agencies like NDRF, SDRF, Bureau, Project Executing Agency, NHIDCL, ITBP, they all joined the effort. So that was one part of it. On 13th of November, Pushkar Dhami visited the site, but the fresh rubble kept on falling. Fresh rubble kept on falling. So all these developments were taking place simultaneously. Now, since doctors are inside, we all know that it's in the final stages, so I'm going date by date. So on 14th of November, steel pipes of 800, 900 millimeters were brought to the tunnel site. So they thought that they will be able to rescue them. But then, you know, the trapped workers could only be supplied food, water, oxygen, electricity and medicine. November 15, dissatisfied with the first drilling machine, NHIDCL asked for a state-of-art auger machine which is airlifted from Delhi to speed up the operation.
Basically, if can I intervene now?
Let me just put this for a viewer. The drilling machine is assembled and installed. It starts working past midnight. 17, the working overnight. The machine drills 24 meters to 57 meters stretch. November 18, drilling does not resume on Saturday. Then November 19th, drilling remains suspended. November 20th, PM Narendra Modi speaks to Dhami. November 21st, rescuers release the first video. November 22nd, ambulances are kept on standby. November 23rd, iron obstruction that had caused a delay of 6 hours in the drilling is removed. And 24th November, the 25-ton machine is restarted. Today is 28th, sorry. Today is 28th. And today is 28th. and in last 72 hours, the turnaround happened. Mr. Porwal, please, your thoughts. Mr. Porwal.
Please.
Yes.
So that drilling in the horizontal drilling in the loose strata like a landslide muck is very difficult. Initially, the auger machine would have been effective because the lever arm was less. The deeper you go, because of horizontal deflection and vertical deflection and the loose matrix, the machines are likely to get damaged. So that exactly what has happened. And after once last 10 to 15 meter, I think manual digging would have been more thing. That's why that day we discussed and I thought that rate miner idea may somehow work out. When big machine doesn't work, the manpower works, and the smaller thing, it may take some little bit time, but it is safer. Because with the manual digging, vibrations are not there, and there is no chance of getting further landslide oblique collapse. Whereas in the machine, heavy vibrations are there, it can further collapse. So I think we learned from our things. So I think since that people tried initially with the auger and finally we changed over to the rate mining. And since I was in Meghalaya, so we used to see these 3 feet, 4 feet, where they used to do coal mining, illegal coal mining. So their laborers were expert. So these people can go in the 3-4 feet holes, and these mud can be taken out. And I think it was excellent team efforts by the complete, from Honorable PM's office, Chief Minister's, Honorable CM's office, NDMA, NHIDCL, Honorable Ministers, and the complete teamwork has paid. And I think it is one of the best outcome. Of course, we also learn, and we will now document, as engineers, we should document what all we faced and how we should do in future.
You have a question for Mr. Porwal?
Yes, Karthik. Mr. Porwal, you said something very important, because all eyes are now on that tunnel, because people are waiting with bated breath to see when these 41 workers will emerge from there. You said it could take as long as 2 to 3 hours, because only one worker can be brought out at a time. We are looking at a rescue of 41 people. Stretchers have been brought in. NDRF personnel are inside the tunnel. Could you please explain that process to our viewers, sir?
The process will be basically, firstly, our NDMA team will go inside, and they will pick up one by one person in the stretcher. It will be pulled from outside. Then once the one gentleman comes out, the trolley will be sent again inside by pulling the rope inside again. So it will take 5 to 7 minutes, maybe around 5 to 7 minutes per person. So we will take 2 to 3 hours in the complete process.
Now let me go across to Nivriti, if Nivriti is on with me. Nivriti, am I audible to you?
Yes, Karthikeya ji.
Okay, I know it's going to be a long day, Nivriti, sorry, but that is the nature of the beast, and that's how TV works, and that is how studio and outstation reporters work. Sometimes studio has to wait for the guest, and sometimes reporters need to wait for the studio to come back. Now to you, Nivriti, what has happened? Anything you have just collected last 15-20 minutes when we were not talking to each other? Have the stretchers gone inside? Have the stretchers gone inside? And what happened? What about vertical tunneling is now completely out of option, which means now all the evacuations are going to take place from the horizontal tunnel. मैं कह सकता हूँ इसको?
Right. As far as vertical drilling is concerned, it was at 44 meters when we last spoke, and according to the last update. But now, as the drilling from horizontal side is complete, the stretchers are already inside. Yes, the doctors are inside, and as I would like to show you through my camera, and you can see the security people out there. They are present there, and there are some 7 to 8 beds that have already been placed inside the tunnel, so that as soon as the workers are brought out, their primary checkup could be done inside the tunnel only. And after that, as I said, Karthikeya ji, there are a number of ambulances, number of people here standing and waiting to welcome all the rescued workers who will be brought out, and ambulances are here. They are already prepared to take all the rescued workers to the proper medical facility. But right now inside the tunnel, they have placed 8 beds. There are workers inside. There are doctors inside, psychologists inside. Everybody will be speaking to each and every person who is rescued from the tunnel. Individually they will be spoken with, and then every care will be taken that they are okay. Before they are brought out of the tunnel, it will be assured that they are okay mentally, and their health will be looked after. Now you can see that inside the tunnel there is a lot of crowd now. Till yesterday and day before yesterday it was completely empty because auger head was still stuck inside, and then yesterday we came to know that now auger machine has had been pulled out of the tunnel completely, and there was a ray of hope. And in the morning we received the news that around 55 meters of drilling was already done, and now we are getting this positive news that drilling is almost complete. They are almost to reach the workers now. Drilling is complete, and they are just to contact the workers, after which the pipe, the micro tunnel of pipes that has been laid of around 60 meters, through that pipe workers will be dragged out with the help of the trolleys that have been specially made to rescue these workers. This is the latest updates as of now, Kartikeji, and as soon as the expert has also told us that for each worker to rescue, it will take 4 to 5 minutes, because you have to send the trolley inside for 60 meters, and then the worker will lie on that trolley, and then it will be pulled out for another 60 meters.
You just stay with me. Keep the visuals like this. You stay with me. You keep the visuals like this. I'm going to read out certain updates. One, clothes of the laborers had been taken inside. Uttarakhand CM Pushkar Singh Dhami has entered the tunnel. Data and voice services provided at the vertical location of Silkyara tunnel. Telecom operators have provided data and voice services at the terminal location, which is the vertical location at the hilltop, which is the top. Then it's a matter of, quote unquote, it's a matter of happiness for us. I want to thank Prime Minister Modi, Uttarakhand administration and those involved in the rescue operation on behalf of the UP government, says Arun Mishra, coordinator of the UP government for rescue mission. I think Neha, good news is going to come out very soon. And even Assam Chief Minister has tweeted 2 persons from district Kokrajhar, Assam have been trapped inside, and he is also thanking. So I think, and the latest visuals of the hospitals have also come out. We have been told that preparation is complete at the community health center of Chinyalisur, which is the treatment center of 41 workers. Anyone who is serious will be taken to All India Medical Institute Center at Rishikesh. So that's a very important development that has taken place. So any more sign of something happening, Nivriti? Anyone coming out? Have the stretchers gone inside? Because CM has gone inside.
No, not as yet. The chief minister has gone inside as of now, but nobody has come out of the tunnel, at least not in our sight. We cannot see anybody coming out of the tunnel, especially the workers who are to be rescued. But yes, there is a lot of crowd inside, and there is a lot of activity that can be seen inside the tunnel with the beds. I can see the beds out there that have been laid, so that the workers who are feeling weak or something, they can be first of all tested inside the tunnel only, and their primary health checkup is done inside the tunnel only, and then thereafter they will be taken out. But it is going to take time for all the 41
I think some movement is taking place. I think some movement is taking place. Yes, Nivriti, I think some movement is taking place. Neha, some movement has started to take place. Look at these visuals. Look at these visuals, the one which, let's do a close-up there. Some movement was taking place. I think some people were rushing inside. There is a movement, a lot of people are standing there. I won't use the word commotion, but something is definitely happening inside. If you look at these visuals, I think they are all smiling. I think the good news is going to come, Neha.
Absolutely, and you know what? There are already reports, Kartikeya, suggesting that some of the trapped workers have been evacuated.
Reports
These
by
are
agency.
reports. We are not saying we have an independent confirmation
Reports.
of it, but some reports suggesting that some of the trapped workers have been evacuated by the rescue teams, but we will have to wait for an official confirmation.
Correct.
And in fact, there is a press briefing, Kartike, that is scheduled for 4 p.m. Of course, there's been a daily press briefing, as we know, in the last 17 days.
Neha,
but this is going to be a significant one.
I think, Neha, I think this press briefing will be done post-rescue, if I'm not wrong.
You know, the information that we have right now is that it is scheduled at 4 p.m. Does that mean that the government is confident that these workers will be out in the next 1 hour? At the very least, we can hope to get some of those much anticipated details of this rescue operation of the last 24 hours when this press conference does take place. Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, member of the NDMA, has been in fact one of those officials who's been leading from the front, updating the nation on this entire rescue effort. And now we finally have some good news, and that is what we want to focus on, Kartike. But you know, one question does cross my mind. I wonder if you have thoughts on this, and I wonder if Navriti wants to add something to this. You know, there is good news. They are finally going to come out of the tunnel. But are there serious concerns about the health condition of these 41 workers, considering we're talking about 17 days?
I think that's a good question, Mr. Porwal. In what way, if people who are trapped inside? I think that's a very good question. In what way the people are affected? Can you take us through what happens if you are there in a confined space for 17 days, Mr. Porwal?
17 days is a longer period, but fortunately they are in the group. So once they are in the group, they are still able to manage. But definitely there must be some sort of impression sort of thing, and it will take some time by the time they become normal. But whenever we are in the group, and for last 5-7 days, since our people are in touch, so their morale is high, and the Honorable CM and many senior people from NDMA, NHIDCL, Government of India are in touch. They are in touch with the family members. So of course they are in a bad shape. But to some extent, I think they will take some time by the time they recover properly. Physically and a little bit mentally, and some of them may face issues, not all, but I think they have to get treatment for some time, and their health condition need to be monitored for some time.
PTSD is probably a condition that most of them are going to suffer from for a very long time. An incident of this nature can really leave you scarred for life. But right now, of course, our focus is on their physical condition, Kartike. We're all hoping that once they are brought out, ambulances are on standby, community health center is ready, beds have been laid out. So, of course, they will get the immediate medical attention that we need. Our hope and prayer is that they all come out in a condition that can be tackled effectively and quickly enough, that none of them are in a serious condition, because this is a 17-day period that we are talking about.
Okay, let me play out a couple of bites and then we go back to our guests there. Let's play all the bites we have.
मैं अंदर नहीं गया हूँ, जहाँ तक परमिशन है मैं वहीं तक गया हूँ, और आप लोगों की दुआ से अच्छी खबर कहा जा रहा है 1-1.5 घंटे में निकाला जाएगा। ऐसी कुछ हमें कंक्रीट जानकारी दी नहीं गई है, ना हमें आगे जान भी दिया जा रहा है। हम लोग भी यही हैं, जैसे आप हैं वैसे हम लोग। आपके आज कितने
जब डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तभी होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी?
आज नहीं हुई।
कब हुई थी आखिरी बात?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने? कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना ठीक है कि बुरा है, क्या पता।
तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी।
कपड़े वगैरह आपने पैक कर लिए?
जी पैक कर लिए।
तो अब आप लोग साथ लेके जाओगे अस्पताल तक?
हाँ, अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर साथ में जाएंगे।
डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
डॉक्टर के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद?
जी जी जी।
तो अच्छा, आपकी आखिरी बार उनसे कब बातचीत हुई, तो और उन्होंने क्या बताया, कैसी तबीयत है?
परसों बात हुई थी, वो ठीक है, अंदर किसी तरह का कोई परेशानी नहीं था, बातचीत हुई थी, तबीयत सब ठीक था वो लोग को।
So now this is the big picture. Nivriti, now I think we are very close to it. The message we are getting is that very soon this operation will come to an end. The Chief Minister has gone inside. So what will be the drill when they come out of it? Nivriti.
Yes, Kartikeji, as we have been talking about, whenever the workers are rescued from inside the tunnel, and I'm getting some information from inside through the workers who have been working there, that some of them have already been brought out. I don't know. We need official confirmation on that, but this is what I'm getting to know from inside. Now, after they are brought out of the tunnels, the NDRF and SDRF teams, as you can see, they are ready. It is going for NDRF and SDRF teams to rescue them from inside the tunnel. They will. It is now their responsibility that they are brought out of the place where they are trapped in through the pipes that have been inserted for a complete 60 meters now, and these pipes are going to be used for the rescue of the workers trapped inside. The trolley will be used that has been specially prepared to rescue the workers from inside the tunnel, and the trolley has got wheels. What they will be doing, the NDRF personnel and the SDRF personnel present here will be doing is that they will be dragging the trolley through that pipe for the entire 60 meters, and then one worker will lie down on the trolley, and then it will be dragged out of the tunnel. So this is going to be 60 meters in and 60 meters out, and another a minute or two for the worker to lie down, depends on in what condition the worker is, and then it will take 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 minutes or maybe 10 minutes for one worker to be rescued from inside the tunnel. And what information I'm getting is few of them are already out of the tunnel, out of the place where they were trapped inside. But we need an official confirmation on that before I say that with complete confidence. But yes, 5 to 10 minutes for each worker, as our expert has also said that it is going to take 2 to 3 hours more before we see all the workers coming out of the tunnel. NDRF has already done their drill in which they have practiced how to rescue the workers, and that drill is going to work when they do it practically here and bring the workers out. Once the workers are brought out, they have placed 8 to 7 beds inside the tunnel only, depending on the condition of the workers. They will use beds, and a primary health checkup will be done inside the tunnel only. There will be a checkup of all the workers, and then after that you can see ambulances are ready. And you can see the number of ambulances that have been parked right outside the tunnel. But these are not all the ambulances which are present here. I can see around 20.
These visuals on the left hand side are very, very important. Now the ambulance is going inside. These ambulances are going inside. Now these are the live visuals I am playing out for you. Ambulances are going inside, which means that the workers are being taken ambulance by ambulance. Now that's a very important thing. I think 1 ambulance per worker or 2 ambulance per worker. So all these ambulances are going inside the tunnel. This is the mouth of the tunnel. This is the mouth of the tunnel, and they're all going inside. So it's a big development. Air ambulances also stand by. Now ambulances are going inside the tunnel. Ambulances are going inside the tunnel. They are not outside the tunnel. They are inside the tunnel. Now let me play out the graphics. Before the workers come out, let me play out the graphics first. Let's put them on air. Let's play them out. Now, 41 workers trapped inside the collapsed tunnel. Contact established with trapped workers. Steel pipes of 800-900 mm diameter brought to the tunnel site. Auger machine airlifted from Dubai, 15th. New drilling machine assembled and installed, 16th. And then on November 17, the machine drills about 24 meters through the 57 meter stretch. 18th, vertical drilling through the top of the tunnel. 19th, drilling remains suspended. Bad day, very bad day that. 21st, rescuers release first video of the trapped laborers. That was the breakthrough. And then 22nd, horizontal drilling done till 45 meters. That was something which no one expected that this will happen that day. Then 23rd, iron obstruction. Now, this was the problem. This was the big issue. It all came to, it's like congealed iron, it congealed iron. The plasma cutters had to be brought in. That was the big problem. Drilling halted again. Auger drilling machine faces a hurdle. What was the hurdle? Wrought iron, aluminium, everything which had come together. That was the hurdle. This was the big hurdle. Auger machine busted. Experts resort to other options. That was the crisis day. On that day, people realized that something else had to be done. And then rescuers take out broken pieces of auger machine. The whole damn machine broke. It broke in two pieces. Then rescuers drilled down to the trapped workers. That was something which was very, very important. Very, very important. And this is important, but this is the most important visual. Let's play this full screen. The ambulances are going inside. So good news is going to come out. Neha, good news is going to come out. Ambulances are going inside, which means that the workers are going to come out any time now.
Absolutely. It almost seems as if it's one ambulance per worker, Karthikeya, and these ambulances going in is the clearest sign yet that the workers are on their way out. Obviously, they are in an extremely fragile condition. They need to be put in ambulances right away. That is how they're going to be taken to the community health center, to the hospitals where they are going to get the treatment that they need. And as Karthikeya has been saying, this is really the clearest sign yet we've seen of the good news that these trapped workers are going to be finally out. Karthikeya, what a relief, not just for the trapped workers and the anxious families, but for the entire country, really.
Neha, the fact that each and every ambulance is going inside, it just tells us that they are going to be out. Doctors are also here. Neha, doctors are also here. Only doctors are going inside.
Yes.
The ambulance is going inside. Mr. Porwal, are you there with me? I think, Mr. Porwal, it's a good day.
Good day. I think it's a teamwork. Teamwork is paid well.
Yes?
Yes.
It's a good day?
Yes, good day. And we must compliment our complete team, those who worked for relentlessly last 17 days, worked hard. And finally, actually, every rescue mission, we have learnings. So we must take the learnings, we must utilize for the future things, and we can avoid what we have missed earlier. I think we can avoid in the future to face this type of situation.
What can be avoided? This was a question which
Basically,
was also asking me. I think you are better.
Horizontal drilling in loose strata is not very effective. Because it is in the foreground, horizontal drilling can be very effective, but I think partially machine was good because when comparatively for initial length it could do it, but when it became too loose and too far, that time I think manual digging is effective, and I think we have seen the results also. So I think combination of the efforts paid off well. I think there is no need of vertical drilling because it may further damage the tunnel also.
So can I add to that question that Karthikeya just put to you? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did it take us long to resort to manual rat hole mining for the simple reason, rat hole drilling for the simple reason that this process is actually banned? Is it because it is believed to be damaging for the sensitive and fragile ecosystem of that area?
This rat hole mining is nothing. It is manual digging. And basically, rat hole mining is very popular among the coal mines in Meghalaya, where the horizontal digging is done manually and they pull out the coal. And with the machine, there is huge vibrations are there, so further collapse can occur. So I think to switching over manual digging or oblique manual digging was one of the very wise decisions, and that paid us well. So I think now in the loose strata, manual drilling also can be tried out in last few meters.
Okay, Okay, now let me play out a couple of more visuals. Since good news is coming from all the quarters, this is Rishikesh, as I was telling you. That is where some of the workers will go. This is the trauma center which has been prepared for the workers, Neha. And here in this trauma center, these people will be going. We have the visuals of inside the hospital. A ward has been created for them in this hospital. So everything has been taken care of. It's not as if they are going to be treated outside the tunnel. No, they will be taken here. Special efforts have been made, and my heart goes out for these people. Where do these people come from, Neha? Yeah. What was the job profile? From 18,000 rupees, they were getting 18 to 25,000 rupees per month. That was the job they were doing. Yeah. And they're from UP, Bihar, all those poor parts of Indian states where migration is a result of local unemployment, failed local economy. And they were trapped there. So, if they don't earn, the families don't get to eat.
Exactly.
If they don't earn, then there is a stress. So, every day counts. So, that is why these workers are not only symbol of technological prowess. Yeah. These workers are also symbol that how Indian economy has grown over a period of time. And these are the muscle of Indian economy, these workers, Neha.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, it's absolutely heartbreaking what they've been through, the nightmare the families have lived through. I believe some of them have said they are never sending their men back to work in these tunnels, which is completely understandable because such a tragedy, such an incident would leave anyone scarred for life. But for now, really, the good news is, as we're looking at these visuals, this is the trauma center where these rescued workers are going to be taken in shortly. We've seen visuals of ambulances going into the tunnel one by one.
These are the live shots, Neha. These are the live shots, Neha, from the ground zero. The doctor, all the
medical workers.
I know how many doctors
filing in.
These are the live shots. I don't know how many doctors have been deployed, but I think they must be there in hundreds there. And for them to go, and this is not a small tunnel, so many doctors have gone inside. If you look at the paraphernalia, I think there are thousands of people out there at this point of time. The scrutiny is global. This reminds me of I don't think there can be a similar comparison, but Thailand tunnel rescue where children were involved or something.
Or some multiple unfortunate incidents in this country that have taken place over the years where children have fallen into bore wells and their rescue has taken a long time in many cases.
And there's a bite from the hospital. There's a bite from the hospital. Let me play out that bite of the hospital. Then we'll go to the ground zero and then we'll go back to our correspondent Nivriti.
एम्स ऋषिकेश में श्रमिकों को सिर्फ उसी कंडीशन में लाया जाएगा अगर उनकी जो है ट्रीटमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल उत्तरकाशी में पूरी नहीं हो पाती है। हमने एम्स ऋषिकेश में उन्हीं श्रमिकों के लिए हमारे पास देखिए 20 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में डिजास्टर बेड्स हैं, कुछ आईसीयू बेड्स हैं और एमएस पूल के बेड हैं। तो हमारे पास पूरी कैपेसिटी है कि अगर इनकेस अगर श्रमिकों को एम्स ऋषिकेश में लाया जाता है तो हम उन्हें अच्छे से यहाँ पे इलाज दे सकते हैं। देखिए ऐसा है कि एम्स ऋषिकेश में 4 टीम्स डॉक्टर्स की जो हैं 4 टीम्स तैयार की गई हैं, जिसमें एक जनरल मेडिसिन के डॉक्टर्स हैं, दूसरी टीम में एनेस्थीसिया के डॉक्टर्स हैं और तीसरी टीम जो है साइकेट्री के डॉक्टर्स हैं और एक ट्रॉमा सर्जरी के डॉक्टर्स की टीम है। वहाँ पे जो है लोकेशन पे भेजने का अभी के लिए तो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं है, लेकिन हमने एक टीम उसके लिए भी रखी हुई है जिसमें कुछ नर्सिंग ऑफिसर और डॉक्टर्स हैं। इन केस ज़रूरत पड़ती है और हमारे पास उत्तराखंड सरकार की तरफ से कोई निर्देश आता है तो हम इस टीम को जो है वहाँ के लिए मूव कर सकते हैं। राज्य सरकार के साथ हमारे जो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं एम्स ऋषिकेश के प्रोफेसर मीनू सिंह, वो पूरे उनके साथ जो हैं कनेक्शन में हैं। बाकी हमने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप भी क्रिएट किया है जिसमें उत्तराखंड सरकार के और एम्स ऋषिकेश के डॉक्टर्स हैं। तो जो भी नई अपडेट होती है तो हम सारे एक साथ उसमें जो है अपडेटेड हो जाते हैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के ज़रिए।
So the doctor at the All India Medical Institute, Rishikesh Neha, he was talking about how they have prepared every setup. Mr. Porwal, what is the biggest learning curve here? Is it that we need a regulatory authority when it comes to the entire Himalayan region, or was it the escape tunnel? What is the learning curve? Now the good news is out. There has to be an introspection, sir. Every exercise, every operation has an introspection. It's not a witch hunt. But if you look back, what are the learning curve? What is the takeaway?
I had spent almost 37 years in the Indian Himalaya and the hill roads only. Way back in 1980, I joined as a young officer through engineering services, and our Himalaya is one of the most difficult terrain in the world because they are fragile, these are challenging work. So it is basically a combination of all. Firstly, the geology is poor. Secondly, I think during tunneling also some lining issues may be there. Thirdly, now what we learned, I think this escape tunnel during construction may be in the form of very crude method. Say even 800, 900 meter mm dia pipe, if we keep in future, so if something happens in future, it will be very handy. So I think we have to prepare SOP. Of course, there may be a provision of the escape tunnel after completion or during the completion, which I don't know. It must be in the documents. But I think since our ecology is very fragile, this particularly geology is poor, so we have to be careful, and I think we should be prepared. And particularly if you see visually also, the tunnel portal, the strata is very poor. So I think in this strata, the possibility was there. So I think we have to take care now, and we have to prepare a comprehensive standard operating procedure or policies to plug all whatever the loopholes we will observe collectively during construction, also during the investigation also. So aim should be to find out what were the shortcomings, how to go about it, and how in future, in what best way we can, because now tunneling is going in a big way in our country now. So I think we have to further enrich our knowledge, and we have to train our people also, particularly I think most of the workers and engineers with the contractors and consultant, I think they need a proper training also. And I think we may have to use of the experience of the experienced people visiting in between to guide the new people.
Well, if I could just ask you, sir, to look at the big picture for a moment. I am not trying to draw an analogy here, but fact of the matter is, exactly 1 decade ago, there was the Kedarnath disaster in the same state of Uttarakhand. None of us have forgotten what happened back then, the number of lives that were lost. And so much was said about how we have not been, careful in dealing with the fragile ecosystem of the hills. And sir, 1 decade down the road, with your hand on your heart, would you say that we've really learnt our lessons? Because unfortunately in this country, disasters seem to happen way too often. We do our postmortems, we claim that we've learnt our lessons, but do we really learnt our lessons? Are these lessons really implemented?
Basically now, what I said earlier also, particularly in some of the hills like Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and these are the places where we have to take care of the ecology, geology. So all development has to be planned with the possible effects and possible mitigation measures. Now, each of the project, we may have to look what all can happen, what all mitigation measures will be required, what all precautions will be required, what all we have to incorporate during the design construction to minimize the impact on the environment, geology. So it is possible with the technology available, though it may cost a little bit more. But I think we have to strike a balance between the development as well as ecology. We cannot ignore the development also. At the same time, we cannot ignore our ecology and the environmental aspects also. So I think we have to optimize both the things in a proper way. And therefore, we will need a multidisciplinary teams where even environmentalists will be there, engineers will be there, geologists will be there. So they can just list their concern, and the engineers and the those who are executing on the ground, they can find out what are the probable solutions. And I think jointly, if we work together, I think it may take little bit efforts, but I think we can do it. So I think we need a more coordination in future, and teamwork and a multidisciplinary team should work together to minimize the damage and to avoid the such type of situation in future.
Okay, now there's a little bit of information that has come out. Let me tell you what this information is. Now the information that is coming out is that each worker, this is the latest information I am telling you, each worker will be brought out one by NDRF workers as per previous plan. One worker, one time. As per decided by National Disaster Response Force, personnel are expected to enter the steel chute pushed into the drilled passage and then bring out workers one by one. That's one. Secondly, going by the practice drill, Each worker will lie down on a wheeled stretcher that would be pulled by rescue workers outside using ropes. This is expected to take 2 to 3 hours. PTI has reported it. So if this operation is going to start by say 3:30, then I'm very happy to say that by 6:30 today evening, every worker is going to be out. It means that in next 3 hours, we will see a very successful culmination of this operation. And this operation was pretty complex, because the reason why this operation was pretty complex, because this had phyllite rock. And there are two types of rat holes, because a lot of things were said about rat hole mining. When dug into the ground, these are vertical shafts leading to the mines where horizontal tunnels are dug. The second type is where horizontal holes are dug directly in the hillside to reach coal seams. Mr. Porwal, these, as my colleague was saying, these rat hole mining is banned in Meghalaya, but ultimately these skills had to be deployed in Uttarkashi.
Yeah, because basically I was in Meghalaya for 3 years. I was posted in Shillong. So whenever we used to pass, our boys used to say, "Sir, let us see rat hole mining." So with the curiosity, we used to go and we used to ask the workers how they do it. Bola sir, we just do it. We will just within the 3-4 feet, they will go inside, they will do the mining, they will bring the bucket on the same trolley and with the ropes. So it's all improvisation. So these people are expert laborers. We used to call them, you are expert laborers. And I think they used to do good job and they used to earn a lot of money also.
Okay. Now there are a couple of graphics. Let me play out those graphics and then I'll go back to my correspondent Devriti. Let me play out those graphics. Let us take those graphics full screen. And this graphic is, doctors are inside the tunnel, 7 to 8 rescue beds placed inside the tunnel. So 41 bed community health center in Chenyalisur, that has been kept ready. So that's one part of it. 41 ambulances stationed for immediate first aid. Couple of them are inside, couple of them are outside.
And if I may just add to that, Karthike, a green corridor has been established to ensure that each ambulance is transported to this makeshift hospital that you just referred to, which is located 30 kilometers from the tunnel site.
Absolutely, 30 kilometers. So it's not a it's a very well coordinated operation. And let me tell you, a lot of things were tried, lot of things were put in place, but there was one aspect. Prime Minister office immediately seized the initiative. Prime Minister office immediately seized the initiative, and it is because of this reason that the entire machinery was working. People from all the projects around this area, which is like, if this is the project area, the Tehri, other areas, they all came to this place. The best experts came. From army they came, from NDRF they came, from disaster management they came, the Prime Minister office, the engineers, civil ministry. So everyone was out there. So it was not an easy task. So Mr. Porwal, when this operation is coming to a successful end, and when the workers will come out, I ask you a very tough question. You can answer us this in detail, please don't skip it. Do you think that this tunnel has a hope, keeping in mind the sort of drilling activity it has undergone? Do you think that this tunnel can be remade and maintained for Char Dham, or some other access will need to be deployed? Your observation, please take us through, whatever you think.
This tunnel can be made it. The only thing, we have to properly design the linings. Basically, tunneling main thing is, once you dig inside, if rock quality, it is known as RQ, rock quality is good, then accordingly tunnel lining is designed. Here rock quality is poor, so we have to design. So there are designs are all over throughout the world. It may cost a little bit more, but now they have to get the tunnel lining designed properly and execute properly. So this tunnel can be used. There is no, because even most of the Himalaya, we have a similar type of strata. So we have to do the tunneling in this type of area. The only thing, we have to take more care, and I think we have to do tunnel lining design properly, execution properly also. And at the same time, whatever the precautions are required, actually tunneling can be done in the soft grounds also. Like Delhi Metro, they may be doing even in the earth also. So the only thing, tunneling can be done, there is no issue. The only thing, lining has to be designed as per the strata made. And once it is able to withstand a proper load, there is absolutely no issue. So I think the same tunnel can be used, but I think we may have to revisit the complete tunnel lining design executed so far, or whether we need it strengthening. So accordingly, and at the same time, I think we may have to put some instrumentation also. because instrumentation will give us any movement of the thing. So generally, when I could see the tunnel lining, I could find number of cracks are there. So there must be already distressed. So this some movement is there, but unfortunately we are not able to measure it properly. There are no methodologies are there where any movement can be measured. So actually tunnel science is very developed, and the only thing in Europe and other countries, tunneling is not a big issue because Tata is good. Even our Maharashtra, southern part, there is no issue. Particularly northeast and the Uttarakhand and these areas are challenging area. So we have to develop and improve our knowledge. And I think we can execute it as a teamwork. I don't think any problem. The only thing we have to be little more careful, and tunneling line has to be designed properly and we can use it. So it will work.
Okay, now let me play out some couple of bites here. And once those bites are played out, then we'll go back to our correspondent Nivritti Mohan who joins us. But let us play out those bites.
बस 4 दिन से यहाँ पे हूँ और जगन्नाथ जी के आशीर्वाद से सारे 41 जो श्रमिक थे वो भी चंद सेकंडों में बाहर आएंगे। मैं जगन्नाथ जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। नहीं, अभी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से बात हो रहा था, क्योंकि अभी तुरंत श्रमिक लोग को मेडिकल में लिया जाएगा और कुछ घंटों के लिए, या हो सकता है 24 घंटा, जो स्थानीय सरकार निर्धारण करेगा इसको।
टनल से बाहर तो आ रही है बेटा, जब तक आंखें नहीं देखेंगे तब तक तो हमको भरोसा नहीं है सर। आंख से देखेंगे और उसका बाद नहीं तो हम जे जानते हैं वो बोलता हमको उसका बारी करबे करेंगे, खिलाएंगे नहीं, पिलाएंगे नहीं, हम देखें। और इतना दिन से जे 17 दिन हो गया, 17 दिन से आज 17 दिन हो गया, तो उतना दिन के हमका सब कोई देख रहा है, तो मतलब कि हम कुछ तो खुशहाली करेंगे ना। खाली हम बेसे के हमारा बेटा खाली निकल जाए वहां से और हम बेटा के खाली मुंह देखो और साथ में घर आ जाए, बस बेटा जैसे आएगा तैसे हम खोज के खुबारी के हम लोग खिलाएंगे।
बस जो प्रयास आप लोगों ने किया है वहाँ पर टनल में और जो मैनुअल काम हुआ है वो जो है सो उसका क्या शब्द से उनकी प्रशंसा करे, वो शब्द नहीं मिल रहा है। जितना भी किया जाए वो कम है कि चाहे हमारे सैनिक हो, योद्धा बन करके दिन रात एक करके हमारे विशेषज्ञ हो, राष्ट्रीय स्तर का, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का, और साथ साथ वहाँ के राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री, वहाँ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री और हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री, उनको जब सूचना मिल रही थी कि अभी भी कुछ बाधाएं हैं, तो वो डेली जो है सो उनका अनुसरण मॉनिटरिंग स्वयं कर रहे थे और उसका नतीजा या प्रतिफल ये मिला कि आज हम लोगों को खुशी का समाचार प्राप्त हुआ। जैसे प्राप्त हुआ हमारे बच्चे के चेहरे में मुस्कान है सो आ गया। बच्चे लोग जो है सो हिपी पूरे जिंदाबाद।
Okay, now let me go across to my correspondent Nivritti Mohan. Nivritti Mohan is there. Nivritti, what have you picked up? I know we haven't touched base for now roughly 20-25 minutes. Now what have you picked up? A lot of ambulances went inside, a lot of doctors went inside, both me and Neha saw it. But you know, there is no movement outside that. Why has that happened?
See, what is happening and what we are getting through our sources is that somebody from some source from BR was still telling me that the last pipe is still being inserted. Then we are getting information from the sources inside that the drilling work has already been done, and some of the information does say that 1 or 2 workers have already been rescued. So we need to wait for the official confirmation here. But yes, the drilling is almost complete and it's done, and we are waiting for the workers who are trapped inside to come soon as soon as possible. Now you can, as you were telling me, that there is activity, but it hasn't changed. The activity that was half an hour back, the same activity can be seen right now. A few vehicles are coming in and going out of the tunnel, but one thing that is for sure, that there is not much time when you will see the rescued workers coming out of the tunnel, and there will be happiness all around here, because there are people who have been waiting for the workers to be rescued, be it the workers who are working for their rescue, be it the different agencies who have come here, not only national but from international experts who have gathered here for this big rescue operation. It is one of the biggest rescue operations that have happened in India, and various agencies, more than 20 agencies have been working here day and night to rescue those workers, and experts in different areas. Like somebody's expertise was to drill horizontally, somebody was expert in drilling from the vertical end, and somebody was expert in the drift technology, somebody was expert in the manual drilling thing, and ONGC, NHIDCL, different DRDO was also involved. So different agencies were involved here, and as far as machines that were used here were also very big machines that you cannot see at one place at a time. Right now you can see those parts of the machine, orange parts of the machine. These are the auger machine. There you can see the American auger machine that is working. It is part of that, which has been very it has contributed a lot in reaching up to the workers. The auger machine was told to us till yesterday or day before yesterday that auger machine might not work again, so they were trying to pull it out, but finally what happened is that auger machine could push the pipes inside. So it is the combined effort of manual drilling and the pushing of pipes through the auger machine into the tunnel that has worked out. So they did not have to depend entirely on manual drilling after the auger machine's part was stuck inside, because auger machine, after it was pulled out and the damaged part was cut, after that also it could push the pipes inside. So this is how it worked, and now the moment that we are waiting for is that the 41 workers whose relatives, somebody's mother, someone's father, someone's brother, have been waiting for now 16 to 17 days here. They are camped here, and it is very cold here right now also.
Okay.
The weather is cloudy and it is expected to rain also. So in such difficult conditions, people have been waiting for their loved ones, and people have been working very hard.
I'll just hold you for a minute. Dr. Sudhir Krishna, former Secretary Urban Development, Government of India and Chairman Smart Cities Technical Committee, joins me. I'll also be joined by Dr. Sushil Kumar later, scientist, former head of Geophysics, Varia Institute of Himalayan Geology. But first to you, Dr. Sudhir Krishna, the congratulations to everyone who has done a splendid job. We are being told that the tunnel has been connected and very soon the workers will be out. The Chief Minister has announced. Good day? Good news, sir?
Absolutely. It's a wonderful news, and my heart goes out to all those who were trapped inside for so long, and 2 weeks almost, and now that they are coming out safely, welcome and greetings to them, and hearty congratulations and appreciation to all those who worked hard for 2 weeks. Day and night they toiled and worked whatever they could, stretched their energies and time in doing at all levels, various levels. So it's a wonderful occasion, excellent occasion, and occasion to rejoice. But I would say also occasion to reflect also. It's a very important occasion to reflect on what all went wrong, how all this happened, and what lessons we draw for the future. I think it's equally important, and not to reduce at all the happiness of the moment. That is absolutely important. But in that happiness, we should not lose sight of the lessons that ought to be learned and must be learned with this whole episode of how this has happened, because it is not a unique incident. It is one of the series of incidents of calamities of this kind, or one or the other kind, happening in the Himalayas, whether it is landslide event, whether it is subsidence events, whether it is event of tectonic activities, tremors and so on, and what is the impact on the Himalayan region, what is the correlation between the developmental activities and approaches being pursued, and on one hand, and these natural phenomena, adverse natural phenomena that has been repeatedly occurring, how the two have to be correlated, and how we can combine, have a good harmony between development and protection of the ecology and environment of the Himalayan region. So I think it's a wonderful moment for all of us. I compliment once again everyone.
Dr. Krishna, you're quite right, sir. We're all heaving a sigh of relief that this very difficult and complex rescue mission is finally coming to fruition. It is great news today, not just for those trapped workers and their anxious families, but for the entire country that has been praying for their safe rescue for the last 17 days. But as you rightly pointed out, sir, even as we celebrate and rejoice, over the fact that this is the nightmare is finally going to be over, we cannot lose sight of the lessons, the very tough lessons that this episode has taught us. So according to you, sir, what are the biggest lessons that India needs to learn from what has happened in the last 17 days?
Of the numerous lessons, I would put them in two categories. One is about how to handle the Himalayan region and how to handle development in the Himalayan region. We all have seen over the past several years, that Himalayan region is a very delicate region. It is not as solid as Deccan Plateau is. And it is a kind of fragile region in its own way, ecologically fragile region. It has allowed many things to happen, many good things. It is the home to large number of flora and fauna species. We have got, it is the source for the rivers, perennial rivers only come from Himalayas. And so therefore we have to understand what all it can handle. But the way we are treating Himalayas, we are developing roads which are wider, 2 lane, 1 lane became 2 lane, 2 lane became 4 lane, 4 lane now has to become 6 lane. And given a chance, we would like to develop 8 lane highways. Why do we want to run SUVs at 100 and plus kilometer per hour speed in the Himalayas? What is the big idea there? Why do we want to cut short the time and distance of travel between the dhams, 4 dhams by so many hours? What is the great rush to touch one and within 24 hours you want to visit all the 4 dhams? Why? So these are the questions we have to ask. And the answer is not to be discovered afresh. We have got a series of committees and committees and organizations that have raised this issue from time to time. We have a national mission on sustaining Himalayan ecology, which was launched way back in 2010 and reiterated at different intervals of time, 2014, 2017, 2021. But reiteration remained largely kind of, a formality kind of thing. It was never given the status that it deserved. That national mission recommended some very fundamental issues for development in the Himalayan region. One was that we should restrict the development of road network in the region. Where there are tourist places or religious places surrounding that, we should not have very big network of roads. People should cool down when they are close to but today we want to reach the sanctum sanctorum in our SUV. We want to reach right from Delhi to the sanctum sanctorum of the temple which we want to visit right in our SUV only. We don't want to walk one step. Everything must be through our cars, and that too high-speed cars. So I think that strategy was never recommended by the National Mission on Sustaining Himalayan Ecology. Secondly, it also recommended that the development of habitats should be restricted. It recommended that new habitats should not be encouraged. Existing habitats should be consolidated, which means that the habitat should be made more livable but we are developing hotels after hotels, 5-star hotels, resorts, and so on and so forth, which was not the recommendation at all. And thirdly, it also recommended that tourist inflow must be highly regulated. Now, whatever regulation has come through High Court of Uttarakhand. That is not the way it was intended. The government has to run in its own way. Not through the high courts, not through the National Green Tribunal. It has to run as a government, So the National Mission recommended that tourist numbers should be restricted, and not only that, tourist season should be also restricted. You cannot allow people to go to the Himalayan region all through the year because it must recuperate. The region must recuperate after getting a flurry of tourism activity for a while. Then it must be asked to recuperate and come back to normal. So these are the 3 major activities, major framework which were recommended by the National Mission, and these must be now given a framework where it stabilizes in our thinking mindset also.
Unfortunately, Yes, sir, you're quite right. Unfortunately, all these recommendations that are made by committee after committee over the years seem to just fall by the wayside. And, you've given us a very comprehensive picture of how we've gone horribly wrong in dealing with this very fragile ecosystem of the Himalayas. Have we been way too reckless in the manner in which we've gone about developing this area? You raise some very pertinent questions, sir. Do we really need an 8-lane highway? Do we really need to cut the travel time so much between these char dhams? Have we been way too ambitious with some of these developmental projects? Let me give the last word to Dr. Puri, who has to leave us after this, and I will come back to you, Dr. Krishna, in just a moment. Sir, your thoughts on what Dr. Krishna has just said. Even as we celebrate today the rescue of these workers, we cannot lose sight of all the very tough lessons that we've had to learn through this.
We have to do introspection from beginning, from planning, construction, the gaps during the planning, gaps during the construction, and what are the gaps what we observed during the rescue operations. So I think whatever we can document it properly, we can analyze, we can make a multidisciplinary team where all people can contribute. And I think we should not keep these documents in the files only. I think we need it to implement on the ground. And for that, I think we have to make some system. So I think whatever we have learned, we have to implement it very properly, particularly in our Himalayan, where the geology is issue. So I think it is possible that we introspect, and this introspection starts from planning, selection of the site, various investigation, and the steps to be taken during the execution, and proper this planning, design, and during execution, and various safety measures. Now, what we have learned, even if we don't have a proper rescue tunnel, even if we keep simply 3 feet dia pipe on the side of the tunnel. So though this may be it may cost little bit, but during such an emergency, I think it will help us out. So till we make the things of what we can do to begin with, in the all ongoing construction, as a immediate measure, we should keep at least 900 mm dia pipe on the side of the tunnel to overcome any such incident in future. And once the tunnel is constructed and proper escape tunnel is there, this can be removed. So these are the temporary measures during construction. I think we have to take care, particularly where the likelihood of collapse of tunnels is possible. We can anticipate. It is nothing new when the geology is very weak. It is possible. So I think whatever we have learned, and I think now we have to deploy more experienced personals during planning execution of the tunnel works.
Okay, Mr. Porwal, before I let go of you, how much time do you think that extraction would take place, keeping in mind all the 41 workers? Because everyone is inside, the pipe has been laid, the stretchers are laid.
So I think average 7 to 8 minutes if you take, so 280, so around 3 to 4 hours, between anything around 3 hours plus minus half an hour.
You are saying 3 hours plus minus, which means 8 minutes per worker.
So miss, it can take 3.5 hours. We can do in 2.5 hours. But secondly, I think during the first few operations, it takes time. Once it is repetitive operations, the time taken for the subsequent workers will be lesser. So initially, if they take 10 minutes, in the next cycle, they may take 9 minutes. And once they perfect in 5-7 cycles, they may come down to 5-6 minutes.
Okay.
So I think anything between 2 to 3 hours, we should be able to take our all boys from inside.
Okay, that's a good news. That's a good news. Thank you so much for joining me. And before we move on to our coverage, before I go to Sudhirji, let us play out the bites we have. The latest update.
स्थिति ये है कि अभी जो इनका 80 मीटर का मलबा गिरा हुआ था, उसके थ्रू एंड थ्रू इन्होंने 900 mm की पाइप डाल दी है। पाइप आर पार हो चुकी है, लोग वहाँ पे सेफ हैं। एनडीआरएस की टीम एक बार वहाँ पे जाके सब चेक कर चुकी है, तो शाम तक उम्मीद है कि सारे लोग बाहर आ जाने चाहिए।
एनडीआरएफ की टीम दूसरी तरफ पहुँच चुकी है।
एक मॉक ड्रिल तो कर लिया था उन्होंने, तो उसके बाद का इन्फॉर्मेशन मेरे पास नहीं है। हम लोग बाहर आ गए थे क्योंकि अब एनडीआरएस ने टेक ओवर कर लिया ऑपरेशन। हमारा काम सिर्फ इतना था कि वो पाइप थ्रू एंड थ्रू हो जाए। वो पाइप थ्रू एंड थ्रू हो चुकी है, उसके लिए हम स्टैंड बाय पे थे कि पाइप थ्रू एंड थ्रू ना हो तो हमारे इंजेक्शन मटेरियल्स को ग्राउट करके कंसोलिडेट कर दिया जाए ताकि पाइप थ्रू एंड थ्रू हो जाए। तो अब पाइप थ्रू एंड थ्रू हो चुकी है, 80 मीटर जा चुकी है, आर पार हो गई है पाइप। अब एनडीआरएस और आर्मी ने ऑपरेशन टेक ओवर कर लिए हैं। देखिए कोशिश तो यही है कि जितना जल्द से जल्द हो सके उनको बाहर ले आएंगे, वही एम है सबका। तो उम्मीद है कि देखिए शाम तक सारे लोग बाहर आ जाने चाहिए सेफली। सब सेफ है, ये कंफर्मेशन आ गया था, तो लेट्स सी, शाम तक सब कुछ हो जाना चाहिए।
हमारा यहाँ पे काम था, जो टनल थी उस टनल को हमको कंसोलिडेट करते हुए आगे टनल के अंदर आगे निकलना था, और जितना भी पाइप उसके अंदर जारी 800 mm डाई की जो पाइप जारी थी उसका कोफिशिएंट ऑफ फ्रिक्शन रिड्यूस करना था फ्रॉम द पाइप टू दी मक, जो उसके ऊपर वहाँ पे रॉक और सॉइल कंसोलिडेशन के बाद में उसका एक हमारे को एक कोफिशिएंट रिड्यूस करना था, ताकि जब हम पाइप पुश करें तो उनके बीच में फ्रिक्शन ना हो। जैसी फ्रिक्शन होगी तो हो सकता है कि कुछ पाइप बेंड होने का चक्कर हो सकता था, या फिर पावर प्रेशर ज़्यादा लग सकता था जब हम पाइप जैकिंग कर रहे हैं, और उससे मोटर डैमेज हो सकती थी। तो हमने उनके कंस्ट्रक्शन केमिकल्स प्रोवाइड कराए थे। पाइप थ्रू हो चुकी है। पाइप नवयुगा ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से, बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छी तरीके से और बहुत ही स्ट्रेटेजिकली एंड बहुत ही टेक्निकली साउंड वहाँ पे लोग हैं, उन्होंने ये सारी ऑपरेशंस को थ्रू कर दिया है विदाउट एनी हर्डल। कल रात से लेके आज सुबह तक उन्होंने धीरे धीरे बिना कोई जल्दी दिखाए हुए समझदारी से पूरी पाइप पुश करके ब्रेक थ्रू अचीव कर लिया है। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन का काम चालू हो गया। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में कम से कम नहीं तो 3 से 4 फेजेस होते हैं। वो पहले एक मॉक ड्रिल होती है, मॉक ड्रिल के बाद में जितना भी आपका अंदर लोग होते हैं उन अंदर लोगों को मॉक ड्रिल दी जाती है, उनका सिचुएशन देखी जाती है। एनडीआरएफ की टीम अंदर जा चुकी है। उसके बाद में जैसे ही वो अंदर आएंगे, जैसे ही पहला रैम्प बन जाएगा ऊपर तक जाने का, फिर वहाँ से लेके आ जाएंगे उनको बाहर।
A very important development. Let me give you this update. This is very important. Good news is coming. The good news is that NDRF has calculated that 3 to 5 minutes will be taken per person, which means that every 5 minutes, one person will be taken out. Secondly, the medical staff has arrived at Silkyara tunnel as rescue operation has reached its final phase. Approximately within 1 hour, we might expect the first worker to come out. And most important of all, the mock drill has taken place. The people have gone inside. Basically, the NDRF has taken over the operation. They have gone inside. They have come back and they have seen the stability of the scene. Dr. Sudhir, so mock drill has also taken place, sir.
Excellent. It is a wonderful thing. As I said earlier also, it is a great credit to all those who are involved in this rescue operation, whether these are the personnel from the drilling site or from the NDRF and other agencies, army and so on, and state police, and district police and so on. All our home guards and various authorities and agencies are working. Hard work they have put in. It's a wonderful thing, and they all deserve high credit. And we are all looking forward to the trapped workers coming out safe and sound in the next few hours. Definitely, it is a wonderful thing, and I think we should celebrate that. It's cause for celebration. Wonderful. As I said earlier, that there is a cause for learning lessons also, because what all happened to this tunnel, what all went wrong, and even after tunnel, why the tunnel collapsed in the first instance, and once it's collapsed, why did it take so long? Why could not get the clue as to how to handle this whole collapsed portion, how to resolve the problem? We had to, I remember 14 days ago when it started, everybody said within 2 days they will be taken out. And the 2 days kept on, and the system kept on changing, the methodology kept on changing, which means that those who designed the tunnel had no idea that it might collapse, and if it collapses, what SOP operating procedure will be there to resolve the problem. They had no idea, I think, and therefore we had to call people from all over the world to resolve the problem. So therefore, it is high time to realize that, because tunnel boring is not the first, neither it is going to be the last. We are going to have tunnels all over the country here and there, whether it is the railways or everybody requires tunnel. So I think we have to develop capacities of the organizations, and whether it is NHIDCL or NHAI or whatever, whosoever is involved, they must understand the task much better. We must go global, but if we can't handle a tunnel within our own country, then it's not a good thing, no? It's not a good thing. So I think this is a very serious matter. A high-level inquiry is called for to understand as to what went wrong. And look here, what the report we see is that why the auger machine broke down, because it encountered girders and concrete materials. Where did it come from? It must have come from as a construction waste, and construction waste must have been dumped there. So what was the procedure for dumping the waste of the construction activities? Who observed that? What was the SOP? what was the role of the authorities of the NHIDCL and other authorities agencies who are working there. So very serious questions have to be, listed out, and proper answers have to be found out and taken to logical end to prevent such disasters from happening again.
You have been talking about a regulatory authority, and we had discussed this ad nauseum. That tunnel is okay, it's a very sad part, it's one thing which has gone wrong, but it tells you that Himalayas need to be treated very differently. There need to be a sort of a comprehensive approach towards it. Do you think that somehow in our narrative the imperatives of environment get shafted because of other security needs, or the so-called the model of development? We misprioritize issues and things?
Absolutely. You see, the security issues need not lead to demolition of the Himalayan ecology. And that may be a very thorough misunderstanding. We have to protect our ecology because to protect our borders, if we demolish the Himalayas, I don't think it is going to be a very sound argument. And secondly, for developing something, what are we developing for? We want to take more tourists there, and then in the process hurt the Himalayas for which the tourists are going there. So I think some clarity has to come, and that clarity cannot come by very localized activities. You take the case of one company like NHIDCL, NHAI, or the NHPC Limited, or any agency which is developing a dam or a tunnel or a road or a resort. I mean, we cannot expect them to think of Himalayan region as a whole, how it should be protected and so on, because their mandate is limited to do the job, and whatever project is assigned to them. It is for a higher level authority. It is for the country as a whole, and country as a whole means it has to be converted into some authority. And that authority, because Himalayan region cuts across the states horizontally, and vertically it cuts across the governments. At apex level, Parliament and Government of India, followed by state government and state legislature, followed by local authorities, the municipalities and panchayat and parastatal agencies. So there are so many verticals, so many horizontals involved, that to integrate them for a vision, envisioning the status, the history, the status and the prospects and the future of the Himalayan region, we must have an authority, a Himalayan region sustainable development authority kind of thing, on one hand, and declare the Himalayan region as an ecological sanctuary. Like we have got sanctuary for wildlife sanctuary and so on. This has to be an ecological sanctuary. The more we respect the Himalayas, the more benefit we get out of it. It is host to most of the perennial rivers, almost all come from the Himalayas only. And then lot of more, I'm told, as the literature says, that half of the flora and fauna come from Himalayan region, of the country.
Dr. Krishna, I would just like you to hold your thought for a minute. These are the latest visuals. Well, let's play them full screen. These are the latest visuals from inside. This is what is happening inside. These are the ambulances inside the tunnel. These are the doctors waiting. This is the ambulance inside the tunnel. This is the stuff.
Facility right inside.
Yes, this is the stuff which is there. If you look at it, you have oxygen, blood pressure machine, ambulances. It's a huge tunnel they have built. Everything is being done inside. They're not going to be checked outside. They have created a hospital inside. So it's a makeshift hospital inside the tunnel. Makeshift hospital. Look at everything. Everything has been done. So this is the most important aspect, that every stone has not been left unturned. Every effort is being made that they should be provided help inside. When I use the help, understand that they were without sunlight for 14 days. Understand that they were using oxygen from a very small pipe. Understand that this whole shaft had come down, which was such a difficult operation on their part. And most important of all, these workers, their morale had to be kept up. They had to be taken care. The family spoke to them. P.K. Mishra spoke to them. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Mr. Dhami spoke to them. So this was a multi-pronged operation. PMO was in direct control of this operation. It was not left to one agency. The minister was there. The Chief Minister was there. The NDRF was there. Special briefings were being organized in Delhi. There was a sense of purpose which was imparted. Yes, but it also tells us that there requires a review. But these are the exclusive visuals which we are playing from inside. Exclusive visual that we are playing from inside. The hospital has been set up inside the tunnel. Everything will be taken care of, which means that very soon, the first worker will be out. Very soon the first worker will be out. Now, I am also joined by another specialist, Dr. Sushil Kumar. He is a scientist, former head of geophysics, Wadi Institute of Himalayan Geology. So thank you for joining me. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yes. So is there a learning curve here, sir?
Not now, sir.
Is there a learning curve here? Is there a learning?
Yeah,
is there a learning curve?
Hello, can you?
I think there's a bit of audio. There's a bit of an audio problem with Dr. Sushil Kumar. Dr. Krishna, this is the inside visuals, which I was trying to explain it to my viewers. So when we were talking about the learning curve, Dr. Sushil Kumar will also join us. I think it is not only about Himalaya being a separate region. It is also about, as you had very rightly said, इतनी जल्दी क्या है तीर्थ स्थान जाने की? Why do you need to hurry? Why do you need to park your car right in front of a temple? I think that was also a very important point. Why do you need to do that?
Absolutely, you are right. So, as I said that we should learn to respect the region for what it is, rather than pushing our mindset of hurry burry. When we are living in Delhi or Mumbai or any major city, we are always in a hurry. That hurry mindset of hurry should not be pushed overwhelmed onto the Himalayan region. We want to rush, go there, do this, do that, and come back. And that has to change. And I should also say that, you see, there is most of safety audit is required for the tunneling work. Now only the media, after this so much of debate, the thought is coming up. See, for the mines, there is a Director General of Mines Safety. I think for the tunnels also, tunnels are not only constructed, they have to be maintained and used over a long time. So the tunnel safety is also required. So just as we have Director General of Mine Safety, we need to have a Directorate General of Tunnel Safety, starting from tunnel design and onwards to tunnel excavation work or tunnel construction work, and onwards to tunnel maintenance work. Just like, there is a railway safety. There is, as I said, that the mine safety organization. I think because India is undertaking a lot of infrastructure development, where tunneling is also becoming important, whether within the city also we are having tunnel. For metro rails, you are having tunnel boring and so on. So because land is becoming more and more, rare to become, as far as availability is concerned. So we are taking recourse to tunneling. So I think it is high time to give greater attention to safety of tunnels and tunneling work also. I think that's another chapter to be examined.
Safety of tunneling. Nivriti, are you there with me? Nivriti? I have been told, Nivriti, that mock drill has already taken place. There is a word which is being used, which is called a ramp will be built to take out the workers. What is this, Nivriti? Ramp?
Look, when the trolleys are brought out of that. A ramp is like they are trying to rescue the workers through the tunnel, and already the drill has taken place. The NDRF is trying to do it, and the ramp is when it is a trolley sort of a thing, and that trolley will go inside the tunnel, the micro tunnel of pipes that has been built, and through that pipe on the trolley that will be brought out. And after the trolley comes out, I think the ramp should be when the pipe part of it is concluded. Then you will need to drag the trolley towards the ambulances or somewhere up to where from where the workers will be picked up and put into the ambulance. So I think that should be the ramp that they are talking about. But right now, as per the information, the trolleys are being used. They will be dragged. First of all, the trolleys will be dragged in, and the one of the workers will be lying on the trolley, and the trolley will be dragged out of the tunnel. And then, as you have seen in the recent visuals that I have sent to you, is that a small medical facility has been set up inside the tunnel itself, and you can see the ambulances are waiting outside, but ambulances are inside as well. As per the visuals we have seen, we can see the ambulances have been placed inside. Also, all the medical arrangements have been made. A makeshift hospital kind of a thing has been set up inside in a specific area. Some area has been allotted inside the tunnel where this makeshift hospital can be seen. All the medical practitioners, the doctors, the experts are there, and paramedics are there. Ambulance drivers and the attendants are waiting outside the tunnel, and also ambulances are inside the tunnel as well. So one by one the ambulances will go inside the tunnel and bring the workers who are rescued outside, and then they will be taken to the 41-bed facility in Chinyalisore, and if required then they will be flown to Rishikesh. But right now what we can see that inside the tunnel there are full preparations.
निवृत्ति, एक कठिन सवाल करना है. वो कठिन सवाल मुझे ये करना है तुमसे, पहला वर्कर कब आएगा? When will the first worker come out? पहला वर्कर कब आएगा? वो तस्वीरें कब देखने को मिलेंगी पीछे? भाई बात तो मोटी मोटी निवृत्ति यही है ना, इसीलिए खड़ी हो ना. वो पहला वर्कर कब आएगा? तुम भी उसी के लिए रिपोर्टिंग कर रही हो, मैं भी यहाँ इसलिए खड़ा हूँ. तो सब पूरे लोग इसलिए देख रहे हैं, क्यों? वो पहला आदमी कब निकलेगा?
पहला आदमी तो किसी भी वक्त अब निकल सकता है, क्योंकि काम पूरा हो चुका है. अगर वो अभी से शुरू कर देंगे, आप जानते हैं कि किसी भी वक्त
काफी देर से बोल रहे हैं, हम तो एक्साइटेड खड़े हैं.
लेकिन ये जरूर है कि 4 से 5 घंटों में 40-41
किसी भी वक्त अभी वो किसी वक्त नहीं हो रहा है नेहा. हाँ, किसी भी वक्त नहीं हो रहा है. निवृत्ति बोलती चली आ रही है किसी भी वक्त, पर वो किसी भी वक्त नहीं आ रहा है.
You know, in fact, we were talking to experts earlier, Kartikeya, who actually said that while we are all celebrating, and there is no doubt it's a great day today, but you know, this wait could actually stretch out for another couple of hours, Kartikeya, because we are talking about 41 workers, one ambulance being sent into the tunnel for each one of them. Some of them could be in a very fragile condition. They have to be brought out one by one. Then we are told they are going to be taken by air ambulances to this facility that has been set up 30 kilometers away. Correct me if I am wrong, Nimriti. This is going to be a long drawn out process that could easily take a couple of hours. But I agree with Kartikeya's larger sentiment that we are all waiting with bated breath to see the visuals of at least that one first worker emerging from the tunnel.
Absolutely, निवृत्ति, अब वो किसी भी वक्त कितना दूर है? निवृत्ति,
वो किसी भी वक्त बहुत दूर नहीं है कार्तिकेय जी. 3-4 घंटे 5 घंटे में तो 41 वर्कर्स ही बाहर आ जाएंगे. लेकिन हाँ, वो पहला वर्कर, उसके आने का इंतज़ार जितना आपको है उतना मुझे भी और सभी को ही है. यहाँ देखेंगे आपके कितने लोग, क्राउड है यहाँ पे, लोकल लोग भी जिनका शायद कोई लेना देना भी नहीं है इस पूरे मामले से, और जिनका ना कोई रिश्तेदार अंदर फंसा हुआ है, ना ही कोई वर्कर यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू में काम कर रहा है. उसके बावजूद यहाँ देखिए आप कितनी भीड़ है, हर तरफ आपको भीड़ नज़र आएगी. लोग पहाड़ पे चढ़ के इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं. आप देखिए कुछ लोग, ये लोकल लोग भी हैं इनमें शामिल, जो यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं और इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं उसी पहले वर्कर का जो सबसे पहले हमें नज़र आएगा जब वो रेस्क्यू होकर टनल से बाहर आएगा. तो वो पहला वर्कर जिस समय आएगा वो शायद इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान का सबसे खुशनुमा लम्हा होगा. उसी लम्हे का इंतज़ार आपके साथ साथ सभी लोग कर रहे हैं. लोकल लोग भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं जो कर रहे हैं इंतज़ार. और लोकल लोग, जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया कि वहाँ पे एक प्लेटफॉर्म सा बना हुआ है, सामने आप देख सकते हैं, जहाँ पे लाल और येलो कलर की झंडियाँ सी लगी हुई हैं. तो यहाँ पर आकर रोज़ किसी न किसी तरीके की पूजा की जा रही थी, हवन किया जा रहा था. एंड दीज वर नॉट द पीपल हु वर डायरेक्टली लिंक्ड टू दिस एंटायर ऑपरेशन. दे आर द पीपल हु, local people who believe in the local deity here. और उनकी पूजा अर्चना करने के लिए, हवन करने के लिए,
मंदिर को भी लेके तो पूजा हुई थी निवृत्ति. Nivriti, agar main, there was a temple, then the temple was moved, and then the temple was reinstated, then the puja took place in the temple, and I mean, just if faith and modernity coexist together. ये तो इसके जैसे हॉस्पिटल के नीचे चीज़ें होती हैं, प्रेयर रूम्स होते हैं, वैसे ये भी होता है.
जी बिल्कुल ऐसा ही है. यहाँ पे साइंस भी है, टेक्नोलॉजी भी है और आस्था भी है. एवरीथिंग इज वर्किंग टुगेदर. यू कैन सी दैट टेम्पल, दैट स्मॉल टेम्पल राइट beside that wall, right wall of the tunnel. You can see the temple. ये यहाँ के local deity हैं, बौक नाग देवता इनको कहते हैं. And this entire area where the tunnel is being built belongs to, as per the local belief, belongs to Bok Nag Devta. And there was a temple here which was moved. They were saying, the villagers were telling us, which was moved, and maybe this was also one of the reason, as per the belief that the locals are talking about. But now there has been a demand from the local people that on the both ends of the tunnel there should be a temple built of Bok Nag Devta, to whom this entire land, in the land of gods, Uttarakhand, belongs to. So this is also one of the things that is being considered.
मैं चाहूंगा कि आप उस मंदिर को दोबारा से करें, एक बार दिखाएं. I will tell the tale of that temple. आप उस मंदिर को दोबारा से दिखाएं और वो थोड़ा सा वो माउथ ऑफ द टनल भी दिखाइए और मंदिर भी दिखाइए, दोनों दिखाइए. Then I will tell the tale why this is important. हाँ, बस इतना ही रखिए, बस इतना ही रखिए. निवृत्ति, कैमरा पर्सन से बोलिए थोड़ा पुल आउट करे. निवृत्ति, कैमरा पर्सन से बोलिए थोड़ा सा पुल आउट करे, थोड़ा सा पुल आउट करे, टनल भी दिखाए और पुल आउट करे और पुल आउट करे. हाँ, थोड़ा सा, हाँ, बस इतना ही रखिए. नाउ दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दिस इज समथिंग कॉल्ड where tradition, बस इतना ही रखिए, where tradition and modernity interact. This is the tunnel and this is the temple. This temple here was removed, and then when this temple got removed, a lot of people got upset, and then the accident happened. Then the conversation took place. Some said, why did you remove this? I am not getting into everything that this temple was removed and the accident. I don't hear these are the narratives of local people, and I respect it because it's about faith, and the faith cannot be questioned over different ethical narratives. One narrative is that this temple was there. So what happened after the accident was this puja took place here. The priests were called here. And the conversation took place, and the conversation was, boss, you need to respect local tradition, and that is why this temple is here. The fact that it is here, I don't need to say any more thing. The fact that it was built, I don't need to say anything.
And those three priests stationed right there, not leaving the spot, Karthikeya.
Absolutely. So you see, when we talk about science, when we talk about modernity, we also need to understand the power of faith. This is power of faith. This is faith. This is power of faith. And that is why I say faith and murder. In hospitals you have prayer rooms. In hospitals you have temples. In airports you have those multi-common prayer rooms for different religions. So Nivritti, isn't this a fascinating story? Isn't this a fascinating story? Ye mandir wali.
Yes, in fact, it is a story to tell, because yes, when we spoke to the local people here, they were telling us that this entire land where this tunnel is belongs to the deity named Bok Nag Devta, and the authorities should have consulted with the Devta before they started building this tunnel. This is all that they were talking about. And also some of the people from the companies who are working here went to the temple, and they did ask to the Devta and requested the Devta to that everything should be normal, and they prayed to the Devta that all the 41 workers who are trapped inside should be rescued as soon as possible. And Devta in fact replied to them. This is what I have seen in some visuals also that some of them had gone to the temple and asked the Devta, and Devta then said that these workers will be out within 3 days, and if it happens today, that then the thing that the Devta said that it will be done within 3 days will be proved. So I don't know how should I react.
It's a matter of faith.
Yes.
It's a matter of faith. It's a matter of faith. Now let me play out some visuals from inside. Those are very important visuals. This is this visual. It is from here the workers will come out. You see this is the rope. If you can see the rope, this is the rope. This is the rope. This is the rope, and they will be stretching it. It will be like a stretch. So they will be stretched out, and then the trolley would go inside. So this is the mouth of the operation. This is where the real operation will take place. This is where the workers will come from. These are the most exclusive pictures. Let us play them full screen. Let us play these pictures full screen. This is Neha. This is where the operation will take place. This is the window. Small. I really don't know how many people can go inside, how many people can come inside.
This is what they're going to come out of, Karthikeyan?
Yes, this is what they're going to come out of. This is the place. This is the window. This is how they're going to come out. Nivritti, if I am audible to you, Nivritti, this is going to be done manually? Is this going to be done manually, the rope operation? Because we have got the visual from inside the tunnel.
Yes,
that's how they're going to come out. Is it going to be done manually?
They will be doing it manually. Yes, they will be doing it manually. As you can see, I had sent the visuals yesterday also of how will it be done. The trolley will be sent inside and it will be dragged with the help of a rope, and it will be pulled inside the tunnel first. Then on the trolley will lie one of the workers, and then it will be pulled out with the help of the rope. That is how it is going to happen. That is why they have designed special trolleys with wheels, so that it can easily roll on the pipes that have been laid into the tunnel, and the workers could be rescued. Now what they will be doing is to be seen whether they will be sending one of the NDRF personnel inside the tunnel to assist the workers how they have to do it, or maybe what they can do is they can just put in the rope and the trolley and ask workers to just lie down, and they can drag the trolley out of the tunnel. Now we have to see what exactly NDRF would be doing, but as we could see through the visuals of the drill that had happened yesterday also, so it seems that they will be tying some rope to the trolley, and trolley will be pushed in first into the tunnel where workers are trapped, and then it will be pulled out of the entire 60 meters of length of the pipe that they have put inside the tunnel. Through that pipe, the workers, when they lie down on the trolley will be pulled out of that entire 60 meters of micro tunnel that has been put. So this is how it will be happening, and after that, as you know, Karthikeyan ji, every arrangement has been made here, and ambulances are ready, and hospital is ready, 41 bed special facility is ready, specially made helipad is ready, and the AIMS in Rishikesh is also ready. So this is how it is going to happen.
So this is the most exclusive part. This is the most exclusive part. This is the most exclusive part of the story, the biggest thing, the most important thing. This is the tunnel. This is how they are going to be taken out. This is the small place. This is the small place in which they are going to be stretched out. Neha, if in retrospect, when we look at this operation, what does it tell us? What does this operation tell us?
A lot of things, but I have to say one thing, Karthikeyan, just looking at that narrow pipe that the workers are going to come out of is making me feel claustrophobic. I don't even want to begin to think about the nightmare that they have been through in the last 17 days. But even this last stage of the rescue mission that we are talking about is by no stretch of imagination a simple or easy one. For over an hour now, we've been hearing that the drilling process has been completed. The rescue is going to happen any minute now. Ambulances have been sent in. NDRF officials have been sent in. Even the Chief Minister briefly went into the tunnel and came back to take stock of the situation. But look at that picture. It's a very telling picture, Kartikeya. I mean, this is what the rescue workers are dealing with. One by one, 41 of those trapped workers, and we don't even know what condition they're in, are going to be brought out of what looks like an extremely claustrophobic narrow pipe.
You know, when we talk about this narrow pipe, you know, imagine the sort of effort this narrow pipe has taken. You know, this has taken more than 15 days, this pipe, more than 15 days. So the stretcher will go inside, the stretcher will come outside. 7 minutes per, 8 minutes per person, 8 multiplied into
41.
41 is going to be very problematic. But let's go across to the press conference immediately. Press conference where the major announcement is going to take place. Let's cut across to the press conference.
40 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.2 48 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज कैरिड ऑन. जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको. उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे. रात भर काम हुआ है इसके ऊपर और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एनक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. दे हैव बीन एबल टू टेक इट टू 58 मीटर्स विच इज अ फिनोमिनल अचीवमेंट. आई वुड से कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. दिस इज समथिंग ऑलमोस्ट लाइक एज इफ अ मशीन हैज बीन वर्किंग. और इसके बावजूद अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं. पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है विद द हेल्प ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, द प्रेशर ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, एंड वी आर होपिंग अनदर 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब वी कुड से दैट आर पार हो गए हैं. ये खबर तो जरूर आई है, उसको मैं कंफर्म भी कर सकता हूं कि अंदर से उन्होंने कहा है कि आवाजें आ रही हैं काम होने की. जगह जहां पर तकरीबन ये छेद निकलेगा, जहां पर टनल निकलेगा, वो उसका अंदेशा लगाया जा सकता है अब अंदर से कुछ हद तक. तो ये सब बहुत पॉजिटिव खबरें हैं जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं इस वक्त. मगर याद रखिए कि अभियान जब इस तरह का चलता है जिसमें 400 घंटे से ज्यादा हम इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं अभी तक, पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे. किसी चीज पर भी प्री मैच्योर कार्रवाई, प्री मैच्योर अनाउंसमेंट करना जो है वो गलत होगा. इट विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स. तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में. उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है. सो वी आर नॉट इन एनी हरी. मगर हम अपनी पाबंदी के मुताबिक मीडिया से मिल रहे हैं 4 सवा 4 बजे, आपको बता रहे हैं ये कि ये स्थिति इस समय है. इसके ऊपर मैं ये भी बता दूं कि ये एफर्ट जो है डिस्पाइट मेनी हर्डल्स, बहुत बाधाएं आई हैं इसमें. बिल्कुल जैसे एक अभियान के अंदर होता है कि अभियान में प्लान, ऑपरेशंस के अंदर प्लान बनाए जाते हैं, तजवीजें बनाई जाती हैं, मगर जब जैसे ही ऑपरेशन लॉन्च होता है वो तजवीज जो है वो नष्ट हो जाती है. उस तजवीज को दोबारा रिव्यू करना पड़ता है और यू हैव टू कीप रीमेकिंग योर प्लान्स. बिल्कुल वैसे ही हुआ है, वैसी स्थिति यहां हुई है. आप देखें पूरे 5 ऑप्शन 6 ऑप्शन हो गए थे. कहीं कहीं सामान, कहीं कहीं मशीनें फंसी हुई थी, उनको सुपर ह्यूमन एफर्ट लग रही थी यहां पर लाने के लिए. गवर्नमेंट का कोई ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है जो शायद इसके अंदर जुटा नहीं था. बड़ी खुशी होती है जब कहते हैं कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, वहां से शुरू अगर करें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज विच इज बीन द कोर मिनिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व्ड इन दिस होल थिंग. जब 12 तारीख को इसकी खबर आई तो सबसे पहला जो शायद हमने जो कम्युनिकेशन किया था वो रेलवे बोर्ड, क्योंकि सबको मालूम है कि रेलवेज के पास बहुत एक्सपर्टीज होती है, टनलिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, जिस तरह का काम हो रहा है अभी कश्मीर के रेलवे के लिए टू कनेक्ट जम्मू टू बारामूला, उस तरह के काम में बड़ा उनका तजुर्बा है। तो द फर्स्ट थिंग वाज मेड टू द रेलवे बोर्ड एंड टू द रेलवेज टू ब्रिंग देयर एक्सपर्टीज फॉरवर्ड, एंड फ्रॉम देयर इट स्टार्टेड एंड डिफरेंट एजेंसीज हैव जॉइंड इन फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम। इंडियन एयरफोर्स का काम, एनडीआरएफ का जिसकी 2 टीम वहां पर लगातार काम कर रही हैं, ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ जॉब्स दैट द एनडीआरएफ हैज बीन इन्वॉल्वड विद। बॉर्डर रोड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जिन्होंने सड़कें अलग अलग किस्म जगह बनाई हैं जहां पर सामान लाने के लिए, बड़ी मशीनों को लाने के लिए ब्रॉडन किए हैं, सड़कों को ब्रॉडन किया है। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, जिन्होंने आकर वहां पर पूरी कनेक्टिविटी, अभी तो आराम से हम बात कर रहे हैं वहां से मीडिया बात कर रहे हैं, पूरा कनेक्टिविटी वहां से इंप्रूव की है। और राज्य सरकार को नहीं भूल सकते इसमें, राज्य सरकार, देयर इन्वॉल्वमेंट, एसडीएमए, एसडीआरएफ, उत्तराखंड की एसडीआरएफ जो है बड़ी मानी हुई एसडीआरएफ है, बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन मेनी सच डिजास्टर सिचुएशंस इन द पास्ट। और आखिर में मैं समझता हूं लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, बिना डिप्टी कमिश्नर साहब और एसएसपी के कोई चीज नहीं हो सकती कहीं। आई थिंक दे हैव डन अ मार्वलस जॉब, एब्सोल्युटली। मगर ये सब तब मुमकिन होता है व्हेन द डायरेक्शंस फ्रॉम द टॉप आर एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर कट। अगर डायरेक्शंस हैं ऊपर से, अब ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर से, आप मानिए प्रधानमंत्री से देखिए, वहां से पीएमओ, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी खुद कल गए वहां पर, मुआयना किया पूरा, टुक स्टॉक ऑफ द सिचुएशन, गेव डायरेक्शंस, एडिशनल रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत थी उस पर डायरेक्शंस दिए, बात की अंदर, सबका मोराल और मोटिवेशन बढ़ाया वहां पर। ऑल दिस हैज हेल्प्ड इन मेकिंग श्योर दैट जितनी रिसोर्सेज, जो बिखरी हुई रिसोर्सेज हैं, उन सबको एक साथ एकजुट करना और उसका इफेक्टिवनेस निकालना, उसका लाभ निकालना, दैट इज द वर्क ऑफ द लीडरशिप, एंड दैट इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैज बीन डन हियर, along with of course the Ministry of Roads, Transport and Highways। जनरल वीके सिंह साहब वहां खुद मौजूद हैं, ज्यादातर वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद थे। और यहां तक कि जहां पर भी एक्सपर्टीज भारत में है, जहां पर भी जो कोई ऑफर कर रहा था उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, उनको एनेबल किया वहां जाने के लिए। बड़ी खुशी है, जनरल हरपाल सिंह, पुराने हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल बॉर्डर रोड्स और इंजीनियर इन चीफ, जिनको बहुत तजुर्बा है टनलिंग का, उनको भेजा गया वहां पर, वो अभी भी वहां पर मौजूद हैं। तो इस तरह से ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच को प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से जोड़ा। मैं समझता हूं इसका बहुत दिनों से हमने शायद इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नहीं देखा है। अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि कल शाम से क्या क्या चीजें हुई हैं वहां पर। ये सब जो आपको बताया है मैंने, वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग भी चलती गई। अभी इस समय वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग 45 मीटर्स, कल मैंने आपको 36 मीटर बताया था, अभी 45 मीटर पे है। मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि हमने अभी तक सब कुछ बंद नहीं किया ये सोचकर कि हमारा हॉरिजॉन्टल प्रोब जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हो गया है और अब सब कुछ सही है और सब कुछ जो है वो खत्म होने वाला है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जितने ऑप्शंस हैं, ऑप्शंस अपनाए हुए हैं अभी तक। 45 मीटर्स तक वो ड्रिलिंग पहुंच गई है। ये रिडंडेंसी के लिए है कि अगर किसी भी हालत में आखिरी क्षण तक अगर हमको कामयाबी नहीं पाई, कहीं नहीं मिली, तो उस हालत में ये 45 मीटर जो गए हैं ये बहुत हमारे लिए सक्सेसफुल जो है वो हुए हैं, वो हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, महत्व बहुत इसका रहेगा वहां पर। बाकी जो एफर्ट्स हैं पीछे से वो भी चल रही हैं, ब्लास्टिंग की भी चल रही है। तकरीबन 12 मीटर वहां पर अचीव हो गया है। जो बाकी मशीनरी आ गई है उसको अभी स्थिर रखा हुआ है कुछ जगहों पर, मगर जैसी जरूरत पड़ेगी अगर, तो वो सब मूवमेंट वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा। मैं आपको बताता हूं चंद एक बातें कि जब इवैक्यूएशन फेज आएगा, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द आएगा, प्रार्थना करते हैं, उम्मीद नहीं करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द ही आएगा। तो एनडीआरएफ का इसमें रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। 3 टीम, 4 जवान की टीम 12 लोगों की वो बनी हुई हैं, अंदर जाएंगी ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए। ये पूरा वो फ्रेश हैं, ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे जाकर अंदर। एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ को सपोर्ट देगी। साथ में जो हमारे मेडिकल पर्सनल हैं, पैरामेडिक्स, वो जाएंगे अंदर। एक पूरा मेडिकल प्लान बनाया हुआ है जो एग्जीक्यूट होगा ग्राउंड पर। पूरा जो लेबर है उसको ब्रीफिंग उनको इसके मुताबिक दी है। स्ट्रेचर्स के ऊपर, स्ट्रेचर्स के रिसोर्सेज, वहां पर स्ट्रेचर अगर किसी हालत में फंस गया तो वो कंटिजेंसी में किस तरह से उसको निकाला जाएगा, ये सब भी देखा गया है। ये अंदेशा लगाया है कि एक एक इंडिविजुअल को, आउट ऑफ द 41, एक एक इंडिविजुअल को तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट लगेंगे निकालने के लिए, ईच वन इंडिविजुअल। तो आप लगा सकते हैं कि आउटर लिमिट अगर हम देखें कि 5 मिनट अगर लगाते हैं एक इंडिविजुअल पे, वो तब एग्जैक्टली कंफर्म होगा जब पहला, दूसरा या तीसरा इंडिविजुअल निकलेगा। अगर 5 मिनट का भी अंदेशा लगाते हैं तो हम 3-4 घंटे, ऑलमोस्ट 3-4 घंटे लग जाएंगे, क्योंकि गैप भी होंगे बीच में, कुछ कंटिजेंसी होगी, कुछ इक्विपमेंट शायद टूटेगा, कुछ होगा। तो इसके मुताबिक आप 3 से 4 घंटे इसका अनुमान लगा सकते हैं। पोस्ट इवैक्यूएशन जो है, जब सब के सब निकल गए हैं बाहर, तो मैं ये भी बता दूं आपको कि अभी भी वहां पर चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, बड़ा वाला डबल रोटर का हेलीकॉप्टर, वो चिन्यालिसौर जो एयरफील्ड है 30 किलोमीटर दूर, वहां पर हेलीपैड भी है, बिल्कुल साथ में हेलीपैड भी है, वहां खड़ा हुआ है। उसका लास्ट टाइम है 4:30 बजे। उसके बाद वो जो है रात के वक्त नहीं फ्लाई करेंगे उसको। 4:30 बजे के बाद अगर ये डिले हो गया, डिले हो रहा है इस वक्त, तो अगले दिन सुबह उनको लाया जाएगा। वहां पर होल्डिंग फैसिलिटी है, 30 बेड की फैसिलिटी है वहां पर अस्पताल में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में, जो बिल्कुल तैयार है इस वक्त। और 10 बेड की फैसिलिटी वहां पर साइट पर है, जो अभी तैयार हैं। तो इसलिए मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मेडिकल वेलफेयर की तरफ से कोई गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी है, वो सब ठीक रहेगा। रात के वक्त चिनूक हालांकि फ्लाई तो कर सकता है, मगर मौसम भी इतना ऐसा नहीं है, और इतनी, मैं समझता हूं इतनी अर्जेंसी भी शायद नहीं होगी। अगर बहुत ज्यादा अर्जेंसी है तो रात के वक्त 1 या 2 कुछ एम्बुलेंस के अंदर जल्द से जल्द नीचे ऋषिकेश उनको लाया जा सकता है। साइट के ऊपर ट्रायज किया जाएगा, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाएगा, जैसे कैजुअल्टी प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाता है। हालांकि ये कैजुअल्टी नहीं है, मगर उसके बाद लाकर उनको जब नीचे हॉस्पिटल में वो दाखिल होंगे एक्चुअली, तो 48 से 72 घंटे की मॉनिटरिंग होगी सबकी। क्योंकि जब ह्यूमन बॉडी इतनी देर तक आइसोलेशन में, तकरीबन आइसोलेशन में, अवे फ्रॉम नॉर्मल ह्यूमन एक्टिविटी रहती है, तो उसके ऊपर अलग अलग किस्म के असर आते हैं, बेस्ड अपॉन योर फिजियोलॉजी, बेस्ड अपॉन आपके साइको सोशल मेकअप क्या है, तो उसको मॉनिटर किया जाएगा। कभी कभी हो सकता है कि किसी के ऊपर असर ज्यादा हो, जो कुछ घंटों के बाद साबित होने लगे, जस्ट टू फोरक्लोज दैट पॉसिबिलिटी। ये मॉनिटरिंग तकरीबन 48 से 72 घंटे तक चलेगी। मैं समझता हूं कि मैंने ज्यादातर चीजें आपके लिए कवर कर ली हैं। इसके सिवाय के मैंने आपको सिर्फ ये नहीं दिया है कि फाइनल सिग्नल नहीं दिया है कि थ्रू एंड थ्रू रोशनी आ गई है, टनल बन गया है। मैंने आपको आखिर में मैं बताता हूं कि 2 मीटर अभी भी जो फाइनल पाइप्स का पुश था, करना था, वो फाइनल पुश अभी भी हो रहा था जब हम उठकर यहां पर आए। मैं समझता हूं कुछ वक्त लगेगा, अरसा लगेगा, इसके बाद भी शायद आपके पास खुद फोन कॉल आने लगे, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा हमको सबको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। अब मैं हैंड ओवर करता हूं चौहान साहब को, कुछ बातें उनकी तरफ से टेक्निकल चीजों के बारे में वो आपको सुनाना चाहेंगे।
सर, मैं पुनः एक बार, आपने जो होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट की अप्रोच की बात कही सर, उसके बारे में कुछ और बताना चाहूँगा सर कि भारत सरकार की सभी जो पब्लिक सेक्टर एजेंसीज हैं वो भी बहुत बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण रोल इसमें उन्होंने अदा किया है सर। जैसे NHIDCL तो रोड मिनिस्ट्री की ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है सर। सतलज जल विद्युत निगम लिमिटेड सर पावर मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। RVNL रेल विकास निगम लिमिटेड जो टनल इत्यादि बनाने का काम करती है, रेलवे की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, ये भी रेल मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत बड़ा अच्छा काम किया। ONGC पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आती है, और टेरी हाइड्रो डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन लिमिटेड ये भी पावर मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आती है। तो इन सब पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी अपने बेस्ट रिसोर्सेज, इनको जो जो जिम्मेवारी दी गई इसमें अपने बेस्ट रिसोर्सेज, बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट, बेस्ट ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज हो या कुछ भी स्किल हो, देश के किसी कोने में भी हो, उसको उन्होंने एक द्रुत गति से लाने का जो काम किया है, प्रयास किया है। और इसके लिए सर होम मिनिस्ट्री का भी बड़ा सहयोग रहा, जो पूरे देश के अंदर ग्रीन चैनल बनाने के लिए उन्होंने, चाहे वो रेल से आ रहे हों, चाहे वो इक्विपमेंट बाय प्लेन एयरफोर्स के माध्यम से या अन्य चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट से आ रहे हों, या वो जो है बाय रोड आ रहे हों, हमारे नेशनल हाईवेज के माध्यम से आ रहे हो, इसकी प्लानिंग देश के प्रत्येक DM और SP से कोऑर्डिनेट करना सर, इसमें भी बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण। और इसके लिए प्रत्येक दिन सेक्रेटरी रोड के अंडर में एक कोऑर्डिनेशन मीटिंग होती थी कि किस किस एजेंसी ने क्या क्या कितना काम कर लिया, और आगे आने वाले 24 घंटे में उनका क्या प्लानिंग है, उनको क्या क्या काम करना है, क्या उन्हें कोई कठिनाई तो नहीं महसूस हो रही है। और दूसरा ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी शेयरिंग का एक प्लेटफॉर्म भी था कि जैसे कुछ सॉल्यूशन जो थे वो ONGC को मालूम थे, कुछ RVNL को मालूम थे, कुछ NHIDCL को मालूम थे, तो जब कंट्री के बेस्ट टेक्निकल ब्रेन एक साथ बैठते थे तो सॉल्यूशन भी निकलते थे। तो ये इसी तरह से सर आपने बाकी सब बता दिया है। तो
द फ्लोर इज नाउ ओपन फॉर क्वेश्चंस। अब हम फ्रंट रो से ही शुरू करते हैं। थोड़ा स्पीक इन द माइक।
Sir, Rishi from Hindu Business Line. Just one clarity. At 2 o'clock, the Uttarakhand CM tweeted on X saying that the work to lay the pipes has been completed and soon the workers will be brought out. Now, right here, you have said that still 2 meters are left. Could we get more clarity how much pipe has been laid? Because you clearly said that right now the breakthrough has not happened and we are still 2 meters away. Are we 2 meters away from digging it, or are we 2 meters away from, pushing the pipe and reaching to that spot? Can you give us more clarity on this?
When the Honorable Chief Minister tweets and says soon a breakthrough will be achieved, there is no need to start assuming कि वो soon कब होगा. That no, pipes have been laid. Pipes have been laid since then. What has happened is pushing the pipes. While pushing the pipes, again obstacles have been encountered. I think मैं पूरे वक्त पिछले 5 दिन से यही एडवाइस दे रहा हूं सबको, ठीक है? Don't take things literally. No, आप बाल की खाल उधार रहे हैं इसमें. It has not happened this way so far. बाल की खाल उधारना नहीं है यहां पर हमें. नहीं, please. Let me clarify. If I am speaking, don't interfere. Right? इसमें बाल की खाल नहीं उतारनी है. ये लाइव्स के साथ वी आर वर्किंग, वी आर प्लेइंग विद लाइव्स. 41 जाने हैं वहां पर. हमें सून 2 पाइप, आधा घंटा, 15 मिनट के ऊपर बहस नहीं करनी चाहिए. वी आर नॉट, ये देता ही नहीं है किसी तरह का वो कि गिव्स अस द स्कोप और परमिशन टू डिबेट दिस. व्हाट इज द डिबेट इन दिस? 2 बजे अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब ने कह दिया भाई उनके भी इंसान हैं वहां पर, उनकी भी उम्मीद है वहां पर, जैसे हमारी उम्मीद है यहां पर, आपकी भी उम्मीद है, हम सब एक ही देशवासी हैं. सो आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज एनीथिंग रॉन्ग इन दैट. बहुत अच्छी बात है. कभी कम्युनिकेशन ब्रेक, कभी communication.
We will move to the next question. 91.
No. I'm not insulting you in any way.
No,
I will not. Let me handle this my way. Right? First of all, I apologize. I don't want to this thing to you. Sir? Yeah, I agree. But I also want to advise you. I also wish to advise you that there is always scope for a little bit of a leeway here and there. We have been waiting for the better part of how much? 15 days now? 16 days now? Iske andar a couple of hours here and there doesn't really make a difference. Neither to your health, neither to my health. We are concerned about the nation. We are concerned about 41 lives. Let's discuss that.
सर दिस साइड ब्रह्म प्रकाश दुबे जी न्यूज़ से मेरा सवाल यह है कि जो आपने बताया लास्ट के 2 मीटर लगभग का हिस्सा रह गया है, क्या अभी उसमें कोई ऐसी स्थिति है कि काम रुका हो या कुछ ऐसा मिला हो, या काम चल रहा है सीधे और उसका पर्टिकुलर एक अनुमान टाइम कि अगर उसमें कुछ दिक्कत नहीं आई तो इतने टाइम में हो जाएगा?
मैं उम्मीद रखता हूं कंप्लीटली कि कोई इसके अंदर अड़चन नहीं आएगी अब। बट एज वी आर अवेयर, इतने दिनों से इस 58 मीटर से 60 मीटर जो हम जा रहे हैं, पहले भी बहुत दफे हुआ है कि 22 से 24 और 24 से 26 के बीच में अड़चने आई हैं, एंड दैट इज डिलेड अस स्लाइटली। तो एज आई टोल्ड यू कि आवाजें आ रही हैं उस पार, ये ड्रिलिंग की आवाज आ रही है, खोदने की आवाज आ रही है, विच मीन्स वी आर वेरी वेरी क्लोज। For my technical knowledge, but I'll rely more on Vishal Chauhan साहब to confirm that. Once you have got through, जब through and through हो गया, रोशनी दिख रही है आपको एक दूसरी तरफ की, थोड़ा स्टेबलाइजेशन करना जरूरी है, ठीक है। और ये भी मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये थ्रू एंड थ्रू मूवमेंट ऑफ 41 पीपल इज नॉट ए स्मूथ मूवमेंट। ये भी, इसके अंदर भी अड़चन आएंगी। जब आप स्ट्रेचर को मूव कर रहे हैं अप एंड डाउन, तो देयर विल बी फ्रिक्शन, there will be a little bit of rumbling, और उसके वजह से कुछ डिस्टर्बेंस हो सकता है, उसको जाकर आपको दोबारा रिमूव करना पड़ेगा। तो टाइम पे ये होता रहेगा। प्लीज एक्सपेक्ट दैट एंड इट विल हैपन। इफ इट डजंट हैपन, वंडरफुल, दैट इज द बेस्ट सिचुएशन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। मगर ये चीजें होंगी। तो I'll ask चौहान साहब टू जस्ट टेल यू कि 2 मीटर का के अंदर क्या स्कोप है किसी ऑब्स्टिकल के आने की।
अभी एक आयरन पाइप आया था, उसको काट दिया गया है और अब हम उसमें आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और मैं आप ही के उसको भी थोड़ा सा और एक्सप्लेन करूंगा, क्योंकि जो मग गिरती है ये स्लांटिंग वे में गिरती है। तो अगर वो ऊपर अगर ब्रेक थ्रू की स्थिति बनेगी, पाइप को हमें उसके आगे भी 1.5-2 मीटर लेके जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो आपको ये भी देखना है कि ग्राउंड से 8 मीटर ऊपर पाइप आ रहा है। तो उसके लिए हमें पाइप को लगभग 2 मीटर हमें बाहर भी निकालना पड़ेगा, जिससे कि एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है या लेबर है उनको पाइप तक पहुंचने में कोई कठिनाई ना हो। तो इसी प्रक्रिया में थोड़ा अभी समय लग रहा है, लेकिन जैसे सर ने कहा कि वी आर क्लोज टू इट।
Yeah, next question please. Go ahead.
Sir, do we owe the the mission has accomplished this big breakthrough? Is it because of the right hole miners? Because how much helpful their work was, how much helpful their work was, because right hole miners begin their work just one day ago, and how much distance they were able to drill it manually.
What role? Yeah, related to that.
संतोष बोलो।
उनको सर कैसे इजाजत दी गई है?
नहीं, come again, I couldn't get your question exactly.
He says right.
I am not in a. I don't think you are. Rat mining may be illegal, but a rat miner's talent and experience is not this thing.
विशाल जी बोलिए।
NGT has probated coal mining by that technique. NGT has probated coal mining by that technique in 2014.
Hold on.
1 second.
NGT has probated coal mining by that technique, going into the tunnel kind of a thing and getting the coal out. But this is a skill used for in construction site. They are not always very comfortable situations. So in fact, not only these people, but जो जिन लोगों ने जो गैस कटर से उसको काटा है, वो भी एक बड़ा डिफिकल्टी जॉब था। 1-1 घंटे काम करते थे, बाहर निकलते थे। तो ये स्पेशल सिचुएशन है, लाइफ सेविंग सिचुएशन है। बट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज कोल माइनिंग इज प्रोबेटेड। They are technicians. They are technicians helping us.
Yeah, ये colloquial use है. This is a colloquial use which actually, if I may say, more in the media, it is coming out. It draws interest. I agree with you. I also used the term yesterday. But as I said in the beginning, it is their talent which is being used. It is their capability which is being used, not this aspect of. Yeah. Absolutely.
Times of India. Just a second, Deepak, just hold on.
I'm sure Chauhan Saab may have something to say on that. How difficult was it to go in and do this kind of a work manually? Well, I can only imagine it. I'm hugely claustrophobic myself, right? I can tell you, I have been through a 60 to 70 meter, 1 meter drum pipe in Siachen Glacier. It was mind-boggling, I can tell you. I came out at the other end traumatized, virtually. Now here you have to have a special talent for a thing like this. And that's why मैं तो सलाम करता हूँ. Salute a person who can go in, stay there for that much time and do physical activity. Not only physical activity, actually even work with gas cutters inside. जो चौहान साहब अभी कह रहे थे कि people have been doing this in the last couple of days. In this enclosed 1 meter space, जाकर अंदर crawl करके hardly any air to breathe, and you are carrying out work with heat implements. I think they really need a salute from our side.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question for Chauhan sir. Everyone is talking about the technology that the export workers are using, but who actually hired these people? Is it NHIDCL or the contractor himself? No, sir, that is important to understand, because then we come to know how exactly it is happening. And second part, sir, why it was decided that they should be used rather than gangmen or others? Last question, don't take it otherwise, because now fortunately we'll get everyone out. Now questions will be raised about this entire tunnel, the security, the quality, what kind of action the government is taking. Though I know you are from NHAI, but since you are handling this entire operation from here, that's why I'm asking, sir.
Before you, can I just take the first part of your question? I think it's a very interesting thing that you have raised. कि किसने इनको बुलाया, किसने इनको हुक्म दिया, who has taken on the responsibility, etc. I want to tell you this from this angle of all of government approach. देखिए मेरा फोन जो है ना पिछले 5-6 दिन से रुका ही नहीं है बजना. एक तो I don't know, somehow NDMA के वेबसाइट पे मेरा फोन नंबर है. I'm surprised it is there at all. I should remove it actually from there. ठीक है. So anyone and everyone who had an idea in India, he became my friend. And I was getting constant calls. I have an old experience of handling good friends from the media and everyone before. And I always follow this attitude that always pick up your phone. Because you never know what kind of an idea is coming. तो पूरे भारत से ये ideas आ रहे थे. And everyone was, जैसे कुछ दिन पहले everyone was a cricket expert on World Cup. उसी तरीके से everyone was an expert on tunneling in the last 5-6 days. And I think that has led, and our willingness, I would say the willingness of the government of India, पूरी सरकार की ये willingness to सुनना, सुनकर और फिर searching for talent, searching for options, searching for methods, enabling it, I think it's a massive achievement if you really look at Indian governance. I leave it to Vishal Chauhan Saab to tell you about who finally actually gave this order.
तो जैसे मैंने कहा, एक डेली कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी थी जो सेक्रेटरी रोड उसको चेयर करते थे, और डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जितनी भी मैंने अभी आपको नाम पढ़ के सुनाए थे, वॉलंटरली उन्होंने या तो CSR फंड से या जैसे भी है वो खर्चा उन्होंने अपने ऊपर लिया है. हालांकि उनको ये भी कहा गया है कि आप निश्चिंत होकर काम कीजिए, जिस भी टूल, जिस भी इक्विपमेंट या जिस भी मैन पावर की आवश्यकता है उसके लिए प्रोविज़न किया जाएगा, लेकिन आप अभी काम कीजिए. तो इसमें ज़्यादातर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो है वो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पब्लिक सेक्टर्स की हैं, और उन्होंने आगे बढ़ के इसमें काम किया है. तो मुझे नहीं लगता जब हम होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच की बात करते हैं तो खर्चा इधर से हो या उधर से हो, वो सरकार का ही होता है, और सरकार के ही दिशा निर्देश हैं कि, और इसमें जैसे अगर एयरफोर्स के प्लेन उड़ाने की बात है या कोई ट्रेन चलाने की बात है, तो इतना डेलीगेशन इस ऑपरेशंस और इतनी प्राथमिकता इस ऑपरेशंस को दी गई है कि इसको एक रेड टेप ब्यूरोक्रेटिज्म जिसे कहते हैं उसको काट के क्विक निर्णय इसमें लिए गए हैं. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है इस ऑपरेशन में.
सर, मैं लक्ष्मण CNBC आवाज़ से.
मेरा सवाल ये है कि चूंकि अब ऑपरेशन लगभग संपन्न होने को है, तो इससे क्या लर्निंग हमें मिला? और चूंकि कई सारे ऐसे टनल के काम जैसा कि आपने कहा NHPC में भी होता है, हाईवे करती है, अलग अलग एजेंसियां करती हैं, तो क्या आने वाले दिनों में इस से सबक सीखते हुए क्या विशेष एहतियात या विशेष तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा? उस पर कोई असर पड़ेगा फ्यूचर में टनल वर्क के ऊपर?
I will pass it on to Chauhan Saab also to answer that from the angle of his ministry and his experience. मैं समझता हूं कि आपने प्रधानमंत्री साहब का 10-point प्रोग्राम देखा है ऑन 10-point एजेंडा ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट? अगर नहीं देखा है तो जरूर देखिए इसको, NDMA की वेबसाइट पर है। 2016 में एशियन मिनिस्टरियल कॉन्फ्रेंस डिजास्टर की थी, जिसके ऊपर डिजास्टर रिस्क रेजिलियंस के ऊपर, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री ने ये 10-point प्रोग्राम दिया था। उसके अंदर वन ऑफ द वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स इज दिस इशू ऑफ लर्निंग लेसन्स फ्रॉम ऑल डिजास्टर्स। ठीक है, बिफोर वी प्रोफेशनलाइज डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट इन इंडिया, 2005 के बाद हमने प्रोफेशनलाइज किया था। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने इसको गुजरात में ऑलरेडी प्रोफेशनलाइज कर दिया था बहुत हद तक, बट हियर इन 2016 व्हेन ही गेव दिस आउट, this has become like a mantra for disaster management around the world, right? Now, इसके अंदर at least मुझे मालूम है कि NDMA में हम क्या करते हैं। I'm sure in most other government departments the same thing is happening. We look at every crisis. उसके बाद हम, अब जैसे ये बालासोर का रोड रेल एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, I thought this was an example जहां से सबसे ज्यादा lessons निकले हमारे लिए। हमने एक मीटिंग की NDRF के साथ, हमने सबसे पहले इंडियन रेलवेज के साथ की मीटिंग और उनसे समझा कि इस तरह के डिजास्टर्स किस तरह से हो सकते हैं, व्हाट इज द स्कोप, क्या कर सकते हैं, हु ऑल शुड वी कीप रेडी, कैसे रिहर्स करें, कैसे प्रैक्टिस करें। यू वुड बी वेरी हैप्पी टू नो कि यूपी में हमने पहला जो उस एक्सीडेंट के बाद वी हैड द फर्स्ट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्सरसाइज, मॉक एक्सरसाइज जो हम करते रहते हैं, उसके अंदर हमने पहली दफे एक रेल एक्सीडेंट का सिनेरियो बनाया। तो यू कैन सी द सीरियसनेस फ्रॉम इट कि जब भी इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं हम इसको बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं, उसका मुआयना करते हैं, एनालिसिस करते हैं, एंड इनवेरिएबली वी ट्राई एंड ड्रॉप सम गाइडलाइंस फॉर द फ्यूचर। NDMA की अगर आप वेबसाइट पे देखें तो बहुत आपको गाइडलाइंस मिलेंगी। CBRN की पूरी गाइडलाइंस हमने अभी बनाई थी G20 के लिए। तो सिमिलरली आई एम श्योर वी विल मेक सम मोर गाइडलाइंस फॉर दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन फॉर टनल रेस्क्यू, जिसके लिए अभी गाइडलाइन नहीं है, बट ऐसी गाइडलाइन जरूर बनेगी इन द फ्यूचर।
मैं NHAI के विषय में कह सकता हूं कि NHAI ने ऑलरेडी इसमें सभी टनल्स का ऑडिट का काम पुनः शुरू किया है और इसके अंदर दिल्ली मेट्रो रेल कॉरपोरेशन और कोकण रेलवे कॉरपोरेशन, जिनको टनलिंग का काफ़ी एक्सपर्टाइज है, उनके साथ मिलकर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और जैसे सर कह रहे हैं कि इससे भी लेसन लिया जाएगा, इसमें कैसे हमारे SOPs को इम्प्रूव किया जाएगा, स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स को कैसे हमारे डिज़ाइंस को और बेहतर किया जाएगा, जिससे इनको और अधिक सुरक्षित बनाया जाए, इस पे काम किया जाएगा। लेकिन जब ये ऑपरेशन पूरी तरह कंप्लीट हो जाएगा उसके बाद ये कार्रवाई की जाएगी। देखिए, कांस्टेंट प्रक्रिया है, लेकिन अब ये ज़रूरत महसूस हुई कि इसमें कुछ और भी इम्प्रूव करने की आवश्यकता है। तो इसको पुनः एक बार एक्सटर्नल इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसीज, क्योंकि कोकण रेलवे और दिल्ली मेट्रो रेल कॉरपोरेशन इंडिपेंडेंट है हमसे, तो एक बाहर की एजेंसी जब देखती है तो और डिस्पैशनेट होकर देखती है, तो वो भी काम हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है। अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टनल का।
Yeah, second last row, please.
Sir, Saptarshi here from Hindustan Times. Sir, the workers got trapped only after debris from top of the tunnel fell. Today also you were giving us an update about the vertical drilling process that is ongoing and the update on it. So were there any risk involved, and why did the concerned agencies want to go ahead with vertical drilling? In fact, 2 of the rope team agencies were working for vertical drilling. So yes, I want to understand, were there not risks involved?
Yeah, he said.
Why we continue with vertical drilling? Why we are continuing? I'll give you a brief thing. We'll ask Chauhan Saab for his technical expertise on this. I think I explained in the beginning. जब तक आखिरी, I'm sorry मैं आपको फौज के बहुत एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, बट याद रखिए लीडरशिप में इस तरह का अभियान जब चलता है, आखिर में फौज में हमारा सिस्टम है, हम एक सिग्नल देते हैं कि अब सक्सेस मिल गई, वी हैव सक्सीडेड, राइट। वो सिग्नल नहीं मिला है, अभी तक सिग्नल नहीं दिया है हमने कि एवरीथिंग इज ओवर। वो सिग्नल तब होता है व्हेन एवरीथिंग इज सिक्योर। अब हम एक जगह पर रोक लें अपने जो एफर्ट्स, जिसमें हम काफी अच्छा किया है, हमने 40 मीटर गए हैं अंदर और बाकी चल सकता है उसके अंदर, तो वी हैव मेड श्योर दैट वी आर नॉट स्टॉपिंग। अभी शायद थोड़ी देर के लिए काम रुका हो ताकि थरथराहट हो, वाइब्रेशन ना हो उस इलाके में, बट वी हैव कंटिन्यूड द एफर्ट एंड द ऑप्शन इज रिमेनिंग। ऑप्शंस रिमेन टिल द लास्ट कंप्लीशन। ये आधा छोड़ना नहीं है काम, कंप्लीशन ऑफ द मिशन। जब मिशन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा ये सब बेशक ये सब बंद हो जाएगा। आपकी
ये जैसे जब खाने की सप्लाई भी भेजते हैं उस समय भी हम ड्रिलिंग ऑपरेशन को बंद कर देते हैं। तो यही है, जब एनडीआरएफ की टीम अंदर जाएगी और लोगों को बाहर से लेके आएगी तब उस समय ये नहीं होगा। लेकिन अभी आई थिंक वेट एंड वॉच पे है। और लेकिन ये ऑप्शन हम इसे जब तक पूरा ऑपरेशन समाप्त नहीं हो जाएगा हम किसी भी ऑप्शन को नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल फ्रॉम द थर्ड रो।
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that's fine. Is there a prevention strategy as far as preventing these kind of incidents in future is concerned, that maybe the teams that have been concerned with the operation have thought of or specifically looked into, so that such kind of incidents detailed, they should not occur anytime in future?
I'm sure there will be a technical audit subsequently, as already announced. A technical audit will be there. After any such incident, these things are natural. Till the time that you are in rescue, till the time people are still there, people are in, their lives are endangered, there are people involved in rescue and there are people being rescued. Till then we don't involve ourselves in that, okay? But the moment this is over, I'm sure no one is going to waste any time. An effort will immediately begin to learn what are the lessons learned from this and how to prevent it in the future.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। इसके साथ ही आज का ब्रीफिंग हम यहीं समाप्त करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. Personally, it's been a wonderful experience working with the media here. It's been a very, very mature way of dealing with things. Thank you.
And some kind words coming there from Lieutenant General Hasnain, who's of course members of the NDMA. But those viewers who have missed out on what he really said, we have a certain bites of his, we can play it out for you. This is the time, the moment which will go down in history, this day, 28th of November 2023, when from some time from now we shall see the workers emerge out of the trapped tunnel. And now, of course, we are going to play you some bites of Lieutenant General Hasnain.
Exact स्थिति जो इस वक्त है, before anything else, we are near a breakthrough, but not yet there. अब 58 मीटर, कल मैं आपको बताया था कि 47 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.248 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे, और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज़ कैरिड ऑन। जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको, उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे, रात भर काम हुआ है इसके ऊपर। और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं, बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एनक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है। दे हैव बीन एबल टू टेक इट टू 58 मीटर्स, विच इज अ फिनोमिनल अचीवमेंट, आई वुड से, कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है। दिस इज समथिंग ऑलमोस्ट लाइक एज इफ अ मशीन हैज बीन वर्किंग। और इसके बावजूद अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं, पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है विद द हेल्प ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, द प्रेशर ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, एंड वी आर होपिंग अंदर 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा, और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब वी कुड से दैट आर पार हो गए हैं। ये खबर तो जरूर आई है, उसको मैं कंफर्म भी कर सकता हूं कि अंदर से उन्होंने कहा है कि आवाजें आ रही हैं काम होने की। जगह जहां पर तकरीबन ये छेद निकलेगा, जहां पर टनल निकलेगा, वो उसका अंदेशा लगाया जा सकता है अब अंदर से कुछ हद तक। तो ये सब बहुत पॉजिटिव खबरें हैं जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं इस वक्त। मगर याद रखिए कि अभियान जब इस तरह का चलता है, जिसमें 400 घंटे से ज्यादा हम इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं अभी तक, पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे। किसी चीज पर भी प्री मैच्योर कार्रवाई, प्री मैच्योर अनाउंसमेंट करना जो है वो गलत होगा। इट विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स। तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में। उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है। डिस्पाइट मेनी हर्डल्स, बहुत बाधाएं आई हैं इसमें। बिल्कुल जैसे एक अभियान के अंदर होता है कि अभियान में प्लान, ऑपरेशंस के अंदर प्लान बनाए जाते हैं, तजवीजें बनाई जाती हैं, मगर जब जैसे ही ऑपरेशन लॉन्च होता है वो तजवीज जो है वो नष्ट हो जाती है। उस तजवीज को दोबारा रिव्यू करना पड़ता है और यू हैव टू कीप रीमेकिंग योर प्लान्स। बिल्कुल वैसे ही हुआ है, वैसी स्थिति यहां हुई है। आप देखें, पूरे 5 ऑप्शन 6 ऑप्शन हो गए थे। कहीं कहीं सामान, कहीं कहीं मशीनें फंसी हुई थीं, उनको सुपर ह्यूमन एफर्ट लग रही थी यहां पर लाने के लिए। गवर्नमेंट का कोई ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है जो शायद इसके अंदर जुटा नहीं था। बड़ी खुशी होती है जब कहते हैं कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, वहां से शुरू अगर करें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, विच इज बीन द कोर मिनिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व्ड इन दिस होल थिंग। जब 12 तारीख को इसकी खबर आई तो सबसे पहला जो शायद हमने जो कम्युनिकेशन किया था वो रेलवे बोर्ड, क्योंकि सबको मालूम है कि रेलवेज के पास बहुत एक्सपर्टीज होती है। टनलिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, जिस तरह का काम हो रहा है अभी कश्मीर के रेलवे के लिए टू कनेक्ट जम्मू टू बारामूला, उस तरह के काम में बड़ा उनका तजुर्बा है। तो द फर्स्ट थिंग वाज मेड टू द रेलवे बोर्ड एंड टू द रेलवेज टू ब्रिंग देयर एक्सपर्टीज फॉरवर्ड, एंड फ्रॉम देयर इट स्टार्टेड एंड डिफरेंट एजेंसीज हैव जॉइंड इन फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम। इंडियन एयरफोर्स का काम, एनडीआरएफ का, जिसकी 2 टीम वहां पर लगातार काम कर रही हैं, ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ जॉब्स दैट द एनडीआरएफ हैज बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड विद। बॉर्डर रोड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जिन्होंने सड़कें अलग अलग किस्म जगह बनाई हैं जहां पर सामान लाने के लिए, बड़ी मशीनों को लाने के लिए ब्रॉडन किए हैं, सड़कों को ब्रॉडन किया है। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, जिन्होंने आकर वहां पर पूरी कनेक्टिविटी, अभी तो आराम से हम बात कर रहे हैं वहां से मीडिया बात कर रहे हैं, पूरा कनेक्टिविटी वहां से इंप्रूव की है। और राज्य सरकार को नहीं भूल सकते इसमें। राज्य सरकार, देयर इन्वॉल्वमेंट, एसडीएमए, एसडीआरएफ, उत्तराखंड की एसडीआरएफ जो है बड़ी मानी हुई एसडीआरएफ है, इट्स बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन मेनी सच डिजास्टर सिचुएशंस इन द पास्ट। और आखिर में मैं समझता हूं लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, बिना डिप्टी कमिश्नर साहब और एसएसपी के कोई चीज नहीं हो सकती कहीं। आई थिंक दे हैव डन अ मार्वलस जॉब, एब्सोल्युटली। मगर ये सब तब मुमकिन होता है व्हेन द डायरेक्शंस फ्रॉम द टॉप आर एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर कट अगर डायरेक्शंस हैं ऊपर से। अब ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर से, आप मानिए प्रधानमंत्री से देखिए, वहां से पीएमओ, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी खुद कल गए वहां पर, मुआयना किया पूरा, टुक स्टॉक ऑफ द सिचुएशन, गेव डायरेक्शंस, एडिशनल रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत थी उस पर डायरेक्शंस दिए, बात की अंदर, सबका मोराल और मोटिवेशन बढ़ाया वहां पर। ऑल दिस हैज हेल्प्ड इन मेकिंग श्योर दैट जितनी रिसोर्सेज, जो बिखरी हुई रिसोर्सेज हैं, उन सबको एक साथ एकजुट करना और उसका इफेक्टिवनेस निकालना, उसका लाभ निकालना, दैट इज द वर्क ऑफ द लीडरशिप, एंड दैट इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैज बीन डन हियर, along with of course the Ministry of Roads, Transport and Highways. जनरल वीके सिंह साहब वहां खुद मौजूद हैं, ज्यादातर वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद थे। और यहां तक कि जहां पर भी एक्सपर्टीज भारत में है, जहां पर भी जो कोई ऑफर कर रहा था उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, उनको एनेबल किया वहां जाने के लिए। बड़ी खुशी है जनरल हरपाल सिंह, पुराने हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल बॉर्डर रोड्स और इंजीनियर इन चीफ, जिनको बहुत तजुर्बा है टनलिंग का, उनको भेजा गया वहां पर, वो अभी भी वहां पर मौजूद हैं। तो इस तरह से ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच को प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से जोड़ा। मैं समझता हूं इसका बहुत दिनों से हमने शायद इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नहीं देखा है। अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि कल शाम से क्या क्या चीजें हुई हैं वहां पर। ये सब जो आपको बताया है मैंने, वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग भी चलती गई। अभी इस समय वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग 45 मीटर्स, कल मैंने आपको 36 मीटर बताया था, अभी 45 मीटर पे है। मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि हमने अभी तक सब कुछ बंद नहीं किया ये सोचकर कि हमारा हॉरिजॉन्टल प्रोब जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हो गया है और अब सब कुछ सही है और सब कुछ जो है वो खत्म होने वाला है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जितने ऑप्शंस हैं, ऑप्शंस अपनाए हुए हैं अभी तक। 45 मीटर्स तक वो ड्रिलिंग पहुंच गई है। ये रिडंडेंसी के लिए है कि अगर किसी भी हालत में आखिरी क्षण तक अगर हमको कामयाबी नहीं पाई, कहीं नहीं मिली, तो उस हालत में ये 45 मीटर जो गए हैं ये बहुत हमारे लिए सक्सेसफुल जो है वो हुए हैं, वो हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, महत्व बहुत इसका रहेगा वहां पर। बाकी जो एफर्ट्स हैं पीछे से वो भी चल रही हैं, ब्लास्टिंग की भी चल रही है। तकरीबन 12 मीटर वहां पर अचीव हो गया है। जो बाकी मशीनरी आ गई है उसको अभी स्थिर रखा हुआ है कुछ जगहों पर, मगर जैसी जरूरत पड़ेगी अगर, तो वो सब मूवमेंट वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा। मैं आपको बताता हूं चंद एक बातें कि जब इवैक्यूएशन फेज आएगा, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द आएगा, प्रार्थना करते हैं, उम्मीद नहीं करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द ही आएगा। तो एनडीआरएफ का इसमें रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। 3 टीम, 4 जवान की टीम, 12 लोगों की वो बनी हुई हैं, अंदर जाएंगी ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए। ये पूरा वो फ्रेश हैं, ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे जाकर अंदर। एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ को सपोर्ट देगी। साथ में जो हमारे मेडिकल पर्सनल हैं, पैरामेडिक्स, वो जाएंगे अंदर। एक पूरा मेडिकल प्लान बनाया हुआ है जो एग्जीक्यूट होगा ग्राउंड पर। पूरा जो लेबर है उसको ब्रीफिंग उनको इसके मुताबिक दी है। स्ट्रेचर्स के ऊपर, स्ट्रेचर्स के रिसोर्सेज, वहां पर स्ट्रेचर अगर किसी हालत में फंस गया तो वो कंटिजेंसी में किस तरह से उसको निकाला जाएगा, ये सब भी देखा गया है। ये अंदेशा लगाया है कि एक एक इंडिविजुअल को, आउट ऑफ द 41, एक एक इंडिविजुअल को तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट लगेंगे निकालने के लिए, ईच वन इंडिविजुअल। तो आप लगा सकते हैं कि आउटर लिमिट अगर हम देखें कि 5 मिनट अगर लगाते हैं एक इंडिविजुअल पे, वो तब एग्जैक्टली कंफर्म होगा जब पहला, दूसरा या तीसरा इंडिविजुअल निकलेगा। अगर 5 मिनट का भी अंदेशा लगाते हैं तो हम 3-4 घंटे, ऑलमोस्ट 3-4 घंटे लग जाएंगे, क्योंकि गैप भी होंगे बीच में, कुछ कंटिजेंसी होगी, कुछ इक्विपमेंट शायद टूटेगा, कुछ होगा। तो इसके मुताबिक आप 3 से 4 घंटे इसका अनुमान लगा सकते हैं। पोस्ट इवैक्यूएशन जो है, जब सब के सब निकल गए हैं बाहर, तो मैं ये भी बता दूं आपको कि अभी भी वहां पर चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, बड़ा वाला डबल रोटर का हेलीकॉप्टर, वो चिन्यालिसौर जो एयरफील्ड है 30 किलोमीटर दूर, वहां पर हेलीपैड भी है, बिल्कुल साथ में हेलीपैड भी है, वहां खड़ा हुआ है। उसका लास्ट टाइम है 4:30 बजे। उसके बाद वो जो है रात के वक्त नहीं फ्लाई करेंगे उसको। 4:30 बजे के बाद अगर ये डिले हो गया, डिले हो रहा है इस वक्त, तो अगले दिन सुबह उनको लाया जाएगा। वहां पर होल्डिंग फैसिलिटी है, 30 बेड की फैसिलिटी है वहां पर अस्पताल में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में, जो बिल्कुल तैयार है इस वक्त। और 10 बेड की फैसिलिटी वहां पर साइट पर है, जो अभी तैयार हैं। तो इसलिए मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मेडिकल वेलफेयर की तरफ से कोई गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी है, वो सब ठीक रहेगा। रात के वक्त चिनूक हालांकि फ्लाई तो कर सकता है, मगर मौसम भी इतना ऐसा नहीं है, और इतनी, मैं समझता हूं इतनी अर्जेंसी भी शायद नहीं होगी। अगर बहुत ज्यादा अर्जेंसी है तो रात के वक्त 1 या 2 कुछ एम्बुलेंस के अंदर जल्द से जल्द नीचे ऋषिकेश उनको लाया जा सकता है। साइट के ऊपर ट्रायज किया जाएगा, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाएगा जैसे कैजुअलिटी प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाता है, हालांकि ये कैजुअलिटी नहीं है, मगर उसके बाद लाकर उनको जब नीचे हॉस्पिटल में वो दाखिल होंगे एक्चुअली, तो 48 से 72 घंटे की मॉनिटरिंग होगी सबकी, क्योंकि जब ह्यूमन बॉडी इतनी देर तक आइसोलेशन में, तकरीबन आइसोलेशन में, अवे फ्रॉम नॉर्मल ह्यूमन एक्टिविटी रहती है, तो उसके ऊपर अलग अलग किस्म के असर आते हैं बेस्ड अपॉन योर फिजियोलॉजी, बेस्ड अपॉन आपके साइको सोशल मेकअप क्या है, तो उसको मॉनिटर किया जाएगा। कभी कभी हो सकता है कि किसी के ऊपर असर ज्यादा हो जो कुछ घंटों के बाद साबित होने लगे, जस्ट टू फोरक्लोज दैट पॉसिबिलिटी। ये मॉनिटरिंग तकरीबन 48 से 72 घंटे तक चलेगी। मैं समझता हूं कि मैंने ज्यादातर चीजें आपके लिए कवर कर ली हैं। इसके सिवाय के मैंने आपको सिर्फ ये नहीं दिया है कि फाइनल सिग्नल नहीं दिया है कि थ्रू एंड थ्रू रोशनी आ गई है, टनल बन गया है। मैंने आपको आखिर में मैं बताता हूं कि 2 मीटर अभी भी जो फाइनल पाइप्स का पुश था करना था, वो फाइनल पुश अभी भी हो रहा था जब हम उठकर यहां पर आए। मैं समझता हूं कुछ वक्त लगेगा, अरसा लगेगा, इसके बाद भी शायद आपके पास खुद फोन कॉल आने लगे, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा हमको सबको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा।
All right, then, after the 17-day-long ordeal, the trapped workers are all set to be rescued any moment now. The 41 workers were trapped inside when the under-construction Uttarkashi tunnel caved in at the Silkyara end on the 12th of November, that day being Deepavali. The rescue operation included multiple agencies deploying several methods to rescue the workers: horizontal digging through auger machines, vertical boring, deploying rat hole mine workers, and manual drilling have all been put to use in this rescue operation. Relentless efforts were made 24/7 for over 2 weeks so that the workers would return safely and securely back to their families. The rescue teams and the government managed to open a communication line with the workers through walkie-talkies, and a pipeline supplied oxygen, cooked food, clothes and other basic amenities to the workers. Doctors and psychologists also kept a tab on each worker individually to ensure their physical as well as mental well-being. The rescue shall bring immense relief not only to the families of the trapped workers, but the entire country, I'm sure, shall heave a sigh of relief once the workers are finally out. And to speak more on this, in the studio, my colleague Brijesh Pandey is with me, and of course we're also being joined by a guest, Dr. Yashpal Sundaryal, who is a geologist. I understand there his designation is right in front of me, Professor, Department of Geology, HNB, Garhwal University, and he's joining us live from Dehradun. Dr. Sundaryal, what a pleasure to have you on the show. Considering you're a geologist, Professor, I want to ask you something. Is that, Lieutenant General Hasnain was asked this question: why did this happen? How can we prevent it? Considering you're a geologist, don't you think it's rather very, very challenging in the Himalayas, considering they are young mountains? I mean, every step there, Professor Saab, is supposed to be filled with a lot of challenges, as it were.
Yes, actually, the main reason behind this collapse was only that a strong support system was not provided while you are going to construct a tunnel in the Himalayan terrain. You will have to take extra care. I am using the word extra care. It means the norms which has been settled for the construction of the tunnel in any area. But if you are going to construct a tunnel in the Himalayan terrain, then you will have to be extra careful. You will have to provide extra measures and strong supports so that this type of the incident may not happen.
All right, Professor Sundaryal. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Professor. Sorry, I interjected.
Himalaya is the youngest mountain chain of the world. We all are aware, and it is tectonically still active. It is continuously uplifting. So in a terrain which is dynamically active, when we are going to develop any type of the infrastructure, we should take extra care. I'm repeatedly using all the channels. I have already interviewed by the 3-4 channels, and I am using this word extra care. Means you will have to take care of the geology of the Himalaya, its topography, its rising nature. So keeping all these things in mind, the projects for the development which are planned or which are under implementation, they should be scientifically very sound, so that this...
Professor, I'm sorry to interject
here.
here. I'm so sorry to interject here right now, but my colleague Nivriti Mohan is live with us from Ground Zero, and let's go across to Nivriti. Nivriti, with me is also Brijesh Pandey in the studio. Nivriti, we've heard Lieutenant General Hasnain, of course, his press conference, where he's very clear that work is going apace, but he does not want to really put a deadline or a kind of a time line to the entire thing. Tell us what exactly is going around you. I see dusk is falling around you, of course, and I hope it's not raining, Nivriti Mohan.
Yeah, the weather is cloudy, but it's not raining. And right now, what is exactly happening here is that through various sources we are getting different informations. That, like I said earlier, that somebody was from inside was telling us that the work of drilling has been completed, but from some official source I received the information that the last pipe is still being inserted, and it's around 2 meters away, and they are still working on it. But there is a great deal of hope, and everybody is expecting that soon the workers who are trapped inside the tunnel for now more than 16 days, they will be soon coming out of the tunnel, and everybody is waiting here for the glimpse of the first laborer, first worker trapped inside the tunnel who is brought out of the tunnel. So every preparation here is made, be it on the medical grounds, or psychologists are here, doctors are here. If I may show you the visuals of the tunnel right now, you can see a lot of activity happening on the face of the tunnel. You can see ambulances placed inside, and you can see a small temporary medical facility also being set up inside the tunnel. A special place has been given to the medical facility, and around 8 beds have been placed inside the tunnel. As soon as the workers are rescued, they will be provided primary medical attention inside the tunnel itself, and the beds are meant for people who need more medical attention. And as soon as the primary health checkup is done, you can see a lot of ambulances outside the tunnel site, and around 20 to 30 ambulances I can see right now with through my eyes. But these are not the only ambulances that have been called in. Around 40 to 41 ambulances are here. Some of them are parked here because according to the parking place available, and some of them are parked around 2 to 3 kilometers away. So as soon as they get space, they can be called in as per required. So I was right now, just a few minutes ago, you will get that walkthrough also. I was talking to some pharmacists as well. Some of them are working inside the tunnel, and some of them are put inside the ambulance for assistance of the workers who are rescued. So they were telling us that every arrangement has been made inside the tunnel. We could see in visuals also, there is a blood pressure monitoring machine, you have oxygen cylinders out there, you have put beds, and everything that is needed, required for immediate assistance is available inside the tunnel. And then when the workers will be brought to the ambulances, even in ambulances all the life support system is available. So they are well equipped ambulances here. And then after the entire rescue operation is done, NDRF will SDRF and NDRF. They will bring the workers out, put them into ambulances, and these ambulances will take them to a 41-bed facility in Chinyalisore. It is around 25 to 30 kilometers from this place, and because green corridor, normally it takes around an hour to reach Chinyalisore, because green corridor will be established when workers are taken out. So it may take half an hour for them to reach up to Chinyalisore. And then there is a specially made helipad here. If anybody needs more medical attention and it is not available here, they can be flown to AIMS in Rishikesh. Sudhaji.
Deputy Brijesh, this side, because after a lot of guessing game, I think, it's just couple of meters left. Is there any time frame you can tell us? By when can we expect the first worker to be taken out of that tunnel?
Look, Brijesh ji, the experts and officials have time and again been giving timelines here, but they are also suggesting that we should not. They are not sure about the timelines because every time they give a timeline, they say that if everything goes well, if they don't face any obstruction inside. So there are obstructions in the form of those girders and pipes that have fallen through with the mug. And the tunnel roof has fallen, and all that tunnel roof that has fallen for 60 meters, it carries iron rods, it carries iron girders, it carries thick pipes which are difficult to be cut. So every time authorities give a timeline, they give it with a exclaimer. They say that this is the timeline, but if there is no difficulty, only then they can meet this timeline. So we can wish that for another 2 meters there is no metallic obstruction in the way, and if they find a metallic obstruction as the last pipe is being inserted now, I don't think there is much possibility of that obstruction coming in the way, but still if they find any obstruction, it may take a couple of more hours, but we are hopeful that we will see the workers coming out today, by tonight.
All right, Nivriti, I want to ask you that we are fully prepared. It's very, very apparent there. The medical teams, the paramedical teams, the psychiatrists, all of them are on standby, and of course you spoke about the green corridor which is also being created for the ambulances to pass through. So as it were, fully prepared, battle ready. Have you been able to speak with the relatives? I mean, what Brijesh asked, what the entire country is asking, how long now? Of course the authorities are also prudent, they don't want to put a timeline to it, but have you been able to get in touch with the relatives who must be so eager now, Nivriti?
They are eager, they are anxious, and to an extent they are upset also. Yes, we did speak to some of them. We spoke to father of a victim, and the good thing is that they were able to speak to the victims inside almost every day. The relatives are able to speak to them almost every day, and now earlier they were talking to their relatives inside the tunnel with the help of microphones, speakers, etc. And now the BSNL has also set up a communication line inside, so that the workers can directly contact their relatives waiting for them outside the tunnel. So yes, for the relatives it has been a tough time, because 5 days ago when we had come here, we were expecting that 5 days ago only the workers will be coming out, but the timeline kept on extending and difficulties kept coming in the way of the rescue operation. So yes, time and again it made the relatives waiting outside upset. They were disappointed, but at the same time authorities were telling them that the rescue of their loved ones is not very far away. They were assuring them that their relatives and their loved ones will be safe and they will be brought out soon. So the Prime Minister was talking to Prime Minister was also asking about the well-being of these workers. The officials from PMO had arrived and they visited the tunnel site and also spoke to the workers trapped inside, and workers knew that yes, they were being taken care of, authorities are taking care of everything, and they were also hopeful, and that is why they have not faced any health issues as of now, and medicines are being supplied to them. So yes, disappointment plus hope both coexist here.
Absolutely, and I think sabr, that is most important. Niriti Mohan, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on what exactly is happening on ground zero. Joining us is also a guest, Major General retired, of course, TPS Rawat, AVSM, BSM ex-Chief Engineer, Beacon, BRO, who is joining us live from Bhopal. General Rawat, such a pleasure to have you. General Rawat, you know, one thing becomes very clear in this 17-day operation, and that is that the way they kept, you know, moving forward. I'm talking about the rescue operation. Someone who was strategizing so brilliantly, they could not possibly, you know, face any hurdle, because it was like, plan A doesn't work, let's go to A+, let's keep moving. Do you think that is one of the victories, as it were, so far, fingers crossed, of this entire rescue operation? General Rawat.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good
in
evening,
fact, today
sir.
I'm in Delhi, not in Bhopal. So first of all, you said, you know, the planning, we must grant these people who've been sitting there and planning the operation right from the beginning. I think hats off to them for their Herculean efforts, because if you come to think of it, what has actually happened, and if a person actually analyzes that entire 60 meter of, you know, the tunnel collapsing, with all the concrete and whatever shotcreting had been done with all the material which has come, and the way have the nation, I think, I must say, not the people, but I must say the nation has come together to get these 41 people out, which they should come out now very soon. I think one must, it's hats off to them with their Herculean effort. And obviously, a lot of people have been asking, why this method, why not that method? You know, you can't be questioning everything, because those people who are on the ground, they're experts, they know how best to do it. And in fact, right from the time this crisis would have started, all these experts must have thought of the various methods as to how best you can take these people out. In fact, I was reminded of this movie which I just seen, you know, this is that based on that actual story of the rescue of the coal miners, this Akshay Kumar movie which had come, and in which they drill the hole right from the top and come down and take them out in a module. So, you know, you have to grant to these people.
Absolutely.
What they've done is tremendous. And then,
yeah, tremendous indeed, General Rawat. And you know, while you were speaking about the immense contribution, and it's after all about teamwork, and who better than you, and you know, to understand what teamwork actually results in, let me tell you, and also the viewers who are watching this show, is that everything, like I said, is battle ready. The workers perhaps will be taken to Rishikesh, AIIMS for any kind of emergencies ever, or rather a medical checkup. Let's listen in to one of the chief doctors there, and we'll come back to this conversation in a bit.
एम्स ऋषिकेश में श्रमिकों को सिर्फ उसी कंडीशन में लाया जाएगा अगर उनकी जो है ट्रीटमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल उत्तरकाशी में पूरी नहीं हो पाती है। हमने एम्स ऋषिकेश में उन्हीं श्रमिकों के लिए हमारे पास देखिए 20 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में डिजास्टर बेड्स हैं, कुछ आईसीयू बेड्स हैं और एमएस पूल के बेड हैं। तो हमारे पास पूरी कैपेसिटी है कि अगर इनकेस अगर श्रमिकों को एम्स ऋषिकेश में लाया जाता है तो हम उन्हें अच्छे से यहाँ पे इलाज दे सकते हैं। देखिए ऐसा है कि एम्स ऋषिकेश में 4 टीम्स डॉक्टर्स की जो हैं 4 टीम्स तैयार की गई हैं, जिसमें एक जनरल मेडिसिन के डॉक्टर्स हैं, दूसरी टीम में एनेस्थीसिया के डॉक्टर्स हैं और तीसरी टीम जो है साइकेट्री के डॉक्टर्स हैं और एक ट्रॉमा सर्जरी के डॉक्टर्स की टीम है। वहाँ पे जो है लोकेशन पे भेजने का अभी के लिए तो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं है, लेकिन हमने एक टीम उसके लिए भी रखी हुई है जिसमें कुछ नर्सिंग ऑफिसर और डॉक्टर्स हैं। इन केस ज़रूरत पड़ती है और हमारे पास उत्तराखंड सरकार की तरफ से कोई निर्देश आता है तो हम इस टीम को जो है वहाँ के लिए मूव कर सकते हैं। राज्य सरकार के साथ हमारे जो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं एम्स ऋषिकेश के प्रोफेसर मीनू सिंह, वो पूरे उनके साथ जो हैं कनेक्शन में हैं। बाकी हमने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप भी क्रिएट किया है जिसमें उत्तराखंड सरकार के और एम्स ऋषिकेश के डॉक्टर्स हैं। तो जो भी नई अपडेट होती है तो हम सारे एक साथ उसमें जो है अपडेटेड हो जाते हैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के ज़रिए।
Professor Sundrial is of course with us. He is Professor Department of Geology at the HND Garhwal University. Professor Sundrial, I want to ask you, and this I am going to keep harping until we see the first face emerge, what they call as the light at the end of the tunnel, is that we did not give up. I mean, in this operation it will go down in history as one where we were resilient, we were relentless. I mean, both were in equal measure, as it were. So, Professor Sundrial, I want to ask you that rat hole mining, what I had read, and please pardon me if I'm not right on this, it was kind of banned because it was done in Meghalaya, and I remember some children were also used in this operation, and it was said to be something which was very dangerous. But today, look at it, ultimately this is what is going to bring the workers, 41 workers stuck there for the past 17 days out. I mean, why don't you dwell on it, I mean, as it were, speak about this, Professor Sundrial, that how it works in environs such as this, like you said, the youngest mountains in the world, the Himalayas.
Yes, I will say that it was a challenging task, and the rat mining people, they are very skilled people, and they went through the pipe and then manually they made the way just to push that pipe inside, and it would be not possible if these people from I think they are from either from Jharkhand or Meghalaya or like this,
Yes.
but they are very skilled people, and they could make it possible that finally the breakthrough is there.
All right, General Rawat is also with us. General Rawat, I want to ask you that the thing is that once this is done, what do you think should be the most important thing that they should be concentrating on? I mean, I'm not speaking about building the tunnel or going ahead with this project, but what do you think are, let's say, 3 important things that people around those rescued workers need to really focus on? General Rawat.
In fact, I lost the video. What actually was the initial sentence? I couldn't hear that. The video.
I said, sure. I asked you, sir, that once the rescue operation begins, what is that one thing or maybe 3 things that you think are most important to really focus on? I'm not speaking about the building of the tunnel or going ahead with that, but apart from that, what do you think needs to be really our focus? Because I think the teams working there are extremely focused.
No, you are asking me about as to the future, as to how we should move about an infrastructure project, if I'm not wrong. Okay. You see, basically, what I feel is this thing has happened. There are a lot of projects which are happening in this country, and a lot of people were asking me, the government failure, this or that. So I was telling them, you cannot say that it's a government failure. Government gives you a vision, like let's say connectivity to Ladakh, a dream which was there, which nobody would have ever thought, and is going to become a reality. So first of all, whatever has happened, it's a mishap. It should not have happened. It's an unfortunate thing, because nature you cannot fight. But the first thing is, we must learn from this. We must find out as to why this thing has happened. There have been lapses, it goes without saying. People, and it is not at the higher level, which I see, a lot of people mudslinging and this thing goes on. Whatever was that happened is, I think in this, yesterday also I said that if you have to work on such projects, you have to go copybook, You can't take shortcuts, and you have to, ensure whatever are the things to be done technically, And otherwise, those must be ensured, and you should not take any shortcuts whatsoever. That is one. And then we must learn from this. We must ensure such things don't happen in future, and we should be ready for this. In fact, in this tunnel construction, I believe there was no escape tunnel also, and which is a very important aspect, because you are working in Himalayas, which we say are the lower Shivalik, the youngest mountain folds in the world, and you are working in a thing which is lower than the tree line, where there is a lot of mud cover, and the rock formation is not so, this thing, you can say the mountains are not so old. So obviously such fault lines will come. So we have to be copybook, go as per the procedure, and ensure that, we do not take any shortcuts. That is what I feel.
All right, Brijesh, I want to ask you something, that what I was saying right in the beginning, we've all been following this story for days on end now. What I think is one of the major things and successful things about this is that the baton has been passed on without any kind of waste of time, as it were. If you look at it, there is a lovely chain which has been formed, whether it's a PMO, NDMA, all the other organizations, also, the Chief Minister. There's been a minute-to-minute monitoring of the entire rescue operation. Would you agree?
I completely agree with you, Sudha, and I think, thank God that, finally the good day has come, or the good announcement has come that, it's barely 2 meters, and hopefully with the grace of God, all those workers would be taken out of that cave tunnel. And I must compliment, with credit where it's due, that the way entire structure was, the way entire operation was handled, various teams, SDRF, NDRF, NDMA, then you had, various other tunnel experts, international tunnel experts coming in, Prime Minister's office stepping in to ensure the timely coordination, So all of it was carried very properly, those relatives of those people who are trapped inside, they were given a makeshift accommodation near that, and they were able to talk to their relatives, minute by minute, also, checking on those workers who are trapped inside. This is part A of the answer, which is, very good, the way the entire mishap has been handled. But I think, once the workers get out, I think if the government or, people are serious about this tunneling business, they have to actually, do a proper feasible study. They have to do a safety audit of what actually went wrong. Why did this tunnel cave-in happening, and why is this, are the proper procedures followed or not? Because in majority of the cases, the proper procedure is never followed, and there's no penalization. And also, you may think of a particular scenario of digging a tunnel, where the mountains are solid, where this can be done. But it's not that this has happened for the first time in Uttarkashi. This has happened before. Yeah. There are several landslides and all that has happened before. The rush to create Char Dham, a project and make this all-weather roads, which are washed away in the first monsoon. So I think, a lot of feasible study and also a safety audit needs to be done. There has to be some method behind the madness of, how as to how imperative it is or how important it is whether you reach Dehradun in 5 hours or 4 hours or 3.5 hours. And the ways, the safety, it's at times, this is not the right time. But the fact is also that once the laborers are out, there needs to be a serious study on this, that whether all those companies who have been entrusted with the tunnel task, whether they are following all the security norms or not, and if they are not, they should be heavily penalized for that.
Absolutely right, and I second my colleague who said this, and let me just read out for you, ladies and gentlemen, before I show you what's next. On 14 Jan 2023, 172 workers were rescued by Indian Army after an avalanche strikes Jozila Tunnel project. 19th May 22, 10 dead after tunnel collapses in Khoni Nala during an audit, so on and so forth. I don't really want to speak about those who lost their lives, but yes, Brijesh Pandey is absolutely right. We need a safety audit so that such mishaps in what is called the world's youngest mountains do not occur ever again. Meanwhile, my colleague Nivriti Mohan sends us this report from Ground Zero. Take a look.
Whenever the workers are rescued from inside the tunnel, and I'm getting some information from inside through the workers who have been working there, that some of them have already been brought out. I don't know. We need official confirmation on that, but this is what I'm getting to know from inside. Now what, after they are brought out of the tunnels, the NDRF and SDRF teams, as you can see, they are ready. It is going for NDRF and SDRF teams to rescue them from inside the tunnel. They will. It is now their responsibility that they are brought out of the place where they are trapped in through the pipes that have been inserted for a complete 60 meters now, and these pipes are going to be used for the rescue of the workers trapped inside. The trolley will be used that has been specially prepared to rescue the workers from inside the tunnel, and the trolley has got wheels. What they will be doing, the NDRF personnel and the SDRF personnel present here will be doing is that they will be sending the trolley, dragging the trolley through that pipe for the entire 60 meters, and then one worker will lie down on the trolley, and then it will be dragged out of the tunnel. So this is going to be 60 meters in and 60 meters out, and another a minute or two for the worker to lie down, depends on in what condition the worker is, and then it will take 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 minutes or maybe 10 minutes for one worker to be rescued from inside the tunnel. And what information I'm getting is few of them are already out of the tunnel, out of the place where they were trapped inside. But we need an official confirmation on that before I say that with complete confidence. But yes, 5 to 10 minutes for each worker, as our expert has also said that it is going to take 2 to 3 hours more before we see all the workers coming out of the tunnel. NDRF has already done their drill in which they have practiced how to rescue the workers, and that drill is going to work when they do it practically here and bring the workers out. Once the workers are brought out, they have placed 8 to 7 beds inside the tunnel only, depending on the condition of the workers. They will use beds, and a primary health checkup will be done inside the tunnel only. There will be a checkup of all the workers, and then after that you can see ambulances are ready. And you can see the number of ambulances that have been parked right outside the tunnel. But these are not all the ambulances which are present here. I can see around 20 of them, and around 5-6 kilometers from here, or 2 to 3 kilometers from here.
So all preparation in full stream, as you know, and we were also speaking about relatives of those workers. My colleague Nivriti Mohan just spoke about how a trolley will be sent in, so 60 meters in, put a worker there on the trolley, and 60 meters out. But we also spoke about relatives, those who are waiting very, very eagerly to see the ones who have been stuck inside for almost 17 days. Listen in to their voices.
डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तभी होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी?
आज नहीं हुई।
कब हुई थी आखिरी बार?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने? कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना, ठीक है कि बुरा है क्या पता।
तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी।
कपड़े वगैरह आपने पैक कर लिए?
जी पैक कर लिए।
तो अब आप लोग साथ लेके जाओगे अस्पताल तक?
हाँ, अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर साथ में जाएंगे।
डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
डॉक्टर के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद?
जी जी जी।
तो अच्छा, आपकी आखिरी बार उनसे कब बातचीत हुई, तो और उन्होंने क्या बताया, कैसी तबीयत है?
कल परसों बात हुई थी, वो ठीक है, अंदर किसी तरह का कोई परेशानी नहीं था, बातचीत हुई थी, तबीयत सब ठीक था वो लोग को।
टनल से बाहर तो आ रही है बेटा, जब तक आंखें नहीं देखेंगे तब तक तो हमको भरोसा नहीं है सर। आंख से देखेंगे और उसका बाद ने तो हम जे जानते हैं वो लगता है हम खुशखबरी करबे करेंगे, खिलाएंगे नहीं, पिलाएंगे नहीं, हम देखें और इतना दिन से जे 17 दिन हो गया, 17 दिन से आज 17 दिन हो गया, तो उतना दिन के हमका सब कोई देख रहा है, तो मतलब कि हम कुछ तो खुशहाली करेंगे ना। खाली हम बेस के हमारा बेटा खाली निकल जाए वहां से, और हम बेटा के खाली मुंह देखो और साथ में घर आ जाए, बस बेटा जैसे आएगा तैसे हम खुश के खुबारी के हम लोग खिलाएंगे।
Such wise words. Dr. Yashpal Sundrial, professor rather, is still with us, and let's go across to him. Professor Sundrial, you know, my colleague Brijesh Pandey had said that there has to be a safety audit. You know, a very, very vital question. Yes, we still have to hear the good news. We almost there, fingers crossed, but then there is something called, you know, learning from what the nation has gone through. Do you think that, you know, we kind of, we heard what General Rawat was saying, that I don't think it's anybody's fault. I mean, I'm also not trying to apportion blame here, but one tries to understand that, you know, I'm sure environmentalists had worked on it, you know, to give it a green signal. But don't you think that these mountains are rather young to kind of undertake such a project, Professor?
Yes, I have already told you that if one developmental project, either it is tunnel or it is hydro project or it is road widening, it is being done in the Himalaya, then one should have to take extra care, because this Himalaya is dynamic, it is tectonically active, it is still uplifting, and this uplifting process will be continued. Nobody can stop it. So in such dynamic system, you will have to take extra care. If you are constructing any tunnel, then you will have to provide very strong support system. If I will mention that if the strong support would have given to this tunnel, the story would have been different. This would not be happened. What we have seen for last 17 days. So in the Himalaya, and I am agreed that safety audit is necessary, because shortly rail connectivity is going from Rishikesh to Karnaprayag, and about 80 to 90 kilometer tunnel, rail will have to pass through the tunnels, and those 50% tunnels are ready. They are viable, they are as far as the safety is concerned. Government will have to audit all these tunnels which already has been constructed and which are under construction.
Major General Rawat, I want to ask you, considering that, you know, you are from the BRO, so you must also have vast experiences about facing such hurdles or impediments while, you know, dealing with big projects like this. I want to ask you that, you know, do you think that the approach to rescue was far better researched and well laid out than the approach to building the tunnel?
Like I told you about the tunnel, there have been lapses. You were saying that I didn't say that there have been no lapses, but there have been lapses in the sense like, you know, the correct approach which was supposed to be done while constructing and executing the project. There may have been certain, you know, kind of shortcuts which have been taken, because of which this mishap has happened. And now coming to the rescue operation, I think we have done it together as a nation, and we should be proud of what we have done. The people who have been sitting there, I feel there wouldn't have been a minute where they wouldn't have been brainstorming and thinking as to how to get these lives out from that tunnel where they were stuck. And day in and day night out, they have been trying to get them. The various methods they have applied, I think they have left no stone unturned in, I think, trying to get these people out from where they're stuck.
Right. Brijesh, I would also like to ask you that if you have any questions for the experts, you are most welcome. My colleague, Brijesh Pandey, asking you the question, sir.
Well, Bejinal, I just wanted to ask you one thing, sir. That we talk about this entire evacuation process has been handled pretty well, and you yesterday also you were in part of our show at News9 Mediaverse. I just want to understand that that given the kind of mishaps we have seen in Uttarakhand per se. Do you think that it is advisable for the government to go ahead with wider roads and with the entire Char Dham project without doing a very thorough safety audits, marking out these tunnels just because you want to reduce the duration, say from Delhi to Dehradun from 4 hours to say 3.5 hours or something like that? Is it really required to be contrary to the way the Himalaya lives?
I have been emphasizing since yesterday that in such projects and in such terrain, you have to go copybook. You cannot take shortcuts. I have repeated it again and again, maybe 5-6 times in your program.
No, but that's the reason why we are asking you questions, sir, is again and again. Is because, people don't understand this. And, coming from someone who is so well-versed, someone who has spent his entire life in making these kind of tunnels and understand the geography, the topography of the land and the mountain and everything. This is the reason why we are asking time and again, because people somehow, under the mask of how effectively the rescue has been done, hide the real reason of failures.
No, that's what I'm also trying to say, you should not be, in a hurry to construct all these things. You have to understand first the geography of the place, and only if it is feasible, after a detailed feasible study, should you undertake these projects. And once you have undertaken these projects, then you have to ensure that there are no shortcuts, because a lot of shortcuts generally happen while you are executing these projects. So that somebody has to ensure, the contractors and the people who are actually on ground, they don't, play with the lives of the people who are there.
And Sudha, just like if I may add to the conversation here, the biggest problem as Mr. Rawat was saying that that the people, one of the big reason is that people or the companies involved in tunnel construction, they don't follow all the norms. The norms are like in construction of dams and all, that you can't throw the debris into the river, but if you go there at the site of construction, all those norms are flouted, and there's nobody actually to take care of that and to make sure that these companies are penalized and made sure that these kind of playing with the nature is stopped. And once the nature wreaks havoc, we all know what it's capable of and how.
And everyone will take it to the usual debate of between development and preservation. But then the problem here is those workers.
Absolutely.
Those workers, and that's why we are here today, you and I, like there was this, so who are these workers? I mean, how much do they earn? They are stuck there for, it doesn't matter how much do they earn. I mean, just because you earn more doesn't mean you should be stuck, beneath, under a tunnel for almost 17 days. But it's just that you put lives under risk and tremendous risk, Brijesh. That's what I think, is something which they have to think about. We've been talking about this for the past couple of days, and we shall keep talking about it, how to not get into a situation like this. Dr. Sundaryal, I want to bring you into this and, ask you this question that everyone is reading about. I think it must be the most searched thing on Google right now. Horizontal digging and vertical digging. I mean, if you know about it, Professor, would you like to please kind of dwell upon it as to why is it that vertical helped here majorly as against horizontal?
Actually, they are trying to find out how the workers will come out, how they may come out from the tunnel. So they tried many options. But for me, I was afraid that this vertical drilling may damage the ceiling of the tunnel further. But now I hope that they have stopped now the vertical drilling. Although this morning we have the news that they have drilled about 30 to 35 meters, but still they were planning to drill 50 meters more. But now they have, as I know that they have stopped now this vertical drilling. And finally, the horizontal drilling worked, and they have made the way to bring out the trapped level from the tunnel.
Major Rawat, I want to ask you also about, the auger machine. I mean, for the longest time, everyone was hoping that the auger machine works, but it is so happened, unfortunately, and I'm sure you will say these things happen. Of course, these things happen, that the auger machine was stuck, and then, one had to work around the auger machine, and then the rat hole mining technique was adapted. They were saying that there were a lot of problems, even that auger machine, which was supposed to be like the magic wand, did not work. I mean, for the benefit of the viewers, if you could talk about what happened to the auger machine and why was it that, even as it was progressing apace, there were major impediments or hurdles.
Like you are aware, and we've all been discussing that while you're constructing this tunnel, there's a lot of cement and the poling which work. You're putting rods into that tunnel to stabilize the overburden. Then the shotcreting is done. A lot of concrete is poured in. Then those precast slabs which come, they are fixed onto the lining of the tunnel, along with again this grouting and all. So there's so much of concrete which has gone along with so much of metal which is there. Obviously, that machine which was cutting through the tunnel with this debris which has come, there's so much of concrete and metal, it must have clashed against it, and obviously it will break, because the amount of strength of concrete which you have poured, it is in this thing, you say M30, M40 and whatever. So that is quite strong enough, and that is why it is broken. It couldn't take the strength of that concrete which is poured.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, I had asked about both the experts on the show about what exactly is rat hole mining. In some areas, of course, it's been banned. Like I said, in Meghalaya, there are examples. But right now, let's understand what exactly is rat hole mining and how does it work. On your screens right now, it's used as a method to extract coal from narrow horizontal seams. The term rat hole refers to narrow pits dug into the ground. Pits are just large enough for a person to descend or get down. Once the pits are dug, miners get down or descend using ropes. It poses significant safety and environmental hazards, which we've discussed right now on the show. But I'm sure that enough and more precautions will be taken. Like I said, several teams have been deployed there, and enough and more precautions will be taken so that there are neither safety nor environmental hazards, in so far as this methodology is concerned. Brijesh, I also want to ask you about one thing, is that considering that this has been the main story, one thing which I liked about the press conference which was done by General Hasnain is that he says, for you 1 meter seems like just 1 meter, but it has a lot of other things associated. Speak a little about it, because considering you've been on shows focusing on the tunnel emergency, as it were.
Well, the thing is that there's several things. There's how long a minute or how long a second is, depending on which side of the fence you are. And it's an exact replica of the situation right here, because when we see or when we hear 100 meters, for us it looks like it's barely anything. But when you're deep down in that kind of terrain, 100 meter is like a lifetime. Where you have to drill fast enough to make hole, to make passage to reach out to those workers, but not fast enough or brute enough which can demolish the or ensure that debris further fall in. So it's a very mix and match and requires a great degree of expertise, and that is why the reason I complimented government was that also tunneling experts Arnold Dix and others were called in to ensure that there is a proper coordination between what the ground situation demanded and how it is carried out internationally. All those experts were called in to make sure that there is a right amount of pressure, but not pressure enough to ensure that more debris fall in and create further complications for the workers who are trapped in. And that is the reason why you know, a meter took hour and a half, 2 hours. And you know, there were people there, as Nivriti very astutely said, that, you know, that it comes with conditions attached. Like they say that yes, it can be done, the workers can be out in 15 hours if everything goes as per plan. And that if everything goes as per plan means that, you know, that digging of that 1 meter tunnel could take 1 hour, and it could also take 2 hours, you know, depending on how precariously the entire thing is placed in. So going by it, I mean, the number of meters concerned, now we are almost there. But I think, you know, it's going to take some time before we see all those 41 workers get out, because if you do simple maths, you know, as Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnan said, that, you know, it takes 3 to 5 minutes to get one worker out of that tunnel. So, you know, 40 into 5 would be like someone, you know, 200 minutes would require just to get all those workers who are trapped in there.
All right, and let's get you some fresh visuals the minute we get them from the site, ground zero, as it were. Those are the live visuals on your screens. Right now, you see hectic activity. There is, of course, awaiting the coming out of the workers who've been trapped for almost 17 days today. 41 workers, several teams at work, medical teams, paramedical teams, NDRF, SDRF, NDMA, Madras Sappers, all the teams on ground zero, awaiting the arrival when they shall sight the first worker walk out to safety and security. Live visuals for those who've just joined us on the show. We're showing you, waiting very, very eagerly for that moment, much like the rest of the country, when we shall see the first worker, you know, who shall, and I think that the man who comes out first will also go down in history as the person who walked out first. And I think it depends on who the person shall be, but whoever it is, then the wait is just for a couple of minutes, and then they will be walking out. Right now, let's listen in to member of NDMA, that is General Hasnain.
Exact स्थिति जो इस वक्त है, before anything else, we are near a breakthrough, but not yet there. अब 58 मीटर, कल मैं आपको बताया था कि 47 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.2 48 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे, और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज़ कैरिड ऑन. जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको, उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे, रात भर काम हुआ इसके ऊपर. और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं, बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एनक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. दे हैव बीन एबल टू टेक इट टू 58 मीटर्स, विच इज अ फिनोमिनल अचीवमेंट, आई वुड से, कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. दिस इज समथिंग ऑलमोस्ट लाइक एज इफ अ मशीन हैज बीन वर्किंग. और इसके बावजूद अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं. पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है विद द हेल्प ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, द प्रेशर ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, एंड वी आर होपिंग अनदर 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा, और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब वी कुड से दैट आर पार हो गए हैं. ये खबर तो जरूर आई है, उसको मैं कंफर्म भी कर सकता हूं कि अंदर से उन्होंने कहा है कि आवाजें आ रही हैं काम होने की. जगह जहां पर तकरीबन ये छेद निकलेगा, जहां पर टनल निकलेगा, वो उसका अंदेशा लगाया जा सकता है अब अंदर से कुछ हद तक. तो ये सब बहुत पॉजिटिव खबरें हैं जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं इस वक्त. मगर याद रखिए कि अभियान जब इस तरह का चलता है, जिसमें 400 घंटे से ज्यादा हम इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं अभी तक, पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे. किसी चीज पर भी प्री मैच्योर कार्रवाई, प्री मैच्योर अनाउंसमेंट करना जो है वो गलत होगा. इट विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स. तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में. उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है।
All right, there you heard about the efforts, the kind of resilience shown by the different teams, and you know, the way he said that, imagine the way manually digging was done, and for 24 hours relentlessly. That is something which is really appreciative. Brijesh, I saw how you were nodding your head when he was speaking about it, about this immense resilience, 24 hours manual digging, Brijesh.
Well, yes, because you know, it requires a degree of expertise, and also the fact that, you know, when you do manual digging, you know, it's a completely different ball game than when you do drilling into the tunnel with auger machine and other form of machines which are available there. And it requires a lot of effort on the part of people who are doing manual digging. They know what is at stake that makes it a very high pressure job. And you know, the fact is that, you know, when yesterday when that rat hole manual digging was also talked upon by Lieutenant General Hasnain, I was talking about how Madras Regiment people from there had come in to help and oversee the entire digging. You know, I mean, it has been a pretty commendable effort so far. You know, as far as coordination is concerned, NDRF, SDRF, NDMA, they are in close coordination. The Prime Minister office has deputed you know, a person here from the office who's constantly overseeing the entire operations. Bhaskar Kolbe was former advisor to PMO, now advisor to the Uttarakhand government is there. Lieutenant General VK Singh is there. Dhami is visiting, you know, day in, day out, and making sure that, you know, that all kind of material which you require, makeshift roads are being built by BRO, so that all the heavy machineries are being brought in. So it has been a pretty well coordinated effort, you know, credit where it's due by the state, central, and also, you know, international agencies were also roped in to make sure that best possible suggestion can be made, because, you know, it is not unlike drilling a normal situation. You know, the topography of the land is, or the mountain is completely different. You know, you cannot exert more push, and it may lead to further more trouble. So, you know, to exercise that right amount of push, the cutters have to be done. You know, the auger machine suffered because of that. You know, that the drill part got defected badly. So all of those, and then, you know, all the parts have to be extracted. So all of those things were going on, but mercifully, you know, I think, you know, the best time was when, you know, 5-6 days back, when they were able to talk to those or see visuals of those 41 workers who were trapped inside, and then they were able to provide medicine, food, and other comfort. I think, you know, the challenge is to make sure that, you know, once they get out, they get the right kind of mental briefing by the psychiatrists who are posted outside, because I think, you know, not much of a physical, but I think it's a psychological trauma which they would be facing, you know, being confined in a small area for 17 plus days. It's definitely very, very challenging.
We'll talk about the politics that is involved in this, of course, and rather the silence of everybody. That's where a nation comes together and does not really comment. I'll speak to Brijesh about it, but before that, because he spoke about the psychological trauma, let's listen to a voice from a doctor, Dr. Narendra Kumar.
एम्स ऋषिकेश में श्रमिकों को सिर्फ उसी कंडीशन में लाया जाएगा अगर उनकी जो है ट्रीटमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल उत्तरकाशी में पूरी नहीं हो पाती है। हमने एम्स ऋषिकेश में उन्हीं श्रमिकों के लिए हमारे पास देखिए 20 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में डिज़ास्टर बेड्स हैं, कुछ आईसीयू बेड्स हैं और एमएस पूल के बेड हैं। तो हमारे पास पूरी कैपेसिटी है कि अगर इनकेस अगर श्रमिकों को एम्स ऋषिकेश में लाया जाता है तो हम उन्हें अच्छे से यहाँ पे इलाज दे सकते हैं। देखिए ऐसा है कि एम्स ऋषिकेश में 4 टीम्स डॉक्टर्स की जो हैं 4 टीम्स तैयार की गई हैं, जिसमें एक जनरल मेडिसिन के डॉक्टर्स हैं, दूसरी टीम में एनेस्थीसिया के डॉक्टर्स हैं और तीसरी टीम जो है साइकेट्री के डॉक्टर्स हैं और एक ट्रॉमा सर्जरी के डॉक्टर्स की टीम है। वहाँ पे जो है लोकेशन पे भेजने का अभी के लिए तो ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं है, लेकिन हमने एक टीम उसके लिए भी रखी हुई है जिसमें कुछ नर्सिंग ऑफिसर और डॉक्टर्स हैं। इन केस ज़रूरत पड़ती है और हमारे पास उत्तराखंड सरकार की तरफ से कोई निर्देश आता है तो हम इस टीम को जो है वहाँ के लिए मूव कर सकते हैं। राज्य सरकार के साथ हमारे जो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं एम्स ऋषिकेश के प्रोफेसर मीनू सिंह, वो पूरे उनके साथ जो हैं कनेक्शन में हैं। बाकी हमने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप भी क्रिएट किया है जिसमें उत्तराखंड सरकार के और एम्स ऋषिकेश के डॉक्टर्स हैं। तो जो भी नई अपडेट होती है तो हम सारे एक साथ उसमें जो है अपडेटेड हो जाते हैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के ज़रिए।
All right, we shall have very shortly my colleague Nivriti Mohan live from Ground Zero. But as of now, I'm going to talk about politics. You know, The standard of the narrative in politics is something which we all know about. I don't have to really dwell on it. It's a kind of tutu meme which keeps going on every day. But look at this incident. Not a voice.
Yes, I think, you know, it's also reflected a very mature conversation, if I may say so, about this thing, because I think it also showed the intent that everybody at their heart, you know, wanted a good end to what started, you know, unfortunately on the day of Deepavali. You know, when everybody was celebrating, everybody was, you know, had their lights and diyas adorning their house. You know, these workers, their cave crashed in, and then the tunnel crashed in, and these workers have been inside that area for last 17 days. And you know, this is one very good side of the politics, which reflects that nobody is willing to criticize the government. I think criticism can wait for another couple of more days before, you know, before valid and genuine questions. I won't even be calling them criticism. When valid and genuine questions be asked of the government about, you know, about the company which was carrying on the digging, whether all the safety procedures were followed or not, whether a safety audit was done or not, and whether escape routes, you know, which people saying that had they gone ahead as per textbook, as General Rawat was talking about, you know, if there was an escape route, you know, all this would not have had happened. So I think, you know, those lapses need to be investigated and the guilty brought to book, because of the simple reason that you cannot, you know, you cannot force the Himalayas to adopt your lifestyle. You have to acclimatize yourself to the Himalayas. And if you live under the illusion that you can force the Himalayas to suit your lifestyle, I think, you know, tragedies like these will keep on happening before you realize it's too late to learn.
Absolutely right. You cannot expect the mountains to come to us. We have to go to the mountains, as it were. Niriti Mohan, my colleague, is right now live with us from Ground Zero. Let's go across to her and figure out what really is going on. Niriti, can you hear me?
Right now the status remains the same. The last pipe that is being inserted, last pipe that they need to connect, it is being said that precautionarily the last pipe is being inserted, and earlier, say around an hour back, it was told officially to us that 2 meters of the distance is yet to be covered. I'm sure there must be some progress, but unless and until we don't receive any information officially, we should not be talking about it. But yes, only 2 meters of distance was left as of 1 hour ago, told to us by the officials, and one more pipe was needed to be inserted. It was being inserted in fact, and once it is inserted, the welding of that pipe needs to take place. Welding takes some time, say an hour or so, but we are expecting the rescued, whenever the workers are rescued from inside the tunnel, we are hoping that it is going to happen soon, but till then you can see activity inside the tunnel happening. You can see the crowd inside the tunnel. There is a lot of light inside the tunnel today as compared to yesterday or day before yesterday. It was not that bright inside day before yesterday and yesterday, but today you can see a lot of light inside, and you can see workers walking around, the rescue workers walking around, and there are doctors inside, psychologists inside, pharmacists inside to assist the doctors to get the medical checkup of workers done. So this is what is happening inside the tunnel right now. And as we spoke to a group of pharmacists as well, one of them was working inside the tunnel, So he told us that every possible arrangement has been made inside the tunnel. There are 8 beds that have been placed inside in case of any one requires that assistance, and also all the equipments, medical checkup equipments like blood pressure monitoring machine, the oxygen cylinders in case somebody requires oxygen, is already placed there. There are beds also inside, and medicines, we could see medicines, a lot of medicines inside. So every arrangement has been made. And outside the tunnel, Sudhaji, as I had shown you earlier also, post-rescue arrangements are in place. Ambulances there are many ambulances are there, cars and vehicles are going and going inside the tunnel and coming out of the tunnel. So there is activity that can be seen. You can see vehicles coming, those vehicles coming out of the tunnel. these must be the officials, and they must have taken stock of the entire situation inside and must have looked into all the arrangements. And this karma that you have seen right now getting out of the tunnel, it is of the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. So he has come out of the tunnel. He is here for last few days now and continuously visiting this site. Also, General VK Singh is continuously coming and watching the situation here. He is taking stock of the situation here. PMO is directly connected to the officials who are working here. So everyone is taking care and everyone is taking stock of the situation at the tunnel site right now. But we are hoping that soon they will be rescued, the workers will be rescued, and the ambulances that have been parked here, around 20 ambulances I can see here that have been parked here, so that as soon as the workers come out of the tunnel, they are taken to the hospital through these well-equipped ambulances. All the life support system is present in these ambulances, and these ambulances will directly take the workers to a specially made 41-bed facility that we had visited in Chinyali-Sor, and we had got the exclusive visuals of that facility where 41 beds have been placed for these workers so that they get proper medical attention. It is a separate facility especially made for these workers who are to be rescued from the tunnel, and the facility itself has all the arrangements. It has blood pressure monitoring machines. I could see oxygen cylinders lying over there, and ECG and all, everything was there. And so all the arrangements have been made. The only thing that we are waiting for is for the rescue of the workers. As soon as they are brought, all the arrangements have been made for them, and we wish that they are not going to face any difficulty after facing so much of trouble for almost more than 16 days now inside the tunnel. So
Nivriti, Brijesh, this side, you just said that that Pushkar Singh Dhami has left from the tunnel. Is this a sign that the getting out of those workers from the tunnel will now take a bit longer? Because we saw, Pushkar Singh Dhami rushing to the spot when it looked like, that the taking out of these workers from the tunnel will happen anytime soon. And we saw, a bunch of garlands also being taken inside the tunnel. So does this mean that now the entire process will take a few more hours before we see those 41 workers out of the tunnel?
2-3 days back, there were chances that the workers will be rescued out of the tunnel. Then also Chief Minister Dhami was here, and since then he has been around here and has been coming and going, has been regularly visiting this site actually. So Chief Minister Dhami had come here in the afternoon, and now he has left. Yes, it was expected that soon the workers will be coming out, and then later we came to know that one pipe is being inserted. So it may take some more time, because as we were told earlier by the authorities and the experts and specialists who are working inside the tunnel, that once a pipe is inserted, it needs to be welded. And when welding in itself takes some time, and some experts were also telling us that this pipe that is being inserted, one more pipe that is being inserted, it is being inserted as a precautionary measure, because some more distance has been covered through this pipe, so that if there is a possibility of some muck falling down again, so that portion can also be covered, and it does not expand. The muck that falls does not expand to a larger area and doesn't cover the pipes that have already been placed. So one more pipe has been put. This is what we are being told. But yes, we need to wait for an official version on this. But latest update was that 2 meters distance was still to be covered. This update we received an hour back. But of course, some progress has been made on this, and we are just waiting for that good news to come. So Pushkar Singh Dhami has left. That's actually, you are right in saying that this indicates that it is going to take some more time. Had it been on the concluding part of the operation had to conclude, then Chief Minister should not have left from here. He must not have left from here. But since he has left, that means an hour or so or 2 hours more. It is going to take some time.
All right, Nirviti, Sudha here. I want to ask you, and a lot of people are asking me, on my WhatsApp, that, darkness is something which is scary because we're speaking about being stuck in a tunnel and about light at the end of the tunnel. I see that where you're standing, reporting from, around you the background is not very lit up. But when you show us visuals of the tunnel, we see that it's brilliantly lit up. It's almost like floodlights there. So describe a little bit of how the lighting has been done for the benefit of the viewers, because like I said, there is a contrast, and of course there is a bit of a paranoia about, even as the night falls, what happens to the rescue operation.
See, Sudhaji, the light has the tunnel has been properly lit today because there will be activity out there when the workers are brought out from the other side of the tunnel, and for that they need to come towards this side, and 60 meters of distance needs to be covered through that narrow pipe, and then they will come to this lit up area, and this area is lit up because after the entire rescue operation takes place and the medical facilities that are being provided to these rescued workers, then this is the place where the entire medical checkup will be done. And if somebody needs some medicine or some medical attention, then entire checkup will happen there. In our visuals that we had sent earlier, you could see that ambulance has also been parked inside. There is an 8 beds facility, a temporary facility has been set up there, and all these activities are going on. So that is the reason why it is so much lit up right now. Otherwise, yesterday and day before yesterday, if I may tell you, it was not this much of lighting was not there. But today, because activity is going to happen outside the tunnel also, on this part of the tunnel also, and all the medical checkup and rescue workers will be rescued to this part of the tunnel first, and then they will be taken to different medical hospitals or facilities. But primary checkup is to be done there. That is why it is well lit. But on the contrary, on the other side of the tunnel, the workers who are stranded inside the tunnel, though they have light, but they have not received sunlight for last 16 to 17 days, and sunlight is very important for human beings, and without sunlight they may go into depression, vitamin D deficiencies, all these problems can come up. But the authorities have taken care of this as well. And vitamin D tablets are being supplied to the workers who are trapped inside, and some lighting is also there inside the tunnel. That is also a good part of it. And the most important part is that the workers trapped inside are not alone. There are 41 workers. It's like a group of people, and they can interact with each other, they can talk to each other. If they are unhappy, that also they can share with each other. If they are anxious, they are nervous, that also they can share with each other. So they have each other's strength in the form of company of others. Like you are not alone inside. That is the biggest boon for them right now. Had they been 2 or 4 or 5 workers inside, it would have definitely been very difficult for them. But since there are 41 inside, so they have each other to share their sorrows or their problems with, and this is what is something.
Nivruti, I just want to ask you one thing, that we saw PK Mishra talking to them, we saw Pushkar Singh Dhami talking to them, we saw most of these people who are overseeing the rescue operation talking to them. What has been the mood of those 41 workers like for the last say 4-5 days? Given the fact that as the number of day increases, though now they feel that they are very near exiting this tunnel. What has been the mood of those workers like? Did you get any sense from the authorities?
Yes, the videos, when somebody talks to the workers inside, the authorities here do circulate the videos of the talk that happened between the authorities. Like, we received videos of PK Mishra talking to them, and then we had also received video of the Chief Minister talking to them. So once the authorities are continuously talking to the workers trapped inside and telling them, no, that you don't need to worry and you'll be out soon. So that is also a source of encouragement. So they don't let them feel lonely, and a ray of hope is always there. So, and also, as I told you earlier, they were talking with speakers and microphones. So because it was taking more time, and authorities thought that it will take time to rescue them. So what they did is that BSNL also has set up a line of communication inside the tunnel, so that the workers trapped inside can talk to their loved ones, their relatives who are waiting for them outside, and also to the authorities if there is any need. So all these measures are being taken here, and when the relatives spoke to their loved ones inside who are trapped inside, they were also told by them that they are doing well. There are no serious health issues as of now, and also they are being taken care of as far as food is concerned, medicines are concerned. So that is what we are hearing as of now. Rest when the workers are out, and the real experience that they have experienced in these last 16 or 17 days. It would be interesting to, not exactly interesting, but everyone will be willing to know what they experienced inside. So that is one part that we are waiting for.
Absolutely, and the entire nation awaits that. Thank you so much, Nivruti Mohan, for bringing us up to speed. And now let's go across to the expert guest on the panel, Dr. Sushil Kumar, scientist, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology from Dehradun. Dr. Kumar, a very warm welcome to you. Dr. Kumar, take us through the kind of challenges that the nation has witnessed, and right now we almost seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. But as a scientist, I mean, of course, this is perhaps not the time to rue over where we went wrong, but rather to celebrate on the collective efforts and success of what we have achieved as a country, as a nation. But I just want to know your thoughts about this entire tunnel story, as it were. Dr. Kumar. So please unmute yourself, Doctor. Dr. Kumar, kindly unmute yourself, sir. I would like you to please unmute, Dr. Saab.
Okay. Are you hearing now?
Yes.
So actually, what happened?
Yeah, go on.
These mountains are soft mountains, because after collision of Indian and Eurasian plate, the bottom of the sea come up. The Tethys Sea was there, and that's why these are the very soft, like having debris and soil and boulders. These kind of things are there. So, and this is also very sensitive zone. The main central thrust, branches of main central thrust passes from these areas. So there you will get so many zones of crest type of rock, fractured rocks, and shear zones also. Like the incident happened in one of the shear zone. The material when support cut out, and the whole material of 50 up to 50-60 meter come out. So these are we have to understand very carefully. Once we are making a tunnel of 4.5 kilometer, so in the constructing such a tunnel, so they must have planned for the escape tunnel as well, because such a long tunnel. But they they started and they reached up to 3.4 kilometer without any hurdle, with any problem. Later on, this problem occurred. So making a tunnel again a very challenging.
Yes.
So I would like to say that in such an area, this was natural disaster totally, because it not happens once they have made a cover to basically stop that material from upside. But there was shear zone, that's why it happens.
So ये प्राकृतिक आपदा है डॉक्टर साहब, यही आप कह रहे हैं कि इसमें किसी की गलती नहीं हम कह सकते, ये नहीं आरोप प्रत्यारोप का वक्त नहीं है, ये आप कह रहे हैं ये प्राकृतिक आपदा है. दिस इज व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू से डॉक्टर कुमार जी.
बिल्कुल, और इसमें ये साइस्मिक जोन 4 और 5 में आता है
जी,
और यहाँ पर लेस देन 3 मैग्नीट्यूड अर्थक्वेक्स. आई एम बेसिकली एक्सपर्ट ऑफ अर्थक्वेक्स एज वेल. So यहाँ 3 and 4 magnitude earthquakes trigger like 1 or 2 every day in these areas, in these mountains. So these are basically that's why this is very sensitive zone.
All
and
right. Yeah, Dr.
So
Kumar, Dr. Sushil Kumar, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll come back to you. But we are going back to ground zero. We are going back because my colleague Nivriti Mohan has filed this report from what we are talking about right now, the escape route from the tunnel of 41 workers who've been stuck for 17 long days. Take a look.
41 जो वर्कर्स टनल के अंदर फंसे हुए हैं, उनको निकालने के लिए बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो दिन रात एक कर रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपना दिन रात यहीं पर लगा दिए हैं टनल साइट के बाहर. और ऐसे ही लोगों में कुछ लोग हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, ये फार्मासिस्ट हैं, मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं, जो जब रेस्क्यू करके बाहर लाया जाएगा 41 वर्कर्स को, उसके बाद इनका काम शुरू होगा और उनके हेल्थ चेकअप की जिम्मेदारी रहेगी. हेल्थ चेकअप करने के बाद उनको अलग अलग अस्पतालों तक जहां ज़रूरत होगी वहां पहुंचाने की जिम्मेदारी होगी. आपका नाम क्या है सर?
DC नोटियाल, फार्मासिस्ट हूँ.
अच्छा, आपकी क्या है रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी?
मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ये है, जैसे ही वहाँ से श्रमिक जो है रेस्क्यू होंगे, उसके बाद जब वहाँ टनल में जो हमारी टीम गई हुई है अंदर, तो वहाँ पे उनके चेकअप होगा पहले. उसके बाद वो हम एम्बुलेंस लेके वहाँ जाएंगे और उनको जो है बिठा के और विद अगर उनको आवश्यकता पड़ी तो ड्रिप भी लगाएंगे उसी में एम्बुलेंस में ही.
कितने लोग गए होंगे आपके
अंदर? जो है कम से कम 15-20 लोग गए हैं, डॉक्टर्स भी, फार्मासिस्ट भी. अच्छा. सारे गए हैं.
15-20 डॉक्टर्स हैं या फार्मासिस्ट?
डॉक्टर भी हैं, फार्मासिस्ट भी हैं. जी जी जी.
आपकी ड्यूटी एम्बुलेंस में?
हमारी ड्यूटी एम्बुलेंस में है. जैसे ही वहाँ से जो है श्रमिक बाहर आ जाएंगे, चेकअप हो जाएंगे, उसके बाद चेकअप के बाद जो है एम्बुलेंस यहाँ से जाएगी. पहले 108 वाली जाएंगे, उसके बाद हमारे डिपार्टमेंटल जाएंगे, तो उसमें बिठा के हम लोग CSC चेनाइल छोड़ में ले जाएंगे. वहाँ पे जो है एडमिट की व्यवस्था है, तो वहाँ पे जो है
भेजा जाएगा. आपका नाम बताइए सर?
मेरा नाम विजयपुरी है, मैं फार्मासिस्ट हूँ.
किस तरीके की तैयारी? आप भी एम्बुलेंस
में ही हैं? जी जी.
किस तरीके की तैयारी एम्बुलेंस के अंदर कैसी थी?
सुरंग से बाहर आ जाएगी, वो जो डॉक्टर जो है, अगर उसको ड्रिप लगा है, कुछ लगा है, या कुछ बीपी देखना है, बीपी फॉल है, ऑक्सीजन देखना है, उसका वही चीज़ देखनी है. और क्या
वो सारी चीज़ें आप देखेंगे?
सब देखेंगे.
क्या क्या मेडिसिन होंगी अभी एम्बुलेंस के अंदर?
इमरजेंसी मेडिसिन होती है, जिस तरह की उनको होगी तकलीफ, बीमारी होगी जो होगा, उस तरह से उनका इलाज चलेगा एम्बुलेंस में. जो उस टाइम में बाकी तो चेन्नई रिसोर्ट निकल जाएंगे, बाकी तो ट्रीटमेंट वहीं होगा चेन्नई रिसोर्ट. लेकिन यहाँ इमरजेंसी के तौर पर जो है, जो भी डॉक्टर शुरू करेंगे, प्रोवाइड करेंगे उनको, वो हम देंगे.
बेड भी लगाए हुए हैं, 8 बेड लगे हुए हैं.
बेड लगे हुए जो भी है वो हमें पता नहीं अंदर कितना है, क्या है, हम अंदर गए नहीं.
टनल के अंदर भी एक टेम्परेरी मेडिकल फैसिलिटी का अरेंजमेंट किया गया है और वहाँ पे एम्बुलेंस अंदर भी है. वो वेट कर रही है कि जैसे ही पहला मजदूर बाहर निकाला जाता है, उनको इमिडिएटली एम्बुलेंस में डाल के ले जाया जा सके. लेकिन वहाँ पे बेड्स भी लगे हुए हैं, 7-8 बेड्स की व्यवस्था है कि अगर किसी को ज़रूरत हो तो इमिडिएटली ट्रीट किया जा सके टनल के अंदर ही, और उसके बाद बाहर ले जाया जा सके. हमारे साथ आपका नाम बताइए.
मेरा नाम अनिल पुरी है, मैं फार्मासिस्ट जिला चिकित्सालय उत्तरकाशी में कार्यरत हूँ और मेरी ड्यूटी यहाँ पे 21 दिसंबर से लगी हुई है. मैं 21 दिसंबर से 21 नवंबर से मैं यहाँ लगातार स्वास्थ्य सेवा में हूँ, क्योंकि जो मरीज एक 40 मरीज जो अंदर फंसे हुए हैं, हम उनकी इंतजारी में हैं कि वो जो जब जल्दी से जल्दी वो बाहर निकलें और वो स्वस्थ रहें। और साथ में हमारा यहाँ पे अस्पताल खुला हुआ है और यहाँ पे अन्य कर्मचारी जो वर्कर हैं वो भी बीमार जब पड़ते हैं तो हम उनकी सेवा भी कर रहे हैं। साथ साथ में
जो काम अभी कर रहे हैं रेस्क्यू में, उनकी भी सेवा कर रहे हैं।
हम सेवा कर रहे हैं। उनको भी कोई तकलीफ हो रही है, कोई बुखार, किसी को खांसी हो रही है, तो हम उनको भी दवाई यहाँ वितरण कर रहे हैं यहाँ से।
आप एम्बुलेंस में हैं या आप बाहर हैं?
मैं अभी टनल के अंदर मेरी ड्यूटी लगी हुई है, सुरंग के अंदर। वहाँ पे 8 बेड हमने लगाए हैं। जब मजदूर बाहर निकल जाएंगे तो हम उनका चेकअप करेंगे। वहाँ पे डॉक्टर चेकअप करेगा।
किस तरीके के चेकअप? मैंने इक्विपमेंट्स देखे, कुछ बीपी के थे, ऑक्सीजन।
बीपी इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी है हमारे पास, SpO2 देखने के लिए है, शुगर की जांच होगी उनकी वहाँ पे, और साथ में जो है ड्रिप ग्लूकोज चढ़ाना पड़ेगा उनको ना, जो अंदर कमज़ोर होंगे। मतलब जिस टाइप का मरीज होगा उस सब व्यवस्थाएं अंदर पूरी हो रही है।
चेकअप के बाद बेड भी लगाए हैं। बेड क्यों?
बेड इसलिए लगाए हुए हैं कि जब अंदर से बाहर आएंगे तो उनको हम लेटाएंगे, उनका चेकअप करेंगे। जो मरीज ज़्यादा गंभीर बीमारी में होगा उसको हम तुरंत जो है एम्बुलेंस से जो है चिनाली सॉल्ट हॉस्पिटल में पूरी व्यवस्था है, वहाँ पे उनको भेजेंगे।
आप अंदर हैं सर, टनल के अंदर तैनात हैं या एम्बुलेंस में?
एम्बुलेंस ड्यूटी में हूँ मैं।
अच्छा, एम्बुलेंस में क्या क्या चीज़ें हैं जो लाइफ सपोर्ट की चीज़ें?
लाइफ सपोर्ट की सारी दवाइयाँ उसमें मौजूद है मैम, और डॉक्टर जो भी निर्देश देंगे। ऑक्सीजन है उसमें, SP ऑक्सीजन लेवल देखने का है और शुगर लेवल देखने का है। जो भी उनकी इमरजेंसी जो भी दवाइयाँ होती है सारी दवाइयाँ मौजूद है।
तो अभी एक ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बनाएंगे तो कितना टाइम आपको पहुंचाने में लगता है वहाँ?
यहाँ से और चिन्यालीस और CSC जहाँ पर इन मरीज के रखने की व्यवस्था की गई है, हॉस्पिटलाइज करने की व्यवस्था की गई है, लगभग 1 घंटा लगेगा पहुँचना रोड के थ्रू। जी मैम।
वैसे ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बनाया गया है, हो सकता है कि ज़्यादा वक्त ना लगे, हो सकता है 1 घंटा जैसे बता रहे हैं वो ट्रैफिक के समय में हो सकता है, लेकिन ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बनाया जाएगा तो इतना वक्त नहीं लगेगा। तो यहाँ पे जो फार्मासिस्ट हमारे साथ बैठे हुए हैं, इनमें से 3 ऐसे हैं जो एम्बुलेंस में मरीज़ों को लेके जाएंगे, और एम्बुलेंस में पूरी व्यवस्था है, हर तरीके की लाइफ सपोर्ट सिस्टम है। और एक ऐसे हैं जो टनल के अंदर की जो व्यवस्था की गई है उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी दे रहे थे, क्योंकि उनकी ड्यूटी जो है वो टनल के अंदर की व्यवस्था में लगी हुई है। तो हर तरह की व्यवस्था हमने आपको बताई है, और इन लोगों ने भी आपको बताई है कि टनल के अंदर और टनल के बाहर किस तरीके की व्यवस्था, मेडिकल व्यवस्था की गई है। निवृत्ति मोहन, न्यूज़ 9।
And even as my colleague Nivritti Mohan was bringing us up to speed as to what are the medical preparations and on ground zero, my colleague Brijesh would also like to ask a question to Dr. Sushil Kumar, who is scientist at the Wadia Institute in Dehradun. Over to you, Brijesh.
Dr. Sushil, hi. Brijesh Pandey this side. I wanted to ask you, you spoke about the seismic 3, seismic 4 zone and how the mountains are fragile and all. Is it feasible for this kind of digging, in the fragile mountains of Uttarakhand? Don't you think that more feasibility studies, safety audits would have been done, and a stricter enforcing of the laws of the land, which might have prevented us from, this mishap happening?
Yeah, I will say that you cannot basically, if you will see that in other parts of the world also, if you have planned some tunnel, so there are some norms are there. If one is following all kind of norms, so everything is possible. Now you cannot say that the tunnel cannot pass from this route. Otherwise, there is no way to basically minimize that route between Yamunotri and Gangotri. This is the only option from the situations there and conditions of their morphology of that part. So that the plan is fine. But to implement that, the company, I think they need some kind of more escape path ways to basically, if such type of situation happen, so the people working there, so they can escape easily. So I think we cannot avoid anything like making like widening road. Everything is fine, but there are some norms. They have to follow. If they are unstabilizing anything, so they have to basically stabilize that part. Otherwise,
so
if they are widening the road.
In your honest opinion, doctor, do you think that all those norms are being followed? because we are seeing, you know, we saw a lot of visuals of what is happening to the all-weather road. You know, the first train came and the roads are washed away. So, I mean, you know, are we doing the proper audit done, or it's just mindless implementation of what should have been done?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If we have to basically strictly follow the rules. If they are making a house or a hotel in Joshimath, and that is a 30-degree dip of, and that is from the glaciated material, so they have to basically look carefully. If they are taking iron at 30-degree dip mountains, so the load of the gravity will increase and the whole mass will keep on come down. So here also, if you are making tunnel, so they must have a plan like that, because otherwise they could not basically this tunnel make the tunnel up to 3.4 kilometer without any hurdle. So I will say that everything is fine, but the things like you said that widening the road and landslides are there, certainly you are unstabilizing, but the checks should be there. The proper checks should be there.
डॉक्टर कुमार, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि विकास कीजिए, आप रास्ते बनाइए, सड़कें बनाइए, आप जो टनल्स हैं वो भी बनाइए, लेकिन कुछ चीज़ों का जो है आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मुझे जो लगता है कि ये आपदा हम पर नहीं आती। अगर आप देखें, ये जो 41 वर्कर्स जो 17 दिनों से वहाँ पर टनल में स्टक है, ये शायद नहीं होता अगर हम एहतियात बरतते। आप क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
बिल्कुल। अब हम चांद पर जाना चाह रहे हैं, तो हम ये नहीं कहेंगे कि इट्स इम्पॉसिबल। इट्स पॉसिबल, मैन आल्सो कैन गो देयर,
बिल्कुल।
बट जो उसके नॉर्म्स हैं, जो उसके चेक हैं, वो बिल्कुल प्रॉपर होने चाहिए। तो जैसे यहाँ पर भी जैसे रोड कटिंग हो रहा है, तो उस पर प्रिटेनिंग वॉल, उसमें बेसिकली चेक थ्रू साइंटिस्ट इंक्लूडिंग द लोकल पीपल, बिकॉज दे नो द नेचर ऑफ द माउंटेन्स, so this should also be part of the team.
All
so
right.
I think all the projects I was also involved. I was also part of the NDMA team with the DM, and to take how to basically make the things. So they do the discuss all the things.
All right.
But the
डॉक्टर कुमार, मैं अभी आपके साथ वापस जुड़ती हूँ आपके साथ. You know, ladies and gentlemen, even as all of us are speaking about when we shall see the face of the first worker emerging from the tunnel, can you imagine what must be going through the hearts and minds of those who are relatives of these 41 workers? Let's listen into some voices and then we go back to Dr. Sushil Kumar.
जब डॉक्टर खाना से निकलेगा तो ही होगा कुछ।
आज बात हुई उनसे आपकी? आज नहीं हुई। कब हुई थी आखिरी बार?
कल परसों हो रहा है बात।
कल परसों क्या कुछ बताया उन्होंने? कैसे हैं वो, कैसी तबीयत है?
वो तो अभी तो बता रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग को तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ना ठीक है कि बुरा है, क्या पता।
तो खुशी है, तो निकालने के बाद तो फिर और खुशी होगा।
कभी उम्मीद आपने हारा था कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे? ये उम्मीद हरदम कायम था कि वो निकलेंगे?
हाँ जी।
कपड़े वगैरह आपने पैक कर लिए?
जी, पैक कर लिए।
तो अब आप लोग साथ लेके जाओगे अस्पताल तक?
हाँ, अस्पताल तक, फिर अस्पताल से घर साथ में जाएंगे।
डॉक्टर का जो ट्रीटमेंट है वो होने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना फिर आगे का क्या प्रोसेस है।
डॉक्टर के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद?
जी जी जी।
तो अच्छा, आपकी आखिरी बार उनसे कब बातचीत हुई, तो और उन्होंने क्या बताया, कैसी तबीयत है?
कल परसों बात हुई थी, वो ठीक है, अंदर किसी तरह का कोई परेशानी नहीं था, बातचीत हुई थी, तबीयत सब ठीक था वो लोग को।
टनल से बाहर तो आ रही है बेटा, जब तक आंखें नहीं देखेंगे तब तक तो हमको भरोसा नहीं है सर। आंख से देखेंगे और उसका बाद ने तो हम जे जानते हैं वो लता हम खुशखबरी करबे करेंगे, खिलाएंगे नहीं पिलाएंगे नहीं, हम देखें। और इतना दिन से जे 17 दिन हो गया, 17 दिन से आज 17 दिन हो गया, तो उतना दिन के हमका सब कोई देख रहा है, तो मतलब कि हम कुछ तो खुशहाली करेंगे ना। खाली हम बेसे के हमारा बेटा खाली निकल जाए वहाँ से, और हम बेटा के खाली मुंह देखो और साथ में घर आ जाए, बस बेटा जैसे आएगा तैसे हम खुश के खुबारी के हम लोग खिलाएंगे।
Dr. Kumar is still with us. He's of course scientist at the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Dehradun. Dr. Sushil Kumar, मैं आपके पास वापस आती हूँ। I want to ask you this कि जिस तरह का ऑपरेशन, जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कंडक्ट किया गया, आपको नहीं लगता कि बहुत सराहनीय है? क्योंकि एक चीज़ अगर फेल हो गई तो तुरंत बदला गया, कुछ और सोचा गया, कोई कुछ और सुझाव जो हैं वो सामने उभर कर आए. सो डोंट यू थिंक दैट द टीम शुड बी कंग्रेचुलेटेड, चाहे वो एनडीआरएफ हो, एसडीआरएफ हो, मद्रास सैपर्स हो या दूसरी टीम्स भी हों, जो लोग ब्यूरोक्रेट्स वहाँ काबिज थे, मंत्रीगण, सब कुछ. आपको नहीं लगता कि दिस विल गो डाउन एज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट कोऑर्डिनेटेड एंड सिंक्रोनाइज्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस एवर, डॉक्टर कुमार?
देखिए, कोई भी सक्सेसफुल प्लान के पीछे पूरी सक्सेसफुल टीम का हाथ होता है. उसमें अटेंडेंट से लेकर एवरीबॉडी, कोई भी फिल्म यदि हिट होती है, यदि 16 हिट होती है, तो उसमें एक छोटे से छोटा आदमी भी बहुत अच्छा एक्ट करता है. यहाँ पर ऐसा ही हुआ है. एक तो चीफ मिनिस्टर ने जो कोऑर्डिनेशन किया है, जो उन्होंने डॉक्टर्स से लेकर साइंटिस्ट, एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट, इकोलॉजिस्ट और आस्था को लेकर भी साथ में, वो सबको साथ में लेकर चले और सबने 100% दिया है. फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट डे से सभी ने 100% दिया है यहाँ पर, तभी ये सक्सेस मिली है. और उन्होंने सारे ऑप्शंस मंथन कर जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल ऑप्शंस थे उन सबको क्यों में रखा कि ये नहीं तो ये, नहीं तो ये, नहीं तो फर्स्ट डे से मैंने अभी बहुत सारे चैनल्स पर बात की और उन्हें बताया कि ये जो ए प्रोग्राम है यही सक्सेसफुल होगा. और लास्ट में आप देखिए कि कैसे उन्होंने रेड माइनिंग के थ्रू और इजीली वो वहां तक पहुंचे हैं. तो ये हमें मानना पड़ेगा कि कोई भी चीज सक्सेस होती है तो इसमें पूरा देश भी साथ में है. और वो तो है ही जो लोग रात दिन काम कर रहे हैं रेड माइनिंग के लिए.
डॉक्टर कुमार, आपने ऑफ कोर्स देश साथ में है, आपने बात की, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जब एक साथ लोग मिलकर काम करते हैं तो जाहिर सी बात है कि इसका नतीजा अच्छा निकलता है. आपने आस्था की बात की और मैं चाहूंगी कि आप हमारे व्यूअर्स को बताएं इस आस्था के बारे में. आस्था कि ये सफल होगा या आस्था कि वहां जो मंदिर था भौकनाक का?
बिल्कुल. देखिए, आस्था इतना बड़ा है. पहाड़ में जाए, मैंने तो मैं सेस्मोलॉजिस्ट हूँ, तो हम लोग मैंने पूरे हिमालय में 70 ब्रॉडबैंड सेस्मोग्राफ लगाए काश्मीर तक.
क्या बात.
और लेह में भी लगाया, बहुत पैनामिक. मैंने देखा है कि जब पैनामिक में, लेह में, वहां एक छोटा मंदिर बना होता था, बहुत टिपिकल मोड पर एक छोटा सा मंदिर बना होता था. हम लोग भी गाड़ी से रुकते थे, फिर वहां हाथ जोड़ते थे और फिर पूछते थे कि ये मंदिर यहाँ इस टिपिकल प्लेस पर कैसे बना है. तो उन्होंने बताया यहाँ बहुत एक्सीडेंट होते थे और बहुत सारी गाड़ियां यहाँ गिर जाती थी, तो फिर ये मंदिर बना. देखिए आस्था का कमाल. वो कहते हैं कि उसके बाद में जब मैंने विजिट किया वो प्लेस, उसके बाद में एक भी यहाँ पर घटना नहीं हुई ऐसी. अब देखिए आस्था का कमाल कितना होता है. और ऐसे ही जहां पहाड़ में जहां भी जाएंगे आप देखेंगे बहुत जो टिपिकल प्लेसेस हैं, बद्रीनाथ जाएंगे आप देखेंगे रास्ते में बहुत टिपिकल प्लेसेस पर इस तरह के मंदिर बने हुए. तो ईश्वर देखिए, हमारा है क्या, बेसिकली सोच क्या होती है, हमारी जो भावना होती है या हमारा हृदय जो तिरंगे निकालता है या जो एनवायरमेंट में, वो सारा बेसिकली अफेक्टेड होता है इस आस्था से. आदमी इवन जैसे आस्था से यदि हम विश्वास रखेंगे तो इवन आदमी बिना मेडिसिन के भी ठीक हो जाते हैं.
हाँ.
और देखिए स्ट्रॉन्ग उनमें मोरल शक्ति थी उन लोगों में जो अंदर थे. जैसे हमें एक मच्छर काट ले तो डेंगू हो जाता है, पर वो उस टाइप के लोग हैं जिन्हें 50 मच्छर भी काटेंगे तब भी कोई डेंगू असर नहीं करता.
हाँ, तो डॉक्टर कुमार, मैं समझ रही हूँ आप क्या कह रहे हैं आस्था के बारे में, लेकिन एक बात मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, वो है रैट होल माइनिंग के बारे में, जो कि इन्होंने अपनाया और ईश्वर की कृपा है कि इससे जो है हमें सफलता प्राप्त हुई. लेकिन रैट होल माइनिंग के जहाँ तक ये जो टेक्निक है ये बैन भी की गई थी हमारे देश में, क्या ये सही है डॉक्टर कुमार?
मुझे इसकी जानकारी नहीं, ये बैन हुई, लेकिन ये माइनिंग के लिए पूरा यूज करते थे इस टेक्निक को. और इससे देखिए उन्हें इतनी एक्सपर्टीज होती है कि किस तरह से उन्होंने बिना कोई, क्योंकि इसमें क्या लॉस कम होता है. इसमें ऐसा नहीं कि आप माइनिंग कर रहे हैं, जब रेड होल माइनिंग कर रहे हैं तो इसमें ऐसा नहीं कि बहुत बड़ा एकदम से मलबा या कोई चीज एकदम से आएगी, क्योंकि आप छोटे लेवल पर वो काम कर रहे हैं. जब छोटे छोटे बोल्डर्स और उनमें आप धीरे धीरे निकाल रहे हैं उन्हें, तो धीरे होता है, लेकिन कछुए की तरह से जीत कछुए की होती है खरगोश की जगह. तो उसी तरह से जीत इन्हीं की होती है और ये हुई भी. और चूंकि वो धीरे धीरे मलबा निकालते हैं, उससे एकदम से ऐसा डिजास्टर नहीं होता और उसका खतरा भी नहीं होता. उससे सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट तो मुझे ये लगा कि इसमें, दैट्स व्हाई वी गॉट सक्सेस इन दिस.
Absolutely, and on that word, Dr. Kumar, हमारे पास we have the latest bite of General Ata Hussain, and Hasnain, I beg your pardon, and let's just listen into what he has to say.
देखिए, कल से आपको बताया गया था कि 47 मीटर हॉरिजॉन्टल प्रोब चला गया था और उसके बाद पूरी एफर्ट जो है वो मैनुअल एफर्ट हुई है, जिनको कहते हैं रैट माइनर्स, मगर बहुत ही हाईली टेक्निकल और बड़े प्रोफिशेंट एक्सपीरियंस्ड मैनुअल डिगर होते हैं, उनका इस्तेमाल किया गया है। उनकी टीम्स थी, कुछ आर्मी की टीम्स थी, कुछ NHDICL के खुद के लोग थे। ये सब की जॉइंट एफर्ट मिलाकर ये मैनुअल एफर्ट रात भर चली है, दिन में आज सुबह चली है और काफ़ी आगे पहुंची है, तकरीबन 58 मीटर तक, जहां पर फिर रिपोर्ट वहां से मिल रही है उस तरफ से कि आवाज़ें आ रही हैं, खोदने की, ड्रिलिंग की कुछ आवाज़ें आ रही हैं। तो अंदेशा है कि कुछ देर में शायद थ्रू एंड थ्रू ब्रेक थ्रू जो है वो जिसको हम चाह रहे हैं वो हो जाए। मगर मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं, एक चेतावनी दे दूं कि इट डज़ नॉट मीन कि इमीडिएटली अगले मिनट के अंदर इसका रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू हो जाएगा। इसको स्टेबलाइज करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा। अंदर लोगों को जो भेजा जाएगा वो जाकर वहाँ पर उनको टिप्पणी देंगे, एडवाइजरी कर देंगे, जिस तरह से काम आना है बाहर, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन हो चुका है। एस्टिमेट है कि हर एक इंडिविजुअल को बाहर लाने के लिए तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट लग सकते हैं। उसके बाद डिपेंड करता है कि इक्विपमेंट और पाइपलाइन का की स्थिति क्या है। अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट थोड़ा वेयर एंड टेयर ज़रूर होगा उस पर, उसके मुताबिक दे में भी सम इंटरवल्स। तो ये मेरे ख्याल से तो रात भर लग सकती है इसके अंदर, इस ऑपरेशन में। मगर पूरी तैयारियां बाहर जो हैं, मेडिकल, लॉजिस्टिक्स, वो सब तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी हैं।
All right, so that was the latest that we heard from General Hasnain. And Brijesh, I want to ask you that, there is, do you think it's because he's from the forces, and he also spoke about it in his press conference that I'm from the army, I look at things from a particular perspective. There seems to be this fixity of purpose without actually revealing too much of what is going to happen.
I think, first I'll say that, what Lieutenant General Hasnain said is news to us, given the fact that he has said that now the drilling and evacuation can take the entire night. Earlier, we were under the impression that it can happen any given point of time, and hence the excitement. I think in all likelihood the people being brought out of the tunnel will take place either early morning or tomorrow or noon. We are looking at that timeline, and yes, I completely agree with because he has been briefing media every day at 4 o'clock from National Media Center in Delhi. And the good thing about is that when there is a constant brief, it eradicates any form of speculation. So that is one good thing which has been done by the government, is to make sure that any and all information which is available is conveyed to media, and through media conveyed to rest of the country about the exact status of work. And as he was also saying that the reason I don't want to give any timeline is because I don't want to put any kind of unrealistic pressure on the people who are donning the mantle.
All right, and on that word, let's now listen once again to Lieutenant General Hasnain as to what he has to say about the rescue operations. Over to him.
एग्जैक्ट स्थिति जो इस वक्त है, बिफोर एनीथिंग एल्स वी आर नियर ए ब्रेक थ्रू बट नॉट येट देयर। अब 58 मीटर, कल मैं आपको बताया था कि 47 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.248 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे, और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज़ कैरिड ऑन। जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको, उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे। रात भर काम हुआ है इसके ऊपर, और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं, बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी इंक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. They have been able to take it to 58 meters, which is a phenomenal achievement, I would say. कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. दिस इज समथिंग ऑलमोस्ट लाइक एज इफ अ मशीन हैज बीन वर्किंग. और इसके बावजूद अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं. पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है विद द हेल्प ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, द प्रेशर ऑफ द ऑगर मशीन, एंड वी आर होपिंग अनदर 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब वी कुड से दैट आर पार हो गए हैं. ये खबर तो जरूर आई है, उसको मैं कंफर्म भी कर सकता हूं कि अंदर से उन्होंने कहा है कि आवाजें आ रही हैं काम होने की. जगह जहां पर तकरीबन ये छेद निकलेगा, जहां पर टनल निकलेगा, वो उसका अंदेशा लगाया जा सकता है अब अंदर से कुछ हद तक. तो ये सब बहुत पॉजिटिव खबरें हैं जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं इस वक्त. मगर याद रखिए कि अभियान जब इस तरह का चलता है जिसमें 400 घंटे से ज्यादा हम इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं अभी तक, पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे. किसी चीज पर भी प्री मैच्योर कार्रवाई, प्री मैच्योर अनाउंसमेंट करना जो है वो गलत होगा. इट विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स. तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में. उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है. डिस्पाइट मेनी हर्डल्स, बहुत बाधाएं आई हैं इसमें. बिल्कुल जैसे एक अभियान के अंदर होता है कि अभियान में प्लान, ऑपरेशंस के अंदर प्लान बनाए जाते हैं, तजवीजें बनाई जाती हैं, मगर जब जैसे ही ऑपरेशन लॉन्च होता है वो तजवीज जो है वो नष्ट हो जाती है. उस तजवीज को दोबारा रिव्यू करना पड़ता है और यू हैव टू कीप रीमेकिंग योर प्लान्स. बिल्कुल वैसे ही हुआ है, वैसी स्थिति यहां हुई है. आप देखें पूरे 5 ऑप्शन 6 ऑप्शन हो गए थे. कहीं कहीं सामान, कहीं कहीं मशीनें फंसी हुई थी, उनको सुपर ह्यूमन एफर्ट लग रही थी यहां पर लाने के लिए. गवर्नमेंट का कोई ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है जो शायद इसके अंदर जुटा नहीं था. बड़ी खुशी होती है जब कहते हैं कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, वहां से शुरू अगर करें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, विच इज बीन द कोर मिनिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व्ड इन दिस होल थिंग. जब 12 तारीख को इसकी खबर आई तो सबसे पहला जो शायद हमने जो कम्युनिकेशन किया था वो रेलवे बोर्ड, क्योंकि सबको मालूम है कि रेलवेज के पास बहुत एक्सपर्टीज होती है. टनलिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, जिस तरह का काम हो रहा है अभी कश्मीर के रेलवे के लिए टू कनेक्ट जम्मू टू बारामूला, उस तरह के काम में बड़ा उनका तजुर्बा है. तो द फर्स्ट थिंग वाज मेड टू द रेलवे बोर्ड एंड टू द रेलवेज टू ब्रिंग देयर एक्सपर्टीज फॉरवर्ड, एंड फ्रॉम देयर इट स्टार्टेड एंड डिफरेंट एजेंसीज हैव जॉइंड इन फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम. इंडियन एयरफोर्स का काम, एनडीआरएफ का जिसकी 2 टीम वहां पर लगातार काम कर रही हैं, ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ जॉब्स दैट द एनडीआरएफ हैज बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड विद. बॉर्डर रोड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जिन्होंने सड़कें अलग अलग किस्म जगह बनाई हैं जहां पर सामान लाने के लिए, बड़ी मशीनों को लाने के लिए ब्रॉडन किए हैं, सड़कों को ब्रॉडन किया है. डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, जिन्होंने आकर वहां पर पूरी कनेक्टिविटी, अभी तो आराम से हम बात कर रहे हैं वहां से मीडिया बात कर रहे हैं, पूरा कनेक्टिविटी वहां से इंप्रूव की है. और राज्य सरकार को नहीं भूल सकते इसमें. राज्य सरकार, देयर इन्वॉल्वमेंट, एसडीएमए, एसडीआरएफ, उत्तराखंड की एसडीआरएफ जो है बड़ी मानी हुई एसडीआरएफ है, बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन मेनी सच डिजास्टर सिचुएशंस इन द पास्ट. और आखिर में मैं समझता हूं लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, बिना डिप्टी कमिश्नर साहब और एसएसपी के कोई चीज नहीं हो सकती कहीं. आई थिंक दे हैव डन अ मार्वलस जॉब, एब्सोल्युटली. मगर ये सब तब मुमकिन होता है व्हेन द डायरेक्शंस फ्रॉम द टॉप आर एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर कट. अगर डायरेक्शंस हैं ऊपर से, अब ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर से, आप मानिए प्रधानमंत्री से देखिए, वहां से पीएमओ, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी खुद कल गए वहां पर, मुआयना किया पूरा, took stock of the situation, gave directions, additional resources की जरूरत थी उस पर डायरेक्शंस दिए, बात की अंदर सबका मोराल और मोटिवेशन बढ़ाया वहां पर. ऑल दिस हैज हेल्प्ड इन मेकिंग श्योर दैट जितनी रिसोर्सेज जो बिखरी हुई रिसोर्सेज हैं उन सबको एक साथ एकजुट करना और उसका इफेक्टिवनेस निकालना, उसका लाभ निकालना, दैट इज द वर्क ऑफ द लीडरशिप एंड दैट इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैज बीन डन हियर along with of course the Ministry of Roads, Transport and Highways. जनरल वीके सिंह साहब वहां खुद मौजूद हैं, ज्यादातर वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद थे और यहां तक कि जहां पर भी एक्सपर्टीज भारत में है, जहां पर भी जो कोई ऑफर कर रहा था उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, उनको एनेबल किया वहां जाने के लिए. बड़ी खुशी है जनरल हरपाल सिंह, पुराने हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल बॉर्डर रोड्स और इंजीनियर इन चीफ, जिनको बहुत तजुर्बा है टनलिंग का, उनको भेजा गया वहां पर, वो अभी भी वहां पर मौजूद हैं. तो इस तरह से ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच को प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से जोड़ा. मैं समझता हूं इसका बहुत दिनों से हमने शायद इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नहीं देखा है. अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि कल शाम से क्या क्या चीजें हुई हैं वहां पर. ये सब जो आपको बताया है मैंने, वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग भी चलती गई. अभी इस समय वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग 45 मीटर्स, कल मैंने आपको 36 मीटर बताया था, अभी 45 मीटर पे है. मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि हमने अभी तक सब कुछ बंद नहीं किया ये सोचकर कि हमारा हॉरिजॉन्टल प्रोब जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हो गया है और अब सब कुछ सही है और सब कुछ जो है वो खत्म होने वाला है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. जितने ऑप्शंस हैं, ऑप्शंस अपनाए हुए हैं अभी तक. 45 मीटर्स तक वो ड्रिलिंग पहुंच गई है. ये रिडंडेंसी के लिए है कि अगर किसी भी हालत में आखिरी क्षण तक अगर हमको कामयाबी नहीं पाई, कहीं नहीं मिली, तो उस हालत में ये 45 मीटर जो गए हैं ये बहुत हमारे लिए सक्सेसफुल जो है वो हुए हैं, वो हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, महत्व बहुत इसका रहेगा वहां पर. बाकी जो एफर्ट्स हैं पीछे से वो भी चल रही हैं, ब्लास्टिंग की भी चल रही है. तकरीबन 12 मीटर वहां पर अचीव हो गया है. जो बाकी मशीनरी आ गई है उसको अभी स्थिर रखा हुआ है कुछ जगहों पर, मगर जैसी जरूरत पड़ेगी अगर तो वो सब मूवमेंट वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा. मैं आपको बताता हूं चंद एक बातें कि जब इवैक्यूएशन फेज आएगा, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द आएगा, प्रार्थना करते हैं, उम्मीद नहीं करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द ही आएगा. तो एनडीआरएफ का इसमें रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. 3 टीम, 4 जवान की टीम, 12 लोगों की वो बनी हुई हैं, अंदर जाएंगी ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए. ये पूरा वो फ्रेश हैं, ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे जाकर अंदर. एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ को सपोर्ट देगी. साथ में जो हमारे मेडिकल पर्सनल हैं, पैरामेडिक्स, वो जाएंगे अंदर. एक पूरा मेडिकल प्लान बनाया हुआ है जो एग्जीक्यूट होगा ग्राउंड पर. पूरा जो लेबर है उसको ब्रीफिंग उनको इसके मुताबिक दी है. स्ट्रेचर्स के ऊपर, स्ट्रेचर्स के रिसोर्सेज, वहां पर स्ट्रेचर अगर किसी हालत में फंस गया तो वो कंटिजेंसी में किस तरह से उसको निकाला जाएगा, ये सब भी देखा गया है. ये अंदेशा लगाया है कि एक एक इंडिविजुअल को आउट ऑफ द 41, एक एक इंडिविजुअल को तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट लगेंगे निकालने के लिए, ईच वन इंडिविजुअल. तो आप लगा सकते हैं कि आउटर लिमिट अगर हम देखें कि 5 मिनट अगर लगाते हैं एक इंडिविजुअल पे, वो तब एग्जैक्टली कंफर्म होगा जब पहला, दूसरा या तीसरा इंडिविजुअल निकलेगा. अगर 5 मिनट का भी अंदेशा लगाते हैं तो हम 3-4 घंटे, ऑलमोस्ट 3-4 घंटे लग जाएंगे, क्योंकि गैप भी होंगे बीच में, कुछ कंटिजेंसी होगी, कुछ इक्विपमेंट शायद टूटेगा, कुछ होगा. तो इसके मुताबिक आप 3 से 4 घंटे इसका अनुमान लगा सकते हैं. पोस्ट इवैक्यूएशन जो है, जब सब के सब निकल गए हैं बाहर, तो मैं ये भी बता दूं आपको कि अभी भी वहां पर चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, बड़ा वाला डबल रोटर का हेलीकॉप्टर, वो चिन्यालिसौर जो एयरफील्ड है 30 किलोमीटर दूर, वहां पर हेलीपैड भी है, बिल्कुल साथ में हेलीपैड भी है, वहां खड़ा हुआ है. उसका लास्ट टाइम है 4:30 बजे. उसके बाद वो जो है रात के वक्त नहीं फ्लाई करेंगे उसको. 4:30 बजे के बाद अगर ये डिले हो रहा है इस वक्त, तो अगले दिन सुबह उनको लाया जाएगा. वहां पर होल्डिंग फैसिलिटी है, 30 बेड की फैसिलिटी है वहां पर अस्पताल में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में, जो बिल्कुल तैयार है इस वक्त, और 10 बेड की फैसिलिटी वहां पर साइट पर है जो अभी तैयार हैं। तो इसलिए मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मेडिकल वेलफेयर की तरफ से कोई गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी है, वो सब ठीक रहेगा। रात के वक्त चिनूक हालांकि फ्लाई तो कर सकता है, मगर मौसम भी इतना ऐसा नहीं है और इतनी, मैं समझता हूं इतनी अर्जेंसी भी शायद नहीं होगी। अगर बहुत ज़्यादा अर्जेंसी है तो रात के वक्त 1 या 2 कुछ एम्बुलेंस के अंदर जल्द से जल्द नीचे ऋषिकेश उनको लाया जा सकता है। साइट के ऊपर ट्रायज किया जाएगा, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाएगा, जैसे कैजुअल्टी प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाता है। हालांकि ये कैजुअल्टी नहीं है, मगर उसके बाद लाकर उनको जब नीचे हॉस्पिटल में वो दाखिल होंगे एक्चुअली, तो 48 से 72 घंटे की मॉनिटरिंग होगी सबकी, क्योंकि जब ह्यूमन बॉडी इतनी देर तक आइसोलेशन में, तकरीबन आइसोलेशन में, अवे फ्रॉम नॉर्मल ह्यूमन एक्टिविटी रहती है, तो उसके ऊपर अलग अलग किस्म के असर आते हैं, बेस्ड अपॉन योर फिजियोलॉजी, बेस्ड अपॉन आपके साइको सोशल मेकअप क्या है, तो उसको मॉनिटर किया जाएगा। कभी कभी हो सकता है कि किसी के ऊपर असर ज़्यादा हो जो कुछ घंटों के बाद साबित होने लगे, जस्ट टू फोरक्लोज दैट पॉसिबिलिटी। ये मॉनिटरिंग तकरीबन 48 से 72 घंटे तक चलेगी। मैं समझता हूं कि मैंने ज़्यादातर चीज़ें आपके लिए कवर कर ली हैं। इसके सिवाय के मैंने आपको सिर्फ ये नहीं दिया है कि फाइनल सिग्नल नहीं दिया है कि थ्रू एंड थ्रू रोशनी आ गई है, टनल बन गया है। मैंने आपको आखिर में मैं बताता हूं कि 2 मीटर अभी भी जो फाइनल पाइप्स का पुश था करना था, वो फाइनल पुश अभी भी हो रहा था जब हम उठकर यहां पर आए। मैं समझता हूं कुछ वक्त लगेगा, अरसा लगेगा, इसके बाद भी शायद आपके पास खुद फोन कॉल आने लगे, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा हमको सबको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा।